Welcome to the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This is Lesson 1, which is an introduction to Symantec Data Loss Prevention. In this lesson, we'll do an overview of Symantec Data Loss Prevention. We'll look at the different Symantec Data Loss Prevention products, and we'll look at architecture. What you see here are three common questions that people want answers to when it comes to data loss prevention, or DLP. Most companies want to know where in their environment does confidential data reside, how is that confidential data being used, and how do they prevent data loss of that confidential data. This slide shows three common categories of data at risk. The first being customer data, things like national identification numbers or personal identification numbers, credit card numbers, which of course is international in scope, account balances, and health information is also considered sensitive and therefore should be protected as well. The second category is company confidential, things like financial statements, mergers and acquisitions information, executive level internal email, as well as employee data, which can also include things like personal identification numbers, credit card numbers, and so on. The third category that you see here is intellectual property, source code, design documents, manufacturing plans, basically that which gives your company its competitive edge. So again, these are the three common questions that people want answers to when it comes to DLP. Symantec's approach is to discover, monitor, and protect. And of course, all of this is managed by one central management platform. This slide here is an architecture overview. If you look on the left side under the administration column, you see Enforce and Oracle. Enforce is our central management console. From Enforce, you can create your policies, you configure your response rules, which are response to any incident violations. You view your incident data, and you can also configure advanced settings on the different detection servers that you see over in the middle that we'll talk about here shortly. Enforce does require an Oracle database. Under the detection column in the middle, you can see we have Network Discover / Network Protect. That is a detection server. It typically would reside together within the secured corporate LAN. And basically, Network Discover can scan different repository types to look for sensitive data at rest. And if there is a violating file that's exposed, then Network Protect can either copy the file or quarantine, where we actually relocate that file to another UNC path. We can also now, in version 14, run Discover scans against cloud storage for data stored on Box. Data Insight is actually not a detection server. It's a separate product that does require a separate license, but it complements Network Discover. So when you actually run, and the way Data Insight works is it runs on EMC Solera, NetApp, Windows file servers, as well as SharePoint, and it monitors who's accessing these files. So when you do run a Network Discover scan and you find a spreadsheet, for example, that's got credit card numbers in it, the system can then query Data Insight to see who are the most active users of that file, and whoever the most active user of the file is will be resolved as the data owner. And you can see the data owner information within the incident snapshot. That way it facilitates remediation efforts. Also new in 14, we have Cloud Prevent for Microsoft Office 365. Under that, you see Endpoint Prevent / Endpoint Discover. There's an endpoint agent that deploys to your desktops, laptops, and some servers. It has two functions. Endpoint Discover is like Network Discover in that it looks for sensitive data at rest. However, it's agent-based scanning of data at rest, so you can actually run a scan on 10,000 agents, for example, at once without actually affecting the network bandwidth, because each of the agents will scan their local file system. And then Endpoint Prevent is going to monitor certain protocols, but also certain activity at the endpoint, such as writes to CD/DVD, copies to removable media, print, fax, or copy paste operations, copies across network shares, things like that. And it can basically block any copies of sensitive data to removable devices, for example. And those agents will be on and off the corporate network. Mobile Prevent is another detection server that resides at the network egress point, or the DMZ, and it monitors data being sent over FTP, HTTP, and HTTPS from mobile devices. And if there is sensitive data being sent from those mobile devices, we can actually block it. Mobile Email Monitor also resides at the DMZ, or the egress point, and it's going to monitor data or emails that go down to mobile devices through Exchange Active Sync. Network Prevent for email integrates with your message transfer agents, and it also resides at the egress, or the DMZ, and it looks at SMTP traffic. And if there's a violation, we can either tell the MTA to block the email, or we can modify the email and tag it for further downstream processing, such as an encryption gateway. Network Prevent for web looks at FTP, HTTP, and HTTPS traffic. It integrates with your web proxy in the DMZ, and if there are violations over any of those three protocols, we can block it. We can actually tell the proxy to block it. Or if it's over HTTP or HTTPS, we can actually remove the sensitive content, where we return it to the proxy, so the sensitive data is stripped out of the HTTP request. And then Network Monitor is the only detection server that requires two network interface cards. It should also reside in the DMZ, or the network egress point, and one of those network interface cards will plug into either a span port on a switch or a network tap, and it passively monitors any TCP based protocols. And if there's a sensitive data going over email or web or FTP or instant messaging, for example, then we can detect that and create an incident. With the Enforce platform being the central management console, it has several key features. First of all, this is where you define all your policies and your response rules and your workflow. Workflow has to do with driving the incident to the appropriate responder. It's where you view the incident reports. It's where you can perform certain remediation steps. As you'll see in the reporting, there's really good reporting and analytics. It's also one of the most important features is the role-based access control. Reason being is that if you have full console access, then not only will you see the most sensitive data from your environment, but we even highlighted it in yellow. So through the role-based access control at a very granular level, you can really restrict what users can see or not, and what they can do or not, so that you can safeguard employee privacy. Server administration is also performed from Enforce, and the different detection servers that we talked about, all of their advanced server settings can be managed centrally from Enforce. We also have certificate-based authentication, so all the communications are secured. And then there's also an agent packager, which basically generates the install scripts for endpoint agents, including the certificates needed for authentication and the encryption keys. For storage, which is Network Discover and Network Protect, again, Network Discover can scan lots of different repository types, so different types of file systems, different types of SQL databases, collaboration platforms, websites, and of course your desktops and laptops. If there is a sensitive file found on a CIFS share in Windows or on SharePoint, the Network Protect can either copy the file or quarantine, where we actually relocate the file to another directory, and we can leave a file marker or ransom note in its place. Again, Data Insight is actually not a detection server. It's a separate product with a separate license, but it helps to identify who the data owners are of those sensitive files found when they're found during a Discover scan. So for example, if you scan a specific server and you find a spreadsheet with credit cards, the system can then query Data Insight to see who are the most active users of that spreadsheet, and whoever the most active user of that file is will be set as the data owner within the incident snapshot in the reporting. Again, Data Insight is a separate product with a separate license, and it just helps to identify who the data owners are of those specific sensitive files that are found during Discover scans. Data Insight also has a self-service portal. And this just allows you as the DLP administrator to distribute remediation efforts to people identified as data owners or data custodians of those sensitive files. So that way when you run a scan and you find a bunch of sensitive files that are exposed, you can pass off the remediation efforts to the people identified as the most active users of those files. So the way storage DLP works is the first step is you enable or customize one of the policy templates. And this can be as simple as creating a blank policy that just looks for the word confidential, or looks for certain patterns with validators, or looks for source code, for example, that's been indexed, or looks for customer data from a database that's been indexed. So basically you define in the first step what is sensitive to you, what do you want to protect. The next step is to configure your discover target. You then run the discover scan against that discover target to look for sensitive data at rest. And if there's a file that's found exposed, you can use Network Protect to either copy the file or quarantine the file. And if you quarantine, again, we're actually relocating the file to another UNC path. And then, as always the case, the incident data does get sent to Enforce, where you can perform additional remediation steps as well as report on the violation. For cloud, we have cloud storage, and we are now able to run discover scans against cloud storage on Box. And then we also have cloud prevent for Microsoft Office 365. So those are our current cloud offerings. So with cloud storage, again, the cloud storage server can scan Box enterprise accounts and analyze file contents for policy violations. And cloud storage can also automatically add visual tags to the files, indicating, for example, that they are for internal use only. With Cloud Prevent for Microsoft Office 365, in this example here, you can see that an end user sends an email from an Office 365 Outlook account. A Microsoft Exchange online server routes the email to Cloud Prevent. Cloud Prevent inspects the email, can block or modify according to your policies. It then sends the safe emails to emailsecurity.cloud, and emailsecurity.cloud then forwards the safe email. If a header is modified, the MTA processes appropriately, typically like rerouting, for example. Again, there's an endpoint agent that deploys to your desktops, laptops, and servers. And the endpoint agent has two functions. Endpoint Discover, which is like Network Discover in that it looks for sensitive data. However, it's agent-based scanning of data at rest. So when you run an Endpoint Discover scan, for example, all of your connected agents will each scan their local file system looking for sensitive data at rest. And then Endpoint Prevent, which monitors certain protocols such as email, web, FTP, and instant messaging, but also can monitor writes to CD, DVD, copies to removable media. Now we've also added any devices that support the media transfer protocol, so that's new in 14. It also monitors print fax operations, copy paste operations, copies across network shares, copies across RDP sessions, remote desktop protocol sessions. And application file access basically allows you to define support for any other third-party application, where you can define the application executable and then define what activities of that application that you want to monitor. So the way Endpoint DLP works is the first step is you deploy these agents to your desktops, laptops, and servers. You define your policies, and again, this can be as simple as looking for the word confidential or looking for patterns with validators, for example. There are some detection capability differences at the endpoint, which we'll discuss in a later lesson, but basically the second step here is you define your policies. The agent's going to continuously monitor activities such as copies to removable media, whether they're on or off the corporate network. The system can then, if there is a violation, we can provide on-screen notification to that employee at that time of the violation. But also, once the incident data gets sent to Enforce, we can perform additional remediation steps, including sending notification to the employee, their manager, and or anyone else. But we can also report on the violations from the Enforce console as well. And you can see what the users are doing, what violated policy, and what their reasoning was for trying to perform that action. With the mobile products, we have Mobile Prevent, and again, it can prevent sensitive data from leaving mobile devices over HTTP, HTTPS, or FTP. And Mobile Email Monitor, again, is going to monitor emails going down to mobile devices through Exchange Active Sync. And so you can see through the reporting if there has been sensitive data sent down to a mobile device through Exchange Active Sync. With the network products, we have Network Monitor. And again, Network Monitor can monitor any TCP-based protocols. And then Network Prevent for email looks at SMTP traffic and integrates with your MTAs. And if there's a violation, we can tell the MTA to block the email or return a modified email for further downstream processing, like an encryption gateway. And then Network Prevent for web, which integrates with your proxy, looks at FTP, HTTP, and HTTPS traffic. And if there's a violation, we can tell the proxy to block it. Or if it's over HTTP or HTTPS, we can remove the sensitive content before returning it to the proxy. So the way network DLP works is, again, the first step is you define your policies. In this example, an employee sends confidential data. Network Monitor can detect the incident. Network Prevent can block the sensitive data, remove it, or tag for encryption, like an encryption gateway. And then, as always, the system can then optionally notify the employee, their manager, and or anyone else. And then, as always the case, the incident data does get sent to Enforce, where you can perform additional remediation steps as well as report on the violations. Network Monitor is the only detection server that requires two network interface cards. So one will receive communications from Enforce. The other plugs into a span port on a switch or a network tap. And it basically gets a copy of all the TCP-based traffic that you configure to monitor. And if there's sensitive data going over TCP, then we can report on those violations. When you see the term multi-tier architecture, and this is what most of our customers in large environments have, what that means is that Enforce is installed separately, Oracle's installed separately, and then of course you have your different detection servers that are installed in different locations doing their respective functions, right? Their respective duties. Single tier installation would be where you've got, for example, Enforce, Oracle, and a detection server all installed on the same box, which is supported in very small environments. In terms of system requirements, for large or very large enterprise, which we consider 10,000 or more employees, but both Enforce and detection servers have the same OS, memory, and CPU requirements. So for the operating system, Windows Server 2012 Standard Enterprise or Data Center 64-bit, Windows Server 2008 R2 or R2 SP1 Standard or Enterprise 64-bit, or Red Hat Enterprise Linux 5.8 to 5.11, as well as 6.4 through 6.6 64-bit. And again, it's the same for Enforce and all detection servers. For the processor, we require dual core CPU with each core being 3 gigahertz or faster. That's the same on all detection servers and Enforce. And then 8 to 16 gigs of memory as well. For disk space on Enforce, we recommend 1 terabyte of disk space configured for RAID 5, 140 gig SCSI on detection servers, and then of course both Enforce and all detection servers require either a fast Ethernet or gigabit Ethernet card. And then, as you can see at the bottom of this slide, for Network Monitor, it requires a second network interface card to do packet capture, and that's typically a gigabit Ethernet, or we also have some high-speed packet capture card options as well that we'll discuss later. For virtualization support, Enforce and all detection servers except Network Monitor and Mobile Prevent are supported on VMware ESX 4.x and above 64-bit, as well as Microsoft Hyper-V on Windows 2008 R2. The VM resources should be dedicated and not shared. What is not supported virtualized is Oracle, Network Monitor, or Mobile Prevent. Endpoint Prevent also supports Citrix XenApp and Zen Desktop with some exceptions. And over to the right, you can kind of see the exceptions. So writing to CD/DVD is not supported. The instant messaging protocols you can see not supported for XenApp. application file access not supported for XenApp or XenDesktop. And we also now support VMware View, VMware Fusion, Microsoft Hyper-V, as well as RDP deployments. For third-party requirements, we looked at the operating system requirements, so you can see those listed again here. But for DLP 14, it requires Oracle 11G, version 11.2.0.4, 64-bit with the most recent critical patch update. Or for new installations only, we also support Oracle 12c. Optional tools, here you can see Wireshark, which is a protocol analyzer. Wireshark can be used to verify that there is traffic of interest on the wire, but however, Wireshark is a tool that should only be used if you've got authorization to do so, because it captures everything in clear text. We just use it to verify that there's traffic of interest on the wire. The services for Unix client can be used if you're trying to run a Discover scan against a Unix file system target and the Discover server is unable to mount to that Unix file system, then you can install the services for Unix client. If you use NDIS, NDIS is a high-speed packet capture card, which is what we used to recommend to our customers for network monitor. But if you do have NDIS deployed, they also have a network measurement utility. And then if you're installing network monitor onto a Windows platform, then you do need WinPCAP 4.1.1 to 4.1.3, which is a packet capture library which puts the network interface card into what's called promiscuous mode, so that it sees all traffic on the wire, not just broadcast traffic. If you're installing network monitor on Linux, you do not need WinPCAP. For inter-server communications, first of all, monitor controller is a process on Enforce that handles communications with all detection servers. So, and by default we use port TCP 8100. So Enforce actually initiates connections to all the different detection servers over TCP 8100. For security, we either encrypt or hash all sensitive data. We also provide key rotation and storage and key protection. The secured key store is kept within the Oracle database. And then we also secure all communications. So for encryption and hashing, in encrypted data we use AES as the encryption algorithm, which is symmetric algorithm. And we encrypt with AES incident data, the access credentials for Discover, as well as the administrator and Oracle system passwords, and the agent file store. For hashed data, exact data matching profiles, exact data matching is where you take a structured data source, such as an extract from a database where you've got a column for first and last and credit card, for example, and you create an index, and then write detection rules to look for data from that hashed database extract, so to speak. So once you take that structured data source and you create an exact data profile, it is hashed. It is no longer stored in clear text. Index document matching as well. Index document matching is where you take an unstructured document and you index that, such as source code. So you can take source code, create an IDM profile, and again, once we index that unstructured document, it's no longer stored in clear text, it's hashed. And all user passwords are also hashed. There is a common symmetric key that's used for all non-communications related encryption and hashing. In terms of the security architecture, you can see that, first of all, every one of the detection servers has a certificate for authentication and an encryption key. And you can see that over TLS, Transport Layer Security, we secure the communications between all detection servers and Enforce. Also notice the secure key store is kept within the Oracle database. For endpoint agents that you see on the lower left, endpoint agents as of 12.5 and newer, and of course we're talking about 14 now, use HTTPS, certificate-based authentication and encryption, between the endpoint agent and the endpoint server. But for 12.0 and older agents, they used AES to encrypt the session between the agent and the server. But again, as of 12.5, we've migrated to HTTPS, certificate-based authentication and encryption. So that's the end of the first lesson. The key points in this lesson: you learned about DLP and the Symantec approach to data loss prevention. You also learned about the Symantec data loss prevention products and its architecture. Welcome to Lesson 2 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on navigation and reporting. In this lesson, we'll cover navigating the user interface. We'll get into the reporting and analysis. We'll get into report navigation preferences and features. We'll talk about report filters, report commands, the incident snapshot, and incident data access. So when you first log into the Enforce console, you're presented with a role-based workspace. At the top, you can see 4 navigation buttons: the Home button, the Instance button, the Manage button, and the Systems button. In the upper right of the console, where you see the question mark, that is the Online Help. Next to that, there's a little picture of a home. That's the Home Page Select button. Any page that has that button available can be set as your home page, which is shown upon login or upon clicking the Home button. The little arrow that points to the left is the Return to Previous, which we recommend that you use instead of the back button in the browser. The upper right icon there, where you can see the kind of circular motion with the arrow pointing towards the right, is the refresh, and we recommend that you use that instead of the refresh button in the browser. You also see who you're logged in as. In this case, we're logged in as administrator. And if you click on the little triangle next to that, you'll see the logout link and the profile link. Under the Incidents Workspace button, this is where you get to all of the incident reports. The All Reports takes you to all of the available reports. And then, of course, there are reports for different categories, such as network, endpoint, discover, mobile, and users. The user risk summary and the user list was added back in 12.5, or 12.0, but that helps you to identify your highest risk users based on endpoint and network incidents. Under the Manage Workspace button, there are several menu items. Under Policies, there's Policy List, Response Rules, Data Identifiers, User Groups, and Reusable Sender and Recipient Patterns. Each of those are used within your policies themselves. To the right of that, under Data Profiles, we've got Exact Data, Indexed Documents, and Vector Machine Learning. That's where you create data profiles that are also used in policies. And then under Discover Scanning, you've got Discover Targets, Scan History, Content Route Enumeration, and Discover Servers. So Discover Targets is where you start and stop and pause and schedule scans. Scan History shows a history of scans that have been run. Content Route Enumeration basically allows you to run a Content Route Enumeration scan against a domain to discover what CIFS compliant servers and shares are in your environment. And then Discover Servers shows you a list of all your Discover servers and any scans that are running on each server, paused, scheduled, or queued. Under the System Workspace button, we've got quite a few menu items here. So under Servers, there's Overview, Policy Groups, Events, Alerts, Traffic, and Logs. Overview is going to show you Enforce and all of your registered detection servers. It'll also show the status of each server, and from there you can dig into the details of a specific server. Policy Groups just allow you to organize your policies within the system. Events will show you errors, warnings, and informational level system events. Alerts is where you can define alert conditions so that someone can get an email should something occur, such as Oracle table space almost full, for example. Traffic shows you how much traffic's been processed by your different detection servers. And if it's a network monitor server, you can actually break it down into how much traffic per protocol has been processed. And then logs allow you to gather and reconfigure log levels. To the right of that, under agents, everything there listed has to do with the endpoint agent. So the agent's overview is an agent health dashboard. Agent events are all events specific to endpoint agents. Endpoint location is where you go to configure what makes an endpoint on the network versus off the corporate network, which can then be used in your policy detection criteria or response rule conditions. Agent configuration is where you create and configure agent configurations in terms of what protocols and what activities that you want to monitor at the agent. Agent groups allow you to group agents together so that they can use different agent configurations. So before this feature, if you had 3 departments that needed different agent configurations, you'd have to set up 3 separate endpoint servers. But now you can have those 3 servers all connect to the same server, and as they are in different groups, the different groups can have different configurations assigned. So depending on if they log in and they're in one group, they use one configuration. If someone else logs in, they may fall into another group and use another configuration, for example. Application monitoring is where you can see a list of applications that are being monitored, but you can also add to those applications. So if there's some proprietary application that you want to monitor activity of, you can define that there. Agent packaging is where you can build the install scripts to deploy the agents. You'll have to use another deployment mechanism to get those packages deployed to your agents, but the agent packaging link allows you to build the install scripts, including the certificates needed for authentication and the encryption keys. And then with endpoint devices, the idea here is if you've got a corporate approved trusted USB device, for example, that encrypts everything automatically, and you want to allow copies of sensitive data to that USB device that encrypts everything automatically, you can define it by its device ID here. Under users, you've got attributes and data sources. Both of these have to do with the user risk summary report. We'll get into that later. Under incident data, you've got attributes, lookup plugins, web archive, and incident deletion. Attributes is status and custom attributes. Custom attributes are employee information, manager information, and business unit information. Lookup plugins are how the custom attributes are resolved. And so we have different lookup plugins that are supported, but let's just say LDAP, for example. If someone sends an email that violates policy, through the lookup plugins, we can automatically resolve those custom attributes as to who the violator is, who their manager is, what business unit they're in. Web archive allows you to export an incident list report to HTML format for offline viewing. So if you're going into a meeting with the incident response team and there's no network connectivity in that room, you could export that incident list report and review it offline through web archive. Incident deletion, the deleter process was written back for 12.5. Of course, we're talking about 14 now, but if you go to the incident deletion link, you'll see that you can view how many incidents are in the queue to be deleted. You can start or stop a deletion job. You can monitor the progress of a deletion job. You can schedule deletion jobs, and you can also export the deletion jobs history. Under settings, we've got general, protocols, directory connections, credentials, data insight, and supportability telemetry. So general settings are, this is where, there's lots of things configured here, but this is where you apply the license. It's where you configure your mail server settings for scheduled and email reports and notifications and so on. This is where you enable correlations. It's where you define your mail distribution preferences. It's also where you can enable Active Directory authentication. Under protocols, you'll see a list of protocols defined, and those protocols can be edited as to what ports that you want to monitor for each protocol. You can also add to the protocols list, and you can also define other protocol settings such as IP filters or L7 filters, for example. Directory connections is where you define your Active Directory connection that's used in several areas of the product. Credentials is where you go to create and save credentials that can be used in other areas of the product. Data Insight is where you can configure the Data Insight connection between Enforce and Data Insight. And supportability telemetry is a feature where, unless you opt out of it, it gathers non-confidential data about your environment and sends it to Symantec so that we can build metrics on exactly how people are using the product. But it is all non-confidential data. Under login management, you got DLP users and roles. Roles are really where you set privileges, and then DLP users are assigned to roles. And then there is this new menu item called database under system that you see in the bottom right. And you can see that there's two links there, table spaces summary and table details, which give you some visibility into the Oracle database. So at a glance through the reports, you're going to start to identify current risks and trends across the enterprise. You'll also start to identify potential compliance violations, potential broken business processes, potential malicious behavior. You can also measure the effectiveness of the incident response team. And one of the things you definitely start to identify when it comes to DLP is employee data security educational opportunities. You'll see that you could have the best intentioned employee who might send a spreadsheet to their Hotmail address so they can do some work over the weekend, either not realizing that it now resides on a public server, or maybe they do realize that, but they missed that there was a hidden column with credit card numbers in it, for example. And those are the kinds of things that you definitely start to identify when it comes to the DLP reporting. The different report types include the dashboard. The dashboard is the only report that goes across all products, and you can configure up to 6 separate reports or 6 individual reports within a dashboard. So for example, it's not uncommon for our customers to have 2 network reports, 2 discover reports, and 2 endpoint reports. And from there you can drill down into any one of the 6. The incident summary allows you to summarize by 1 or 2 criteria. And the incident summary is how you can get the trend analysis type reporting. So for example, you could summarize by business unit and then by month. And you'll see month over month how many incidents are coming out of the different business units. The incident list report is where most incident responders will spend their time. And that's where you see a list of incidents. And from there, you can click on any one of them in the list and drill down into the incident snapshot. The incident snapshot is where you get the most detailed information, including what specifically violated policy. And for network incidents, if it's an email incident, for example, you'll see who the sender is and the recipient and what the subject was and the attachment and the message body and what specifically violated policy. Out of the box, we've got quite a few different reports defined for you. Any of them can be customized, and if you do customize a report, it can be saved as private or shared. If you save it as shared, it's shared amongst all users in the same role. So this slide here shows an example of a dashboard with 4 separate reports. You could have 2 more, but in the interest of space on the slide, you only see 4 here. But there's the network incidents all in the top left, and you can drill down into that, which takes you into an incident list report. We've got the network policy summary on the upper right. If you click on that, it takes you to a summary report. And then down below, you can see there are 2 discover reports, and as I mentioned, you could have 2 more reports in a dashboard for endpoint, for example. This slide here shows the summary report, and outlined in red there at the top, you can see that in this slide we're summarizing by business unit and policy. And down below that, you can see a list of the business units. And the way to read this is you get a line for the first thing that you're summarizing by, in this case, business unit. So there's a separate line for each of the business units. And if you click on the little triangle to the left of the business unit and expand it, you get another line for the second thing that you summarize by, in this case, policy. Over to the right, you can see that there's a column for the total number of incidents, how many are high severity, medium severity, low severity, or informational. And then at the farthest right, you can see there's a column for matches. And a match is any violation against a detection rule. So if you're looking for credit card number patterns, for example, every credit card number seen is a match. So if someone sends out an email with 100 credit card numbers in it, it would be one incident with 100 matches. These lines down in this report, and you can see the one that's highlighted, payment card industry data security standard, and there's one incident and it's high in severity. If you click on that line, it's going to take you to an incident list report of all the incidents that violated the payment card industry data security standard policy that came from the customer service business unit. Here we see an incident list report. And again, this is where most incident responders spend their time, but each of these lines that has a checkbox in it down below is a separate incident. And by clicking anywhere in that line, it will take you to the incident snapshot. Under the type column, you'll see a different icon depending on the type of incident it is. The envelope is an SMTP incident. Where you see a red stop sign, that implies that the message was blocked. And where you see the paperclip, that means that the message had an attachment. The reason why I say the red stop sign implies that the message was blocked is because with our network prevent servers, they have a trial mode. And if that trial mode is checked, then emails are actually going out, even though you might see an incident with a red stop sign. So you always want to make sure that once you're done with your testing that you are not in trial mode so that you don't develop a false sense of security. Here we see an incident snapshot, and if you click on any one of those lines from the incident list report that we saw in the previous slide, it takes you to the incident snapshot. This is where you get the most detailed information. So if you look at the top in the left where the red stop sign is, you can see the incident ID number and the red stop sign. Again, that's the prevent response, but again, same thing about trial mode applies. You've got the one-click status and severity drop-down menus. You can see that it's an endpoint removable storage device incident, which will have different details than like an SMTP incident would. But down below that, you can see there's 4 tabs: key info, history, notes, and correlations. Under the key info, you can see the policy or policies that were violated, and more specifically, which detection rule was violated. And you can also see how many matches there were. So you can see in this incident, there are 300 matches against the U.S. Social Security numbers data identifiers rule in the Americas PII DCM policy. Down below that, you can see the server that detected it, the agent response, when it occurred and when it was reported. If the file's hidden, you can see the user justification, which, you know, when a user creates an endpoint incident, they were given a pop-up where they can choose what the reasoning is for trying to perform that action. But you can see that here Joe says his manager approved this transfer of data. You can see the machine name, the IP address, whether it was on or off the corporate network, the application that was being used, and then the file along with the path, and then the destination. So you can tell from this incident that Joe, with the machine name endpoint 7 and the IP address of .100, while off the corporate network, tried to copy a spreadsheet, the customers for processing West High severity.xlsx, through an Explorer window to the A drive and was blocked. And Joe, of course, here says his manager approved this. In the middle, highlighted in yellow, you can see the actual matches or the violations. And of course, because you can see that over in the top left that these matches violated this U.S. Social Security numbers rule, you can see that these are all the Social Security numbers that were detected in this file. And again, we highlight those in yellow for you. And you can mouse over any one of the highlights and see the rule that it violated as well. Sometimes you might see an incident that violated multiple rules within a policy. On the right side of the incident snapshot, you can see there's Joe's information. So Joe user, he's in the sales department, and you can see his manager is Jane manager. And those are resolved again through those custom attribute lookup plugins. We have these other tabs as well. The history tab is going to show everything that happens during the incident lifecycle. So if someone changes the status or severity, or an email notification is sent, those kinds of things you'll see under the history tab. The notes tab allow you to add notes either manually or automatically, but the notes tab is used to let other responders know what's going on. So, and in fact, for example, if you're changing a status to resolved, we recommend that you add notes so that other responders know why the status was changed to resolved. And then the correlations tab allow you to correlate between a sender and a recipient, or a sender and an attachment, or, you know, any one of several different criteria you can correlate between. So obviously you want to develop the right reports for the right roles. For example, if they're an executive like the CISO, then they're probably interested in the dashboard report. That way they can see what's going on with endpoint, discover, and network. If it's a business unit manager, they may be interested in the business unit scorecard report, which is like a summary of summarized by business unit and then by month. If they're part of the security team, they may be interested in certain policies or people or protocols or current risks or trends. And if they're an incident response team manager or analyst, they may be interested in the work queue list, the workload, the status, the severity, or the incident aging, like incidents that are old and still unresolved. So we have over 40 pre-configured system reports for network, endpoint, prevent, discover. We also have some other categories of reports for mobile and classification that aren't shown on this slide, and for each of the product categories like network or endpoint prevent, we do have dashboards, incident list reports, and summary reports defined for you. And of course, you can run any of the reports and you can customize them, you can save them, you can even schedule them to go out automatically. Any customized report can also be saved, and it can be saved as a private or a shared report. If it's private, only the report author can view it. If it's shared amongst all users in the role. And I always tell my classes to not lose sleep over someone potentially saving a report as private, because if you have full console access, it's very easy to create any report that you need. There's nothing someone could do by saving something as a private report to prevent you from having access to the information. So, but if it is shared, it does share with all users in the role, but it does not share across roles. So for report navigation, if you click on the Incidents Workspace button, the All Reports takes you to all of the available reports. And from there you can run reports, you can customize them, you can schedule them, things like that. Under that you've got dashboards, and dashboard, again, a dashboard report is the only report that goes across all products. And then you've got the different product categories: network, endpoint, discover, mobile, and users. When you click on a category such as network, on the left side of the console, you'll see a list of reports that you can configure to show when going into a specific report category. So obviously the ones on the left would be the ones that you run most frequently. By clicking on one of the reports under the saved reports or the network reports in this screen, would actually run that report. This is what you see if you click on All Reports under the Incidents Workspace button. In the top left, you can see there's a button to create dashboard, and there you choose your 6 reports that you want in a dashboard. The Edit Preferences allows you to choose which reports are shown upon clicking on a specific category, such as endpoint or network. Down below that, you'll see the saved reports for whoever's logged in this case the administrator. And you can see by clicking on the report name, that actually runs the report. To the right, it shows what product it belongs to, whether it's private or shared, if it's scheduled to go automatically. And then on the far right, there's the pencil icon, which is an edit, and the red X, that's a delete. And the little calendar icon between the pencil and the red X in some of these is the schedule icon. Down below that, you'll see all of the available reports for network, endpoint, discover, and any other products such as classification or mobile if you're licensed for them. And then of course, again, with any of the report names, by clicking on the blue link, it actually runs that report. So this is what you'll see if you click on Create Dashboard. So you give the dashboard a name, description's optional. Down below that, you can choose it to go out automatically on a schedule. And then for the left column, you can choose 3 reports, which are chart only. And then for the right column, another 3 reports that can have a chart and a table. And like I said, it's not uncommon for our customers to have 2 network reports, 2 endpoint, and 2 discover. If you click on Edit Preferences, then this is what you see. And there's the Show Report column there on the far left, and any of those boxes that are checked will show up when you click on a specific category or under your saved reports. So when you mouse over the instance button, for example, any saved reports there at the top that are checked will show, and then the reports under network that are checked would show if you were to click on instance and then network, the category on the left side, you would see any of the network reports that are selected here. In the upper right, again, there's the little home button, and if you click on that, that basically sets whatever page you're on as your home page, and the home page is shown upon login or upon clicking the home button. To the right of that is the little arrow that points to the left, and that, again, that's the return to previous that we recommend that you use instead of the back button in the browser. And then on the far right there at the top is the refresh button, and we recommend that you use that instead of the refresh in the browser. Down below that, you can also see what incidents are being shown. So incidents 1 through 50 of 61 are being shown. The reason why you always want to pay attention to that is if you down to the left of each of the incidents that are in the incident list report, there's a checkbox, and if you're trying to select multiple incidents and then click on incident actions and set the status or add notes or whatever you're trying to do for incident actions, it's only going to apply to incidents 1 through 50 of 61 in this case if you click that top checkbox. So you always want to make sure that you're selecting the right incidents before clicking on incident actions. So all the reports can also be filtered, and you can filter based on status, based on date range, or based on severity. So if you only want to see high severity incidents, for example, you could uncheck medium, low, and info, click apply, and now only high severity incidents are being shown. You can also click on the advanced filters and summarization, and when you click on that, it's first going to show 2 drop downs, and that allows you to summarize by 1 or 2 fields. If you click on the add filter there outlined over on the right, then you get a drop down where you've got a lot of options that you can base a filter on. So you could add a filter based on the policy or protocol or sender or recipient or business unit. But whatever you choose for your filter, once you click apply, then only the incidents that match your filter criteria will be shown. Also be aware that if you add multiple filters, there is a Boolean AND applied. So you'll only see incidents where any filter condition is true and any other filter condition is true and any other filter condition is true. Then we have the summarization report. And again, this allows you to summarize by 1 or 2 fields. In this case, we're summarizing by week and then policy. You get a line for the first thing you're summarizing by, in this case week, and then if you click on the triangle to the left of that, we get a second line for the second thing that we're summarizing by, in this case policy. And again, each of those lines are hyperlinks. Let's just say you click on that bottom line where there's a 1 high severity incident. It's going to take you to an incident list report of the high severity incident that violated the EMCA Protect Financial Data policy during the week of April 6, 2009. There are also additional report commands. There's the export all CSV or export all XML. The export all to CSV, the significance of that is that we do strip the violating content from the export. So if you're exporting a report that's got credit card numbers in it, the credit cards are actually stripped out of a CSV export. If you export to XML, the violating content may or may not be part of the export. It depends on the user's configuration as well as what role they're in, what privileges their role has. We also have the send now, we have the send scheduled distribution, we've got the save as, and then there's these new icons for print and send, so the little printer icon or the little envelope. This slide here shows your reporting distribution preferences, which are set on the general settings page. So under system settings general, at the top you'll see 3 different options. Do not allow sending of reports and alerts, send reports as links, login required to view, or send report data with emails. And Symantec recommends that you send reports as links, which means the recipient will click on the link, they'll be taken over HTTPS to the Enforce console, and they'll have to have credentials to log in to view the report. That way you're not sending potential sensitive information in the body of an email. Web Archive, again, allows you to export an incident list report to HTML format for offline viewing. So under Web Archive, you can give the archive a name, basically choose which incident list report you want to export, and then once you click Create, what it does is it creates a subdirectory under the /protect/archive directory with the report name that you exported for Web Archive. And in that directory, you'll see multiple files. The file that you double click on to launch the offline report is called incident_list.html. And then down below, you can see an example of an offline Web Archive. And because it is offline, the incident ID number there in blue under ID/policy, that's the incident ID number. But that's what you click on to get into an incident snapshot. It's also important to note at the bottom that when you export to Web Archive, the incidents are not removed from the database. Alright, now we get into the incident snapshot. And basically, when you get into an incident snapshot, there is the customize layout button option. And here you can see you can choose what's behind tabs 2, 3, and 4 and what's in each of the sections. The one thing we recommend that you do not do is do not choose correlations for one of the main sections. Leave correlations behind tab 2, 3, or 4. If you select correlations in one of the main sections, like the upper right section that shows the drop down, what happens is every time you open up an incident, it's going to correlate, and so it will bog down performance on your system, so just be aware of that. At the top, outlined in red, these different buttons are what are called smart response rules, and you can create and configure smart response rules to invoke one or multiple actions. We'll cover smart response rules in another lesson, but smart response rules in many cases are used for high severity incidents or for resolutions. Down below that, outlined in red, you can see the red stop sign, and again, that implies that the message was blocked. To the left of that, you can see the incident ID number. There's the one-click drop down for status and severity, so you can change status or severity that way. And then highlighted in yellow to the right of that, you can see the matches, and again, a match is any violation against a detection rule. Under the Key Information tab, or Key Info, it's going to show the policy or policies that were violated in the matches, and you can see there's 65 total matches. All 65 of those matches were against or violated the EMCA data identifier detection rule. Under Incident Details, you'll see the server that detected it, the prevent response, the date, the sender, the recipient, the subject, the attachment. Data owner information is just for discover incidents that we'll discuss in a later lesson. Down below that, you see the message body and then a link to open the original message. And that's what this slide here shows, that you can see, again, J user is the sender, Larry at another company is the recipient, the subject was customer data to include and report this weekend. You can see the spreadsheet and then the message body along with the link to open the original message. The Correlations tab allow you to correlate between different criteria. So you can see that there's a line for the sender. The sender's J user at Acme. There's a line for the recipient, Larry at anothercompany.com. A line for the subject, which is SSNs. A line for the attachments, which is customers for processing west.xls. And then a line for the policy that was violated, in this case PCI compliance. To the right, there's a column for the last 7 days, last 30 days, and all. And so it shows how many incidents have been detected in the last 7 days, last 30 days, or all. Those are all hyperlinks as well. So if you click on the 75, for example, it's going to take you to an incident list report of all the 75 incidents where Larry at another company was the recipient. You can also click on Find Similar and correlate between any of these fields here. So if I wanted to see all the incidents where J user was the sender and Larry at another company was the recipient, I could click Find Similar, and I would leave sender and recipient checked, but I would uncheck subject and policy, And then once you click on Find Incident, it's going to show you all the incidents where JUser was the sender and Larry at another company was the recipient, regardless of the subject in the email and regardless of what policy was violated. In the upper right of an incident snapshot, you'll see the custom attributes. And custom attributes are typically the violator information, who their manager is, and what business unit they're in. Now, you can click lookup to perform a manual lookup through the lookup plugins. Those are configured elsewhere. But once you configure your lookup plugins, as users send emails that violate policy, the lookup plugins can trigger automatically to automatically resolve who was the violator, who is their manager, and what business unit they're in. The lookup button here just gives you a way to manually perform a lookup. And of course the edit allows you to edit any of these values as well. Here we see a list of the custom attributes. And so under System Incident Data Attributes, there's two tabs. The Status tab is going to have status attributes like new, escalated, resolved, for example. But the custom attributes is where you add employee info, manager info, and business unit info, or any other custom attribute that you want to resolve. They still have to be configured in the lookup plugins. Now, when you click Add, there's a checkbox that says, is this an email address? And if you check the box saying, yes, it is an email address, then you'll see yes under the email address column. What that means is that when you're configuring a response rule, for example, for email notification, you'll get a checkbox for any of these custom attributes that are added as an email address. So if you're trying to look at incidents and you're trying to identify whether it's a broken business process or an employee education opportunity or potential malicious behavior, you have to first look at the context of the incident. For example, in some of our older courses, we had some slides that showed a bank issues a credit card, the customer tries to use it, it gets declined. He sends an email into the bank saying, hey, I just got this credit card, but it was declined at dinner. Can you please activate it? And the customer service rep, instead of just activating the card and replying or sending it to someone else without CCing the customer services rep sends it on to someone else to activate the card, but they CC the bank customer as well. So the email goes back outbound and generates an incident. Well, when you look at the text, the context of the incident, you can tell that that is not malicious, right? Another thing to look at is correlations. If JUser is sending to a competitor and he's the only recipient, then you may need to investigate that. If JUser CCs his own manager and copies some other internal folks, then it's less likely that that's going to be malicious in intent. And then another thing you want to look at certainly is match count. Someone shopping at Amazon for gifts with their credit card is not the same as sending a spreadsheet with hundreds or thousands of credit card numbers in it. Alright, the incident data access gives you the ability to generate views that can be used for programmatic access to incident data in the data loss prevention database, in the Oracle database. So it complements the incident reporting and update API, and it uses the views to access information about the incidents. It was enhanced, the incident reporting and update API has been enhanced to include match highlighting information, but it is important to note that the customer development teams will have to write the integration. So if you're trying to tie in data from the DLP database into like a third-party ticketing system, for example, there is some development work that has to be done. So you'd either have to have the in-house development team or outsource it to build that integration. So there are two different components in this feature. The database view, which is broken into 4 different categories, so endpoint, discover, mobile, and network, and the reporting API. There's also an entity relations diagram which gives details for each product. And again, the updating and reporting API has been updated to include the match highlighting information. So here's an example of some of the UI to field mappings that you would use to build the integration. And there is a readme.txt file that is included with the installation kit for the incident access, and it gives detailed instructions on how to install the view. including any possible error messages that can be ignored. The entity relation diagram enables the developers to understand the relationship between each view, primary or foreign key relationships between views and fields broken down by product. And the documentation describes what each field means, the usage of the field, and the possible values that you may see. And it uses, the web services description language and the simple object access protocol web service. That concludes Lesson 2 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course.
Hello, and in this demo we're going to be looking at how to create a dashboard. So first thing we're going to do is come up to Incidents and down to All Reports. We're going to click on the Create Dashboard button. And here we're given the option of two different dashboards, either a private dashboard or a shared dashboard. A private dashboard, of course, is only for your user, whereas a shared dashboard can be shared with anyone within the role that you're logged into data loss prevention. So let's go ahead and choose Shared Dashboard and click Next. We need to give this dashboard a name. In this case, we'll choose Enterprise Dashboard. And we can also choose to give it a description. And for this example, we'll use the description of dashboard showing all coverage points in the enterprise, network, endpoint, and discover. Below that, we need to set our delivery schedule. If we want to have this dashboard sent out on a periodic basis, we can choose to do that with our delivery schedule. You'll notice that for the schedule, we can choose to do that once upon creation and a certain time period. Or we can choose to send it every day on a weekly basis or on a monthly basis. For this demo, we're going to choose once. And then we need to choose the time and day that we want this to be delivered. So we'll click on the calendar. For this example, we'll just choose today. And let's go ahead and choose 4 p.m. And then we need to specify who we want this sent to. In our case, we're going to send it to CISO@acme.com. And the last thing that we need to set up is one of the two columns down here on the bottom. The left column will give us a chart only of the data that we specify, and the right column will give us a chart plus a table supporting the information in the chart. So in the left column, let's go ahead and choose for our first option our network and all incidents. For our second one, let's choose an endpoint and all incidents. And last, let's choose discover and let's do target summary. On the right column, we're going to choose chart, and this of course will have that associated table. You can see that we have some saved reports here, so let's go ahead and choose some of those. So we'll choose the EMCA Biz Unit, the EMCA Machine IP, and the EMCA High Risk. Once we've chosen all of the options, we'll go ahead and save our new dashboard. And you'll notice at the top here the green bar indicating that the enterprise dashboard was saved successfully. Now we'll take a look at that dashboard shortly, but let's look at some preferences. Each user has preferences that are available to them in regards to the reports that are available. So if we look at this, we'll see the saved reports at the top, and down below we can choose what network reports we want to see when we're logged in. In this case here, you can see that we currently have 6 reports shown. We really only care about a couple of them. So let's go ahead and uncheck all of those, and let's check protocol summary. When we go ahead and save our preferences here, and you'll notice that it does, again with the green bar, say that the preferences were saved successfully. Now if we go to incidents and click on Network. On the left here, you'll be able to see that only the 3 reports that we said we cared about in the preferences are listed in the report. Now if we go back to Incidents and Dashboards, you can see the dashboard that we created, our Enterprise dashboard. If we click on that, we'll be able to take a look at the exact report or dashboard that we created. Okay, in addition to that, we also indicated that we wanted an email sent to the CISO user. So if we open up our mailbox here, you can see that the dashboard was delivered to them. And if we look at it here, you can see that it has all of the information regarding that dashboard.
Welcome to Lesson 3 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on incident remediation and workflow. In this lesson, we'll cover incident remediation and workflow. We'll get into managing roles and users. We'll get into the custom attribute lookups. And lastly, we'll talk about the user risk summary. So once you deploy DLP and you get a few initial policies rolled out, incident response becomes a big piece of the data loss prevention component. Symantec recommends that you define your incident response team responsibilities, define and document incident response workflow, define and document incident response actions, and periodically review and revise workflow and actions as needed. Now, some of these things will vary from company to company, and some of these things will change over time. This slide here shows 2 different approaches to incident response. On the left, and the part on the right hasn't loaded yet, but on the left is what we call the fan-out response strategy. With the fan-out, this is where you've got a core first response team that get all incidents, and then after some review, they fan those incidents out to the appropriate escalation team. For example, if the first response team identifies that it's a potential HR policy violation, they'll fan that out to an escalation team member from HR. If they identify it as suspected theft, they may fan that out to an escalation team member from legal. Or if they identify it as a broken business process, they may fan that out to an escalation team member from that particular business unit. And this is what most of our customers start out with. On the right, you see what we call the fan-in response strategy, and this is what many of our customers will migrate towards over time. In the fan-in approach, you've got first responders from different business units who get their business unit violations, and then after some review, and if they identify an incident as critical, they may fan those into the escalation team. So again, many of our customers start with the fan-out approach and migrate towards more of a fan-in or even a hybrid over time. The term workflow just means driving the incident to the appropriate responder. And you can drive workflow to different responders through the role-based access control, through the reports, and certain remediation actions. The term remediation ultimately means driving the incident to closure. So you can remediate incidents by changing the severity, setting the status, setting custom attributes, or adding notes. And Symantec actually recommends that you do add notes when remediating incidents so that other responders know why. Each of those types of actions, like changing severity or status values or setting custom attributes or adding notes, can be done automatically through automated response rules or manually through smart response rules. Sometimes remediation involves things external to the technology, such as telephone calls, personnel meetings, employee education, and so on. Anytime an incident is detected, it always starts with a status of new, and that status may change any number of times before it is ultimately resolved. Status values can be changed automatically through response rules or can be done manually. Here we see a few different examples. We've got an incident that starts with a status of new that goes straight to a status of resolved. And maybe because after review you identify that maybe it's a broken business process that's since been fixed, so you go ahead and change the status to resolved. Or the status may go from new to escalated, maybe because of its high in severity or maybe because of the nature of the type of violation. And there, of course, the escalation team would review, and they may ultimately resolve, or the escalation team may change the status to some type of investigation status for further investigation before it's ultimately resolved. Here you see a list of different status attributes, and you see the status values at the top and the status groups. Status values are things like new, escalated, resolved, things like that. And then when we teach the class, we have the students do labs where they create a status value called resolved-HR, resolved-false positive, and resolved-education. And then you can actually create a status group called all resolved, where you would place each of those three status values into that status group. Both status values and status groups can help to drive workflow. So through the role-based access control, you can restrict access to a role based on the status value or status group. It can also be used when you're filtering your incident reports. Here we see doing incident response using roles, and we see a few John and Jane examples. In the top example, if John and Jane are doing reviews based on status and business units, then you can see both John and Jane review escalated status incidents, but John reviews finance and operations business unit violations, Jane reviews customer services business unit violations. In the second example, doing reviews based on status and policy group, again, both John and Jane review escalated status incidents, but John reviews violations against policies in the employee data policy group. Jane reviews violations against incidents against policies in the customer data policy group. In the third example, we can do reviews based on severity alone. So in this example, John reviews high severity incidents, Jane reviews medium and low severity incidents. Or you can do reviews based on status alone. John reviews incidents that have a status of new or in process. Jane reviews any incidents with a status of investigations. Here we see a couple more examples. In the first example, we've got a compliance violation, and you can see that it's high in severity. The severity may be high because of the match count. So if there's over a certain number of violations within a message, for example, we can adjust the severity to high. Or the severity could be high just based on the nature of the type of violation. Maybe it's a PCI compliance violation where can bring pretty big fines, so it's high in severity. In this example, it skips the first response team because it is high in severity, and it does go straight to the escalation team. There, the escalation team can review the incident, and they may forward it on for further investigations, or they may ultimately resolve the incident through some type of other action. In the second example, we've got a mergers and acquisitions violation, and you can see that this one is medium in severity. So in this case, it actually does go to the first response team. There, after some review, the first response team may drive the workflow to someone from the escalation team. Or depending on what their privileges are, they may ultimately resolve if they're allowed to do so, or they may drive it to someone from the escalation team member where they can do further review before that incident is ultimately resolved. To remediate an incident, you can set the incident status or severity. You can set a custom attribute within the incident. You could apply a smart response rule to the incident. You could add a note to the incident record, and again, Symantec does recommend that you do add notes so that other responders know why. You could export the incident data for external viewing or remediation using a third-party system, or you could perform a combination of any of these actions. From an incident list, you can actually perform these types of actions against multiple incidents at once, or from within an incident snapshot, you can perform these types of actions against one incident at a time. In this slide, you can see an incident list report in the background, and you can see that 2 of the 4 incidents over to the left are checked in the checkbox. And once you select multiple incidents, you can click on Incident Actions. And these are the kinds of things that we can do. We can add note, we can delete incidents, we could export to CSV, we could export to XML, we could hide or unhide. And of course, we can also run smart response rules against multiple incidents at once. We can set attributes, we can set data owner name or data owner email, we can set severity, or we can set status. If you export to CSV, again, the significance of this is that we strip the violating content from a CSV export. And so this is what it looks like once you export multiple incidents to a CSV file. And you can see that there is no violating content in this export. If we export to XML, it may or may not contain the violating content. It depends on the role privileges, and there's a setting in the user configuration. Here in this example, you can actually see that there is violating content towards the bottom. You can see that there are 2 US Social Security numbers as part of the XML export. Some other things that we can do, the hide or unhide used to be called archive. People tend to think that if you archive, it means that it's removing it from the Oracle database, which is actually not the case. So when you hide incidents, basically it marks the incident with an archive bit so that when you bring up your incident all report, it does not contribute to that report. It's not part of that report. So it helps to speed up report processing, especially if you've got a large number of incidents. Do not hide makes the incident prevented from being hidden, and allow hiding, of course, allows the incident to be hidden. So privileges are really set at the role level. So, and many people define their policy or their roles around policies to be enforced, such as an HR role for HR policies, or based on your incident remediation processes, such as a first responder role, an investigator role, a system administrator role, and so on. But through the role configuration, you can, at a very granular level, you can restrict what the role can see or not and what they can do or not, which of course helps to safeguard employee privacy. And then of course users are assigned to roles, and a user may belong to multiple roles. They can only log in under one role at a time, however. So under System Login Management Roles is where you can go to add roles to meet your requirements. And in the role configuration, there are 4 tabs. So in the General tab there at the top, you have to give the role a name. Description is optional. Under User Privileges, you've got User Administration. That means that the role can manage users or roles. Server Administration means that they can add to the protocols that you're monitoring. They can write protocol filters. They can define policy groups. They can configure advanced server settings such as different memory settings and thresholds and so on. And then the user reporting checkbox, if you check that, that means that the role can view all incident types. And under the Incident Access tab, which we'll talk about here in a second, you can restrict access based on certain criteria. But if you've got restrictions under the Incident Access tab and you check the user reporting checkbox, then any restrictions under Incident Access are disabled. Then you have the Incidents View checkbox, and you can even specify which incident types the role can view or not. Down at the bottom of the slide, you can see there's a checkbox to remediate incidents, and if you check that, that means that the role can change the status, change the severity, set data owner name or email, add notes, which used to be called comments, can execute response rules, and so on. And here you can see at the bottom that you can also allow the role to remediate incidents, but from the available smart response rules that you see on the bottom left, you can add whatever response rules you want to be allowed for this role to execute over to the right. And so, in other words, you can say, yes, they can remediate incidents, but they can only execute certain smart response rules. And smart response rules just, once you manually execute a smart response rule, it's going to invoke one or multiple actions against the incident. And of course, smart response rules in general will be covered in another lesson. Below that, also on the General tab, there's the privileges to perform attribute lookups, to delete incidents, to hide is what it should say, hide or unhide, instead of archive or restore archive. Export web archive, which again allows the role to export an incident list report to HTML format for offline viewing. Export XML is another privilege, or email incident report as a CSV attachment. And then of course there's two checkboxes down below that around the incident reporting and update API. Below that you can specify what parts of the incident the role can see or not. And you can see that there's matches, history, body, attachments, sender, recipients, subject, or original message. And then for endpoint incidents, there's username and machine name. And for discover incidents, there's file owner and location. So you can see that at a very granular level, you can restrict what parts of the incident the user or the role can see or not. Just be aware that there are some overlap. So, for example, if it is a first responder role and you don't want them seeing any of the violating content, such as the credit card numbers that the system discovers or sees being sent out, for example, if you just uncheck matches but you leave body, attachments, and original message still selected, then when they view an incident, the violating content isn't highlighted in yellow like you've seen in some of the screenshots, but they can still view the attachments and the original message and the body. So the violating content typically would be in one of those, so they're still able to see the violating content. So if it's a first responder role and you don't want them seeing sensitive data, you would uncheck matches, uncheck attachments, uncheck subject, uncheck original message. Reason why you would uncheck subject possibly is there could be violating content in the subject of an email, for example. Down below that, also on the General tab, are the custom attributes. And again, typically custom attributes are going to be employee info, manager info, business unit info. And so you can, at a very granular level, restrict what they can see around the custom attributes as well. These two checkboxes here have to do with discover incidents. So there is a folder risk report, and basically if you're scanning a bunch of servers and there's one directory on one server that has the most exposed files, it will be listed as the highest risk folder in the folder risk report. So this checkbox that you see here on the slide allows the role to view the folder risk report. And then the content root enumeration, that privilege allows the role to run what are called content root enumeration scans against the domain to automatically enumerate any CIFS compliant servers or shares within the domain. And then of course the results of the content root enumeration scan can be imported directly into a discover target, where you can then run a discover scan against those enumerated servers or shares. This privilege, like any in the role configuration, you should be selective with who gets it, because if they have a class B subnet, for example, and they don't add filters, because you can filter a content root enumeration scan down, but if they run a content root enumeration scan against a class B subnet without any filters, then the system is potentially trying to enumerate shares on 65,000 plus IP addresses. So just be aware of that. Then we have the incident access tab, and basically this is where you can really restrict access to incidents. And so if you think back to the John and Jane examples, This is where you can actually enforce that John only sees what John's responsible for, Jane only sees what Jane's responsible for. And it operates the way it reads. And if there are multiple conditions like you see here, there are 3 different conditions here, then there is a Boolean AND applied, meaning that all must be true before the role can actually see an incident. So it operates the way it reads, so only show incidents meeting the following criteria where policy or protocol is any of HTTP or HTTPS, and severity is any of high or medium, and policy group is any of customer data. So if this were a violation over FTP protocol, this role would not be able to see it. If an incident were low in severity, this role would not see it. Or if the incident violated the confidential data protection policy group, then this role would not see it. Also be aware where you see is any of, you also can change that operator to is none of, for example. You have different options there. Under the policy management tab, this has changed a little bit for 14, but at the top you can see the different privileges. So author policies, which we recommend that you limit who can author policies. There is now a view policies option. So this is new in 14. The view policies allows them to view but not change things within the policy. Of course, unless you have author policies checked, which you can see grays out the view policies. Discover scan control allows the role to start, stop, pause, and schedule scans. Credential management allows the role to create and save credentials that are used in other areas of the product. And then there's also an option to author response rules. Now, if you allow the role to author policies, down below, you can lock them down to only being able to author policies for a specific policy group or groups, or you can check the top box for all policy groups. Then there's the users tab, and down at the bottom, the ones that are checked are users that are assigned to the role, and then the ones above that that have the checkbox not checked are available to be added to the particular role. And again, a user may belong to multiple roles. They can only log in under one role at a time. And the syntax is basically the role name / username. For user management, under System Login Management DLP users, you can add DLP users, and basically these are all Enforce console users. So once you go to add a user, you have to give the username at the top. You can also define the password if you're not using Active Directory for authentication. If you are doing Active Directory authentication, then all users except the built-in administrator account are passed off to Active Directory for authentication. If a user leaves the company, you can disable their account. That way you don't lose anything potentially tied to that user. Down below that is where you set the email address and preferred language. And then there are some reporting preferences where you can, specify the text file encoding, the CSV delimiter, and then these 2 checkboxes here, the top one in particular, include incident violations in an XML export. If that's checked and the role that the user is in has view privileges for matches, then the violating content does become part of an XML export. So just be aware of that. And then the bottom checkbox there, not the bottom, but the one there in the middle, under the report preferences at the bottom, is you can also include incident history in an XML export. And then down below, you specify what roles the user belongs to. And again, they may belong to multiple roles. And you also have the option to specify a default role, and that way they can log in with just their username without the role, just the username. And if they log in with just the username, they log in as whatever default role that you set for that user. For the custom attribute lookups, and again, custom attributes are typically who the employee is, or violator, I should say, right? Who the employee is, who their manager is, and what business unit they're in. Through what are called lookup plugins, we can automatically populate those custom attributes, which helps to facilitate workflow, auto notifications to the employee, their manager, and or anyone else. Business unit reporting. We can't run a business unit scorecard report unless we know what business unit the violations are coming from. And it also helps to facilitate role-based access control. So the four ways that Symantec supports for lookup plugins is a CSV file, and that's where you'd have a CSV file where you've got a column for first name, last name, email, manager first name, manager last name, manager email, business unit, and so on. Live LDAP, which is another very popular option. Scripts are also supported, where you can pull from logs on a proxy, for example. And then Data Insight also has a lookup plugin as well, which only executes for Network Discover instance. You can chain these together to gather information from different systems. So for example, Data Insight, if you've got Data Insight in your environment, and when you configure the lookup plugins, they execute in the order that you list them. But if you're running a Discover scan, for example, the reason why the order is important is if I'm running a Discover scan and I find a spreadsheet that's got credit cards in it that's exposed, the first lookup plugin will query Data Insight to see who is the most active user of that file so I can set them as the data owner. Then you might run the LDAP, so once you've got data owner information set, then we can query LDAP to see who the data owner's manager is and what the data owner's business unit is. And that's what we mean by can be chained together. For configuring the CSV lookup plugin, you first create any custom attributes that you want to resolve. And again, employee info, manager info, business unit info. I've had people in class that ask me, well, can I resolve who the manager's manager is? And yes, you can do that. You just have to create the custom attribute, and of course you'll have to configure the lookup plugin to resolve that information. So once you create the custom attributes that you want resolved, you then create the CSV data source file. You then create the new CSV plugin, which includes naming and describing the plugin, specifying the file path to the CSV file, choosing the file delimiter and the file encoding, mapping the attributes, and for CSV you're mapping the custom attributes that you define to column headers in the CSV file. You then save the plugin. And back to the mapping attributes. With CSV, if you add, for example, manager's email as a custom attribute that you want to resolve, then you would map a column header to that custom attribute. So if you had a column that was headed up with MGR email, for example, and that contained all the manager's emails for each of your employees, then you would map MGR email in the column header to the manager email custom attribute. And then of course you save the plugin, you select the lookup parameter keys, which basically tell the system what should trigger a lookup. You then can enable the lookup plugin and then test and troubleshoot as needed. So here we see creating the new CSV plugin, and if you notice on the bottom left it shows execution sequence. So when you click on new plugin and you choose the plugin type, the order that you configure those plugins here is the order in which they execute. So here we see creating a CSV plugin, and so you can see the name at the top is senders, right? And this would be all your employee info and what business unit they're in and who their managers are. Description's optional, but you do see a description here. Below that you can see the path to the CSV file that's being used to resolve these custom attributes. The delimiter is comma and the file encoding is UTF-8. And then down in the attribute mapping is where you map those column headers in your CSV file to custom attributes that you define within the system. Once you save that plugin, you should see a green bar with a success statement, and you can see the lookup plugin senders was successfully saved. For the LDAP lookup plugin, as with any plugin, you have to still create any custom attributes that you want resolved first. You then create or configure your connection to your LDAP server. You create the new LDAP plugin. You map the attributes, and for LDAP you're not mapping to column headers in a CSV file, but rather you're mapping those custom attributes to LDAP attributes within your Active Directory environment. You then save and enable the plugin. You can test and troubleshoot the plugin as needed as well. So under System Settings Directory Connections, this is where you go to add your Active Directory connection. At the name field, this is just a friendly name, so something to identify your Active Directory server. Down below, you specify the host name, the port, the base DN. You can use SSL between Enforce and your directory server. And then you can also select Connect with Credentials, specify the credentials used to connect to Active Directory. And of course, there is the test connection button down below. Now we get into the user risk summary. The user risk summary, basically what it does is it correlates endpoint incidents with network incidents so that you can identify your highest risk users. For example, when someone sends an email that violates policy, you'll see their sender email address in the incident snapshot. If they copy something sensitive to a USB drive at the endpoint and generate an incident, you'll see their Windows login name. So this basically associates their Windows login name with their email address, and the idea is so that you can identify who your highest risk users are based on the number of incidents tied to those users. So to configure the user risk summary, you first create any custom user attributes that you want resolved in this. This is a little bit different than the custom attributes that we just talked about. You then create your CSV file or your Active Directory connection. You then import the user data source. So under System Users Attributes is where you can add any custom user attributes. And this is if you want these attributes to show up in the user snapshot that you'll see here in just a little bit. If you are going to use custom user attributes with the user risk summary, you do need to make note of the attribute ID number there on the left. So then you create the CSV data connection. So under System Users Data Sources, there is a CSV template that you can download, and you can see it outlined there on the upper right of the screenshot. And when you go to download the CSV template, you choose the delimiter and the file encoding, click download, and then here's an example of the template. And you can see the different column headers there, and then all the comments down in this file just show you the syntax for each of the columns that you want to use. Now, there are some mandatory attributes that we do require. We do require first name, last name, and either login or email. But first name and last name have to be there, and login or email. The columns can be reordered but not renamed. Any optional columns may be removed. And ideally, you really, for user risk summary, because of the way it works, you really want first name, last name, login, and email. So you want those four columns in your CSV. Under System Users Data Sources, then you enter name and file path to the CSV. It has to be local to Enforce and must be readable by the protect user. And here you can see an error threshold percentage, which you see as 5 down below, but that's the percentage of bad records that the system will allow before it actually fails. Once you import the user data source, you should see under status a green circle with a checkbox that says done. And that is a hyperlink, and if you click on it, you can see that there were 5 records added, 0 were updated, 4 records were skipped. You might also see under status failed, which is also a hyperlink, and if you click on that, in this case you can see the failure reason is that one of the required headers is missing from the data source. Right, so it shows first name, last name, and email or login are required headers. One or more are missing from the CSV. You can also schedule user import, and basically when you're importing a user data source, it's going to associate any existing instance with users that you import. Another option for a user data source is an Active Directory connection. So under System Settings Directory Connections, you have to define your Active Directory connection, and then when you go to create a user data source under System Users Data Sources, and you click Add AD Source, then you choose your Active Directory connection that you previously defined from a drop down. You then click Submit. This slide here shows what standard attributes are supported with Active Directory. So these are all things that pull from Active Directory. Employee ID, telephone number, title, department, address, city, state, and postal code. It shows that custom attributes are not supported at this time, and what that means is that yes, if you're using Active Directory, which is more popular than the CSV file, it means that in the user snapshot you won't see any custom attributes. However, if you go to any incident tied to that user, as long as your lookup plugins are configured properly, then you will get custom attributes for any user that violates policy. So once you import the user data source, any old incidents are going to be linked to users. And you should see a system event like you see here, and it's informational, but you can see a system event where it updated user data linked to incidents. And if you click on that event in blue, which is outlined in red there, it is a hyperlink, and down below in the details you can see that it updated user data linked to 4 existing incident events. So in other words, once you imported your list of users, there are 4 existing events that were linked to those users. In the role configuration, as I mentioned earlier, you can see that the user reporting privilege given to a role disables any conditions set under the Incident Access tab. And under the Incident Access tab is where you really enforce those John and Jane examples, where you can say only show incidents where severity is this or status is that, right? But any restrictions set there are disabled when you give the role the user reporting privilege. Here we see a user list, and under the Incident Workspace button, under Incidents Users User List, you'll see a list of your users that were imported. You can search based on first name, last name, email, or login. The search is case insensitive. Does not support multiple tokens, regex, or wildcards, meaning you can search for a first name or last name, but not a first name space last name, for example. And of course, this search function is useful if you're trying to investigate a specific user. Here we see the user snapshot, and so you can see over on the right, you can see the user's email address, their Windows login name, all of the standard attributes down below that were pulled in from Active Directory, such as the employee ID, telephone number, and so on. You can see there are no custom attributes on the lower right. But for this user, on the screenshot that kind of runs across the bottom, you can see that for this user there are 2 total incidents. Both of them are network incident types. Both of them are SMTP with attachments, you can tell under the type column. Both are high in severity. Both have a status of new. One violated the keyword policy with 564 matches. The other violated the demo policy with 5 matches. And of course you can see the occurrence date over on the right. The user risk summary under incidents, users, user risk summary, this is where you'll see your highest risk users listed from the top going down. So John Colby in this particular example is your highest risk user. He's got 4 incidents tied to him. All 4 are high in severity, and he violated 2 policies. Zoe Jones has only 3 incidents. All 3 are high in severity, but Zoe violated 3 policies. So you can kind of see, and this helps you to prioritize your remediation efforts or your education efforts. All right, so if someone's generating a large number of incidents, then they need to be sent to training or something. Right? You can also export the user risk summary report to a CSV file, and you can export the current page or all pages. And this is what it looks like when you do export to CSV, and you can see the column headers there, comma separated, first name, last name, total number of incidents, how many are high severity, medium, low, or informational, and how many policies were violated. You can also target users using filters, and so you can apply date filters, you can apply status filters, you can apply severity filters, or policy include or exclude filters. So here you can see that we're adding a filter to include any keyword policy violations, and you can search as an include or exclude. And then here at most you can add two filters combined. So in this case, in the top, you can see that we're including anyone that has a department of finance, accounting, or marketing. And down below that, we're also including anyone with an employment status of full-time. You can also target users based on very specific incident types by clicking on channel. And so you can see the different protocols for network and the different very specific endpoint operation incident types as well. So if you only wanted to target removable storage incident types, you could do that, for example. There's also this link button that you can click on, and basically you can bookmark or save the link to your filtered report. Personally, I think it's pretty easy to add whatever filters that you need. But just be aware that if you do choose to save or bookmark the link, there is a 2047 character limitation in Internet Explorer, which Firefox does not have. So you may have to open the link in another browser that does not have that limitation. New in 14, we can also resolve usernames from IP version 4 addresses in HTTP, HTTPS, and FTP instance. And the way this works is there is a domain controller agent which queries the Windows events in the Microsoft Active Directory security event log of a domain controller. If you do want to resolve usernames from IP addresses, you do need to edit the manager.properties file. And here you can see the setting. There's com.symantec.dlp.ipresolution.lookup.job schedule, and you can see a description and syntax or format of that just above that in a comment. So that concludes lesson 3 of Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration. In this lesson, we learned to remediate incidents and to identify data loss trends and patterns. We also learned how to create roles and users and how to configure the custom attribute lookup plugins and interpret the results. And lastly, we learned how to describe the user risk summary and explain how it is configured.
Hello. In this demo, we're going to be taking a look at role management. So to begin that, we'll go to System, Login Management, and Roles. Here you can see a list of all the roles that are currently in the system. We're going to add a couple of extra ones. So first we're going to click Add Role, and we're going to give that role a name. You can also optionally provide a description for this role. And below that you can see the privileges that are available for this role. Since this is a first responder role, we're going to keep these privileges to a minimum. We will allow them to view the incidents, and in this case we want to choose only the network incidents. Below that we can choose what actions are available. In this case we're going to allow them to remediate incidents. And then we need to choose what smart rules to execute. Smart rules, of course, being the manual response rules. So in this case we're going to choose training response, and let's also pick escalate for investigation. Below this you can see that there are quite a few other attributes and options available. We're going to leave these at default for now. So at the top, let's choose the Incident Access tab. And the Incident Access tab will allow us to configure exactly which incidents this role is allowed to see. So we're going to click Add Condition. And we're going to choose in the left box here Status, Is Any Of, and then let's choose New. And this will allow anyone who is configured into this role to view any incidents that have a status of new. Next, let's go ahead and click on the Users tab. And this is the location that we would assign a user into this role. The users that you see here are existing users. And since this is a first responder role, we're going to associate the first responder user with this role. And let's go ahead and click Save. And you can see the green bar at the top that indicates that the role was saved successfully. Okay, let's go ahead and create one more role. So we'll click Add Role again. And this name we're going to call it Investigation. So this will be the role that is used to investigate incidents that have been created. Down below that, we're going to leave incidents on view, and we're going to leave all of the different incident types selected. We'll also leave the actions as is, but we're going to add a few more smart responses. So let's select Notify Sender, Notify Manager, Resolve Education Issue, Dismiss as a false positive, and let's go ahead and add the training response. Next, let's come back to the top. We'll click Incident Access. So here on the Incident Access tab, we can configure the incidents that this role will be able to view. So let's click Add Condition. We're going to change the status to is any of, and we're going to choose these groups that have been created. Next, let's click on Users, and let's associate the CISO user with this role, and click Save. And again, as before, you'll notice the green bar indicating that the role was saved successfully. Okay, now let's go ahead and log in as the first responder user. You'll notice in the top right that I'm logged in as the first responder role and the first responder user. You'll also notice that the number of tabs has been reduced down to what I'm allowed to view. And if I hover over incidents, you can see that I only have access to the network incidents. If we click on network and then all incidents, we can see a list of the incidents that have been created. You'll notice that the status on all of these incidents is new, as we defined in the role. If we click on the first incident here, we can see that this incident was an SMTP incident, violating the HIPAA policy, and also matches were found using the Social Security disease keywords and Social Security and disease keyword detection rules, one being data identifier and the other being a keyword match. In the middle, of course, you can see all of the matches that were found, being Social Security numbers and the keyword. And at the top here, you'll see the smart response rules that we configured that are available. So as a first responder, let's go ahead and escalate this for investigation. By clicking the smart response, we'll be taken to this new screen that tells us exactly the actions that will be taken on this incident. In this case, you can see that the incident under the action will be set to the status of investigation. So we'll go ahead and click OK. And now you can see that it has been marked. And if we refresh it, that incident goes away. Because we are not allowed to see the incidents that are marked for investigation or have a status of investigation, it will disappear from our view. So let's go ahead and log in as the CISO user now. And you'll notice that now we're logged in as the CISO user and under the investigation role. Again, you'll notice that the tabs are reduced down to only what we've allowed within that role. And if we hover over incidents, you can see in this case, he can view the network endpoint, discover, and mobile incidents. So let's go ahead and select our network and then incidents all. And you'll notice the very first one in the list here is our HIPAA policy violation that we found before, and that the status is now set to investigation. So let's go ahead and select that. So once the investigator has clicked on the incident, he's ready to go ahead and take further action on that. Normally, the investigator would review the information within the incident and then go ahead and choose, most likely, a smart response to push that along in the workflow. So in this case, we're going to choose Notify Manager. Below you can see all of the options that are going to be done. In this case, we'll be sending an email to the manager. This will be in English, and then it also has some variables there that will be filled in from the incident. So let's go ahead and click OK. And now you'll see that that incident has been marked for action, in this case notifying the manager by email.
Welcome to Lesson 4 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on policy management. In this lesson, we'll do an overview of policies. We'll get into creating policy groups. We'll talk about using policy templates. We'll get into building policies, and then we'll talk about some policy development best practices. So within a policy, there are two main components, detection and response. In the detection component, this is where you specify what is sensitive to your environment. This can be as simple as looking for the word confidential, or looking for credit card number patterns with validators, or source code that's been indexed, or customer data from a database that's been indexed. If there's a violation against any of the detection rules, then the response component tells the system what to do in response. Also, any violation against a detection rule is a match. So if someone sends an email with 100 credit card numbers in it, for example, that would be one incident with 100 matches. Policy groups are used to organize policies within the system. Policy groups can be applied to specific detection servers or not, and can also be assigned to discover scans or not. We give an example of having a regulatory policy group for a specific region. So for example, you could have a US regulatory policy group that has policies that are built around regulations that affect companies in the US, and then you would assign that to detection servers in the US, but maybe not in other countries, for example. Also, with policy groups, you can facilitate the role-based access control. So we looked in another lesson about the John and Jane examples, and you can restrict access to incidents based on what policy group the violations come from. This slide shows a policy group on the left called customer data, and you can see a description. And down below is where you specify which detection servers that you want to apply the policy group to. You do have the option to apply a policy group to all detection servers, as you can see here. Also down at the bottom, it shows none, but if there were any policies belonging to this particular policy group, you would see a list of those policies listed there at the bottom left. In the role configuration under the Policy Management tab, remember that you can allow a role to author policies or not, and if so, you allow a role to author policies, you can specify which policy groups they can author policies for as well. Now we'll take a look at using policy templates. When you go to add a policy, you're presented with the option to create a blank policy, in which case you define all components of the policy, or you can build a policy from a template. We have over 60 template-based policies, mostly defined around regulations and best practices. If you have policy authoring privileges in your role, you can add, modify, or delete any component from a policy template. Also, policy templates can also be exported and imported between systems. Here we see a policy template example around encrypted data. And what you see down under the detection tab, you see 4 individual rules. And here, if you look down at the blue text, you can see that we're looking for PGP files, or password protected files, or PGP encrypted documents, or PGP keywords. Someone could actually send an email with 4 attachments matching each of these criteria, in which case it would be one incident with 4 matches, 1 match against each of these individual rules. Any match against any one of the rules, because they are ORed, would be a match and generate an incident. For the policy template import and export, the use cases here are sharing between systems or testing. So some of our customers do have test environments where they build a policy and fine-tune that policy. You can then export that policy from your test environment and import it into your production environment. At the bottom of the detection tab within a policy configuration, there's the link export this policy as a template. If you do click on that and you do export a policy template, it basically exports the policy into an XML file. When you go to import the policy template on your new system or your production environment, for example, the XML file has to be copied into the /protect/config/templates directory. And then when you go to add a policy from a template, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, there's a section for imported templates, and then any XML policy templates that are in that directory will be listed as a radio button option. You can then choose which policy template that you want to import. You can also download policy details from your policy list. The policies that you see there with the green dot indicate that these policies are active. If you see red dots with a white slash through it, those would be policies that are defined but suspended. When you click download policy details, what it does is it downloads an HTML file for every one of your policies, which shows the policy name, the version, when it was last modified, and all your detection rules, any policy exceptions, and any automated response rules. This way you can give these files to an auditor. Now, when you click download policy details from the policy list, it creates a zip file, and you can see the file name there, downloaded _policies_2015_07_08.zip, which indicates the date of the download. But in that zip file, there will be an HTML file for every one of your policies, again, which shows all the details about the policy. This is a feature that you can use to hand this zip file to an auditor if they're asking how exactly your policies are defined. We also have what are called solution packs. Solution packs are industry specific, and you can see over to the right a list of the different solution packs. But basically, solution packs are something that you have the option to import after a clean installation of Enforce. So once there's data in the Oracle database, you can't really do anything with solution packs. But if you're doing a clean install and you install Oracle, you install the critical patch update, you install Enforce, you can then import a solution pack prior to installing any detection servers. Now, what comes with these solution packs are certain things predefined for you. So they'll have predefined roles, predefined workflow, predefined policies, predefined response rules, and predefined reports. Whether you feel like you imported the wrong solution pack or maybe didn't import any solution pack at all, we still have documentation on every one of these solution packs, so you can always refer to the documentation and see what the recommendations are for that solution pack in terms of what's predefined for you. And of course, you still have the ability to build any roles or workflow or policies or reports or response rules that you need to manually. So when you go to create a policy, you do have to give the policy a name. Description is optional. The policy label field has to do with the Data Insight self-service portal. So if you don't have Data Insight, you don't have to worry about that. If you do, it can be used with that feature. Every policy does have to be assigned to a policy group, and so you can choose the policy group from the drop down there. You can also see that the status for this particular policy is suspended. You can click on activate to activate it, or if it was active, you could suspend it from here as well. And then down below you've got 3 tabs: detection, groups, and response. The detection and the groups tab, if you've got rules there, those are part of the detection component. Once you define your detection criteria, you can go to the response tab and add any automated response rules to the policy as well. Both the detection tab and the groups tab have add rule or add exception buttons. You could add a rule, for example, looking for the word confidential. You could add an exception unless maybe it's being copied to the corporate approved USB device, for example, that encrypts everything automatically. Right? Once you click add rule, then you see a list of potential conditions that you can set for the rule. And you can see that we've outlined content matches regular expression or content matches keyword. So if you want to look for the word confidential, for example, you would select content matches keyword, and then of course you would define the keyword or keywords or key phrases, even for that matter, that you want to match on. In later lessons we'll be discussing all of these different options for the different detection methods. This slide shows 2 what are called compound rules. And a compound rule is where you're looking for something and something. So you can see the top compound rule is looking for an SYLK spreadsheet or Corel Quattro Pro and the word confidential. Or, and that separates the second compound rule, the second one is looking also for a certain type of spreadsheet or Corel Quattro Pro with the word proprietary. This is an example of 2 compound rules that could actually be combined into one. So if you're looking for the same file types, but one rule is looking for the file type with the word confidential, and the other rule is looking for the same type of file but with the word proprietary, you can actually combine those into one compound rule where you're looking for the file types and either the word confidential or proprietary or internal use only or top secret or whatever else. Right? Also, on a per detection rule basis, you can also adjust the severity. And what this helps with is prioritization for incident response efforts. So the way it works is you set the default severity from a drop down, and that should be set to whatever the lowest is that's acceptable by your organization. So in this example, we've set the default severity to low, and you can click on the add severity outlined in red there on the upper right a couple of times, and then you can set the severity to medium if the match count is greater than or equal to a certain number of matches, and then set the severity to high if the match count is greater than or equal to 100. So if this rule is looking for credit card number patterns, for example, and someone sends an email with 1 to 49 credit card numbers in it, it would actually be low severity incident. If there are 50 to 99 credit card numbers in the message, it would adjust the severity to medium. And if there are 100 or more credit card numbers in the message, it would automatically adjust the severity to high. This is an example of a not very mature, well, it's going to vary from company to company, but I do know of one company, for example, that has a very mature deployment where they've got a default severity of low. And so if there's 1 match, it's low severity. If there are 2 to 7 matches, it's medium in severity. If there are more than 7 matches, it's high in severity. So, that's an example of a very mature deployment. Notice that we have 100 or more is the high severity. By default, certain detection conditions by default do not count more than 100 matches. So that is an advanced server setting that can be modified. You should typically work with support when modifying those, but again, by default, we do not count more than 100 matches. We can also choose which components to match on, and you can see envelope, subject, body, and attachments. And down below, we describe what each of these components mean to an SMTP message. So envelope would be the headers of the email, including the subject actually. Subject, of course, would be the subject within the email message. The body would be the actual email text. And of course, attachments are attachments. Bear in mind, if you're matching on keyword, for example, let's say you're looking for the word confidential and you're matching on subject and envelope. If someone sends an email with confidential in the subject of the email, you're going to see two matches because the match is in the subject, but it's also in the envelope, which includes the subject. So just be aware of that. Then we have the Groups tab, and just like with Detection tab, there are rules and exceptions. And the difference between the Groups tab is you're matching on a sender, user, or a recipient. So the way this works is if you added a rule for sender user matches pattern, let's say someone's under investigation and you're concerned that they're sending out intellectual property but they're encrypting it. You could actually create a rule that says, if I want to match on encrypted file types, that would be done on the Detection tab, and then you could combine the conditions into a compound rule and match on that specific sender or user. Bear in mind that if you have detection rules and group rules, they are dependent on each other. So in that scenario, only if that specific sender sends encrypted file types would it generate an incident. So again, detection rules and group rules are dependent on each other. You also can add exceptions from the Groups tab as well. And an example of how you might use a group exception was you could add an exception on recipient matches pattern, and then you would define, for example, a trusted partner domain. So that way, if that sensitive data is being sent to that trusted partner, it's not going to generate an incident. But if it's being sent anywhere else, it does. If you've got detection exceptions and group exceptions, they're independent of each other. So a detection exception or a groups exception, either one would cause an incident to not be generated. Once you've defined your detection criteria, then you add your automated response rules to the policy. And these would be response rules that execute automatically upon a violation. Here, you would want to add automated responses for each of your different products. So for example, you could add the block email, block endpoint, block FTP, block web, and quarantine file at rest. That way, it doesn't matter if that data is being sent out email or web or FTP or being copied to a USB at the endpoint or found during a discover scan, it's going to be either blocked or quarantined, right? And to take it a step further, it's not uncommon for our customers to have different severity response actions for each product as well. So for example, and you'll see when we get to the response rule lesson, but you can set conditions for different actions. So for a low severity violation, you may choose to tag the email for encryption by SMTP modify, but for high severity violations, maybe you choose to go ahead and block. So again, it's not uncommon to have different severity responses for each product. So again, the download policy details downloads an HTML file for every one of your policies and puts them into this zip file, and you can hand that to an auditor. And here you can actually see there's an index file also created. So in the index file, you can kind of see the name and descriptions of the policies, whether they're active or disabled, what policy group they belong to, when the last modified time was, as well as a link to the HTML file for that particular policy. If you click on one of those HTML files, you'll see the specific details for each policy. So you'll see detection rules, you'll see any exceptions, and you'll see the automated response rules. There's also on the detection server a drop folder, and it's typically going to be C/drop. The drop folder simulates live traffic. It's a great way to test your policies with real sensitive data without actually sending real sensitive data out. So in a production network monitor server, for example, what happens is the network monitor has a network card that plugs into a span port on a switch or a network tap, and it gets a copy of the TCP based traffic where and once it captures that data, it places the packet capture into the drop underscore pcap folder. There, the file reader process consumes the data and runs it through detection. And of course, if there's an incident, you'll get an incident. We can simulate that process by putting sensitive data into an EML file and copy and paste it into the drop folder. You'll see it disappear because that's the file reader process consuming the file to run it through detection. And if there is a sensitive data in your email and your policies are defined properly, then it will generate an incident. So again, it's just a great way to test your policies with real sensitive data without actually sending that sensitive data out. For best practices, here you see policy development is a team sport. That does not mean that people from all business units need access to the Enforce console. What that means is that you need to engage the right team. For example, Symantec is a software company and we have source code that we'd like to protect. Doesn't mean someone from development needs Enforce console privileges. It means that I need to work with someone from development to obtain the source code so that it can be indexed and we can write detection rules around that. So you need to engage the right team. In some cases it may be business unit managers, it may be compliance officers, maybe data owners or process owners, but you do need to engage the right team. We also recommend that you limit the number of policy creators. You don't want a bunch of overlap in your policies. I know one customer I worked with was having to do a complete policy rewrite because of the number of active policies that they had in their system with a bunch of overlap. So you don't want to wind up in that scenario, so you should limit the number of policy creators. You should also make use of exceptions and whitelists. So if there are trusted partners, for example, there's no reason to generate incidents when you're sending data to that partner as part of a normal business process. You should also ensure that your rules do not overlap. Combine the rule conditions into compound rules. Compound rules have a couple of benefits. First of all, they add to the accuracy. So if you're just looking for the word confidential, for example, everybody's email signature in business is going to trigger that. If you're looking for a specific file type with the word confidential, now you're no longer generating incidents from everybody's email signature, right? So it adds to the accuracy. It can also take advantage of what we call short circuit detection. So in particular with endpoint, for example, certain detection methods have to be sent to the server for evaluation over what we call two-tier detection. So if you have, and this will make more sense once you get through the true match detection methods, but exact data matching is where you take a structured data source, and if you've got a database extract of customer data and there's a column for first name and last name and credit card, we can index that row by row, cell by cell, and we can build a rule that looks for a combination of first name and last name and credit card from the same database record. That takes more resources to process than just looking for credit card number patterns. So if you're matching on an exact data matching condition, you can combine a data identifier rule into a compound rule. So you're looking for the patterns and data from the exact data profile. Well, if the patterns don't check out, let's say there's only 10 digits, then there's no reason to evaluate the exact data matching rule. So you can short circuit detection by combining conditions into compound rules as well. You should also use a severity and match count to manage your incidents. And again, for each detection rule, we can adjust the severity based on the match count. So by default, it's low. So if someone's just shopping at Amazon with their personal credit cards, low in severity. But if they send a spreadsheet out with 1,000 credit cards in it, then it's high in severity, right? And that helps with prioritizing. You should also restrict matches to certain components or protocols. Match within the same component. Regular expressions should really only be used if there is no data identifier available. Regular expressions can cause a performance hit, so you should test those thoroughly if you do have a use case to use regex. And then by default, all network incidents and mobile incidents do retain the original message and all attachments. So if someone sends an email with 10 attachments, but only one violates policy, by default we still store all 10 attachments in the Oracle database. So if you're someone who's constantly running out of Oracle table space, I get a lot of people in class who aren't aware of this, but if you're constantly running out of table space, one of the first things that you can do is to create an automated response rule, and we'll cover this in the response rule lesson, but there's an automated response rule called limit incident data retention, and you can configure that to discard the original message or not, but also either discard all attachments, no attachments, or non-violating attachments. That way you're not using Oracle tablespace to store attachments that do not violate policy. So that concludes the lesson on policy management. In this lesson we learned about policies, policy templates, and solution packs. We also learned how to use the policy builder to create new policies. And we also learned about policy development best practices.
Hello, and in this demo we're going to be looking at the policy export and import template feature. Data loss prevention allows you to take a policy that you've created and export that to be used either on the same Enforce server or on a different Enforce server. And we're going to take a look at that feature today. So to do that, we're going to go up to Manage and Policies and Policy List. We're going to select a policy from this list. So let's select Merger and Acquisition Agreements. And once we're inside of this policy, if we scroll to the very bottom, we have the option here to export this policy as a template. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to save this file. And that file gets downloaded. Now to be able to use this file, we need to copy that file either to this Enforce server in a specific folder or to a different Enforce server. So what we're going to do is go ahead and open up our local drive. And here we have our exported XML file with our policy. So we'll go ahead and copy that. We then need to paste that into the local directory for the installation of data loss prevention. In this case, we'll go to our C drive, down to Vonto, Protect, Config, and Templates. We'll go ahead and paste our XML file into this folder. And when we come back to our Data Loss Prevention Enforce console, we can come back to Manage and Policies. And in this case, we'll choose Add Policy. Here you can see we have the choice to create a policy based on a blank policy or add a policy from a template. So let's choose Add a Policy from a template and choose Next. And here we have a list of templates that are in data loss prevention by default. However, if we scroll all the way to the bottom of the list, under this Imported Templates heading, you can see the Merger and Acquisition Agreements template policy that we imported. So we can select the radio button and choose Next. And you can see that it has imported and allowed us to use that policy as a template.
Welcome to Lesson 5 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on response rule management. In this lesson, we'll do an overview of response rules. We'll then get into configuring automated response rules. We'll then cover configuring smart response rules. We'll then talk about response rule best practices. So basically, response rules tell the system what to do when there is an incident. The two types of response rules are automated response rules, which execute automatically and are triggered based on conditions, and smart response rules, which are manually executed and in many cases used for resolutions or higher severity incidents. When you go to add an automated response rule, you have to give the rule a name. And the rule name can be descriptive of the action, or it can also contain information about any conditions that you're going to configure for the rule, such as a low severity response rule, high severity, and so on. The add condition button allows you to add conditions, and we'll take a look at what conditions are available for you. And then once you define your conditions, then you choose your action from a drop down and click add action and configure that. And you can actually configure a response rule, both automated or smart response rule for that matter, can be configured to execute multiple actions, one or more actions. So here are a list of the available response rule conditions for automated response rules. So you can see that you can base the action on the endpoint location being on or off the corporate network. So if it's off the network, maybe you block. When it's on, maybe you don't. It could be based on the endpoint device. Also too, where you see is any of, you can change that operator. So the idea with endpoint devices is if you want to allow copies to a corporate approved trusted USB device that encrypts everything automatically while blocking copies to any other USB device, then you could add a condition that says the endpoint device is none of the corporate approved trusted device. Then the action would be to block, as an example. It could be based on the incident type, and you can see the different options there: discover, mobile, endpoint, or network. It could be based on the match count being over a certain number. It could be based on the protocol or endpoint monitoring. When you see the term endpoint monitoring, we're talking about downloads to local drive, writes to CD/DVD, copies to removable media, copies across network shares, print fax operations, copy paste operations, things like that. Or it could be based on the severity. And I'll refer back to a couple of these options here once we take a look at some of the actions. These are general actions that can be applied to an automated response rule. So we can add a note, in which case it gets added as a note, and you can view it in the Notes tab within the incident snapshot. We can limit incident data retention. There's two sections there, so I talked about this in the policy management lesson, but we can use this response rule to do things like discard non-violating attachments. We can send the incident data to a syslog server, in which case you configure the syslog host within the response rule itself. We can send an email notification to the sender or their manager or anyone else for that matter. We could set an attribute, that would be a custom attribute, or we could set status. So back to the previous slide, if the match count's over a certain number, or if the severity is high, for example, then we might set the status to escalated, just as one example of a combination of a condition with an action. When you're configuring response rules, when you see all : that means that these response rules can be applied to any incident type. So it doesn't matter if it's a network monitor incident, network prevent for email, network prevent for web, network discover, endpoint prevent, any incident type you can add the all : response actions to. So for the add note, whatever you type in that top field gets added as a note. And again, you'll be able to view it in the Notes tab within the incident snapshot itself. For the limit incident data retention, there are two sections. One is network and mobile incidents, and you have the option to discard the original message or not. And you also have the option to discard all attachments, non-violating attachments, or no attachments. And then there's a separate section for endpoint incidents. And by default, we do not retain the original message for endpoint instance. You can choose to do so through this response rule. Just be aware that if you've got tens of thousands of endpoints, you're going to affect the network bandwidth and the Oracle table space as well. We can send the incident data to a syslog server, and in this case, you configure the syslog host within the response rule itself. And in that message field, you can use any of the variables that are available to the email notification response rule that we'll take a look at here in a bit as well. So, and the variables just help to automatically populate certain pertinent information. For the set attribute, you can choose what attribute you want to set, and then you'll specify the value for that attribute that you want to set. So you could do an assigned to with the specific incident responder and the value, for example. And then for set status, you can choose the status from a drop down. And again, if the match count's high or the severity is high, then set the status to escalated, for example. For email notification responses, there you can see a checkbox for sender and data owner and manager. So any custom attribute that you define as an email address will show up with a checkbox option there. And that way, when someone violates policy and they send an email, it violates policy, and we automatically resolve who the violator is and who their manager is through the lookup plugins, then we can automatically send email notifications to the user and their manager and or anyone else. You can also choose a custom to, you can carbon copy someone, you can choose a custom from, otherwise it comes from the system configured email address in the general settings page. You can specify the format as HTML or plain text. You can include the original message or not. You can set a max number of notifications per day. And then down under the notification content, you choose the language from a drop down. And then for both body and subject, you can highly customize these by using those variables that you see outlined in the lower right. So if you're configuring this to go to the sender, for example, you could type in the subject your email to, and then click on the recipient's variable, which will add it over to where you were typing, and then continue typing was blocked. And if Joe at Acme is sending to Larry at another company, Joe's going to get an email if he violates policy that has this response rules with a subject that says your email to Larry at another company was blocked. Same thing with the body, you can customize by using any of these variables. And of course, if you're configuring it to go to the manager, you might configure it differently. So in the subject, you could type an email sent by the sender variable to the recipient's variable, and it's going to automatically populate who the sender was, who the recipient was, and any other variable information that you add to the response rule configuration. So here we see an email notification configured to go in English and Japanese. We do not do any translation, so if you do need any other languages, you'll need to configure the rule in that language. But you can see in the subject, your email to the recipient's variable was blocked, and you can see the message in Japanese down below. And the way it looks like to the user is you've got the English text at the top, you've got the Japanese message down below. And if you look at this email, it says, Dear Joe User, and Joe User was filled in by the sender variable. Your email was subject, check this out was filled in by the subject variable, was blocked from going to Larry, the recipient's variable, because it violated the company's International Customer Data DCM policy, the policy name variable. Also notice down below that it continues on with a link which should point to your company's site that has information about your corporate security policy. And then also notice there's contact information as well. So there's both a phone number and an email address, which we highly recommend that you do include when generating email notifications. So now we start to look at some product specific response rules, and we're not going to look at configuring these rules until we get into the corresponding lesson. But Network Protect, which is always in response to Network Discover. So if you're running a Network Discover scan and you find a sensitive file exposed, then Network Protect can either copy or quarantine the file. If we quarantine, we actually relocate the file. For Network Prevent and Mobile Prevent, we can block FTP, block HTTP or HTTPS, or remove HTTP or HTTPS content. For Email Prevent, we can block the SMTP message or modify the SMTP message. For endpoint prevent, we can block, notify only, or provide on-screen notification that warns the user and gives them a countdown. And basically it allows them to choose a justification and click allow, which allows that copy or send to occur, or they can cancel out, either one of which will generate an incident, and you'll see their justification tied to the incident within the incident snapshot. So user cancel is a really good one when you're initially rolling out your endpoint agents. That way you're not necessarily blocking, you're allowing the user, you're starting to train the users first of all, but you're allowing them to make the decision until you get your policies fine-tuned and you've reduced false positives and so forth. Endpoint Discover also has a quarantine option. So if you're running an Endpoint Discover scan, and that's where the agents each scan their local file system, if there is a sensitive file exposed, we can quarantine that file. And then Endpoint Flex Response, which can be used with Endpoint Prevent incidents or Endpoint Discover, but Endpoint Flex Response allows you to build a custom response action using a Python script engine. So for example, in my demo environment, I've got it set up to where if I copy something sensitive to a USB, it's going to automatically encrypt it with Symantec endpoint encryption. So those are kinds of things that you can do. And then once you've created and configured your automated response rules, you have to add them to the policies. So automated response rules have to be added to the policies. Smart response rules do not, because those are manually executed. And again, you'll want to add a response rule for each of your products. So block email, block web, block FTP, and quarantine. That way it doesn't matter if it's being going out email, web, FTP, copied off to USB at the endpoint, or found during a Discover scan, the automated response rule will either block or quarantine the file. With smart response rules can invoke one or multiple actions as well, but in this case you have to give the response rule a name, just as with any other response rule. Description is optional. You don't set conditions with smart response rules because they are manually executed, and then you choose whatever action or actions, and again you can configure it for multiple actions. You choose the action, click add action, and then of course configure the action. So here are the response actions that are available for smart response rules. So all the same ones that you saw for automated response rules, with the exception of limit incident data retention. Limit incident data retention is done as an automated response rule. There's ways to get rid of existing incident or get rid of non-violating attachments for existing incidents if you've been storing them all along, but it's not done through a response rule. But all of the same actions that are available for automated responses are also available for general, again, except the limit incident data retention. So we can add note, we can send a syslog, we can send an email notification, we could set an attribute, we could set status. The Flex Response plugin action that you see listed here, that is a server-based Flex Response, and it's used with network discover incidents, but it's built with the Java API as opposed to a Python script engine. And the server-based Flex Response can be used to do things like a manual quarantine or a restore from quarantine or apply digital rights to the content. To execute smart response rules from within an incident snapshot, you can see in the top left, in the blue bar that's outlined in red, you can see a list of some of the smart responses that are available. Or if there are too many to fit in that section, you can click on more and see all of the available smart response rules. And you can see, for example, notify manager and resolve. If it's configured the way it's named, that would send an email notification to the violator's manager and automatically change the status to resolved, right? And it could also do additional things like add notes and so on. And if you click on one of those buttons or click on more and then select one of those smart responses, it's going to execute that smart response action or actions against that one incident. From an incident list report, where you've got checkboxes to the left of your incidents in the list, you can select multiple incidents, click on incident actions, select run smart response, choose the smart response from the list. You'll have to click OK to confirm, but it's going to then invoke that action or those actions against multiple incidents at once. So this slide here shows the execution priority or the order of execution. So you can see that the first one is endpoint prevent block, then user cancel, then flex response, then notify, then endpoint discover quarantine. So all the endpoint responses execute first. Then limit incident data retention, because remember, with that response rule, we have the option to retain the original message for endpoint incidents, because by default we do not. Then it goes into the network prevent specific responses, the network prevent, network and mobile prevent, then it gets into the network protect, and then it gets into the more generalized response rules. The main thing to take from this slide is that we will always take the most secure option. For example, if in a policy you add two conflicting responses where you've got, let's just say, endpoint prevent block and endpoint prevent notify, for example, we are going to block it. If you've got SMTP modify and SMTP block, we're going to block it. So we'll always take the more secure option. Now, remember, with automated response rules, which is what all of these ones on the left are, and the first ones over on the right, but basically, remember, you can add different conditions. So there was a gentleman in one of my classes, for example, who had added SMTP modify and SMTP block both to a policy. Some emails were being modified and tagged for encryption, some were being blocked. When I looked at his environment, it was because he had different conditions set. So for low severity violations, he had modify the SMTP message and tag it for encryption. But for high severity violations, he had blocked the SMTP message. So in that case where you've got different conditions, that makes those responses not actually conflicting. So just be aware of that. If you've got truly conflicting responses, like the same conditions but different actions, again, we'll always take the more secure option. So solution packs are also going to have predefined response rules. Just be aware that no matter what, even if there are predefined response rules that are added as you import a solution pack, you'll still want to make sure that you go in and customize those to your environment. For email notifications, Symantec highly recommends that you include contact information. Once you start sending email notifications to people telling them their email was blocked and that it's going to be reviewed by security, without contact information, you could inadvertently create a little bit of panic. So we do recommend that you include contact information. We also recommend that you educate your employees prior to turning on notifications. And then on the general settings page in the console, you'll have to enable the sending of alerts and notifications. It's good to build response rules that can apply to many different policies. So the block email and send notification, perfect example. It doesn't matter if it's someone sending out PII or financial information or source code or intellectual property. That's a great response that could apply to any of those types of violations. You should also avoid long lists of response rules. That's not to say you won't have a response rule for each product, and on top of that, even different severity responses for each product, but you don't want a whole bunch of overlap. And then we also, just like with policy authoring, we recommend that you restrict who can author response rules. So that concludes lesson 5 on response rule management. In this lesson, we learned about automated and smart response rules. We also learned how to configure response rules and how to use them in the system.
Hello, in this demo we're going to take a look at creating automated response rules. And to do that, we're going to go up to Manage, down to Policies, and down to Response Rules. Here you can see a list of response rules that have already been created within the system. Let's go ahead and take a look at how to create another one. So first thing we're going to do is click on Add Response Rule. And then here you can see that we're given two different choices as to the type of response rule we want to create. We're going to create an automated response, but the other option is a smart response, which, if you remember from a previous video, is a manually executed response that will take place from within the incident itself. So let's go ahead and click on Next. And we need to go ahead and give this a name. And we're going to just call this Acme Escalate and Notify. And then also we need to give it a description. So in this case, for our description, we're going to call it If High Severity, Notify Sender, Copy Manager, and Escalate the Incident. The next step that we need to do is to create some conditions for this response rule. And basically the conditions are going to be the triggers that the system is going to look for to know whether it should trigger this response rule or not. So in this case, we care if it's a high severity incident. So that's one of the conditions that we'll add. So we'll click Add Condition, change our drop-down box to Severity, is of any, and we'll change that to High. So now, if the severity is high, then we'll go ahead and execute the actions within this response rule. Let's go ahead and add one more condition, and we'll change the endpoint location to incident type. And let's choose network, mobile, and endpoint. So in this case, if the severity is high and the incident type is either a network, mobile, or endpoint type, then we'll go ahead and trigger the actions. So of course below that we need to choose what actions we want to occur once the conditions have been met. And if you look at our description, if the severity is high, we want to notify the sender, copy our manager, and then also escalate the incident. So let's go ahead and choose our action here. And you'll notice that within the action list, all of the actions under all can apply to any incident type. And then we've also got each location separated out with endpoint and network prevent and so on. In this case, we're going to set the status. So we'll choose Set Status and click Add Action. And then we'll go ahead and change that to Escalated. So that will fulfill the last part of our description here where we want to escalate the incident. We're going to take it and mark it from new to escalated. Okay, we also want to notify the sender and copy their manager. So let's go ahead and click the drop down again, and we're going to choose Send Email Notification. Click Add Action again. And you'll notice that the action that we're currently editing is highlighted in blue. And here we're going to go ahead and choose to send a reply to the sender, send notification to their manager. And then we can also add some custom fields here, custom to, custom from, or a carbon copy. Let's go ahead and have this response rule, carbon copy IT security at acme.com. Down below that we can choose what format we want this email to go out as. If you choose plain text, these variables down here on the bottom will not be used. So we're going to leave it at HTML so that we can use the different variables. You can include the original message. Down below that we're going to choose the language. So we're going to come down to English. And then we're ready to go ahead and put in our subject. So here we've got the subject with policy violation, the severity of the incident, and then severity incident detected, and that'll be the subject of the email that is sent to the user and to their manager in this case. Now we're ready to put the information for the body of this email. Let's go ahead and expand this box out a little bit so it's easier to see. And for the sake of time, I've gone ahead and cut and paste a body in here. So you can see this body here that says this is to inform you that an email titled whatever the subject is was sent from the sender, and it will take the sender from the incident and add that into there. And it'll also tell us what policy has been violated, tell us what match count, and again the severity as we used up in the subject. Okay, we're ready to go ahead and save this. So let's go ahead and scroll back to the top and we'll click Save. At the top here, you can see the green bar indicating that our response rule was saved successfully. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is associate this response rule with a policy. Simply creating the response rule will add it to our list here, but actually does not do anything effectively until we add it to a policy. So to add this to a policy, we're going to go to Manage, Policies, and Policy List. We're going to select a policy out of this list that we want to apply our response rule to. So we'll click on a policy. Next, we need to go over to our Response tab. We'll click the drop-down button, and then we'll select our newly created response rule, Acme, Escalate, and Notify. And then finally click Add Response Rule. You'll notice that this does import all of the information that we created. So we've got the name of our rule, we've got our actions, setting the status to escalated, and also sending out the email notification. And then it also tells us the conditions that we've configured. So when the incident type is endpoint, mobile, or network, and when the severity is high, we'll go ahead and execute this response rule.
Welcome to Lesson 6 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on described content matching, which is one of our true match detection methods. We have only the one topic on described content matching in this lesson. This slide shows the different detection methods that we have that we call our true match detection methods. You can see that described content matching is the only one that's highlighted here. And described content matching essentially is for non-indexable data. Hence the term described content. We're describing the content by using keywords, regular expressions, data identifiers, file type, file name, file properties, and so on. So there are 4 categories that fall under described content matching, or DCM. The first being content, which includes keywords, data identifiers, and regular expressions. User identity, which includes sender user matches pattern and recipient matches pattern. File properties, which includes file type, file name, and file size. And method of transmission, which includes protocol, endpoint destination, or endpoint location. So for the content rules, there is keyword detection, and this can be a simple keyword list or an extensive list. Data identifiers, which are very popular, which are essentially regular expressions that look for patterns with validators. And we have data identifiers for common things that are considered sensitive, such as credit card numbers and personal identification numbers and so on. And then regular expressions should only be used if there is no data identifier available, because there is a potential performance impact. So when creating a keyword detection rule, you can make the detection case sensitive or not. You can specify the separator as new line or comma. And then down in the match any keywords field, you can define a word or a group of words, or list of words I should say, that you want to detect on, such as confidential, proprietary, internal use only, things like that. We can also match on whole words only or not. We can also check for the existence only, where we don't count multiple matches, or we can count all matches and only report incidents with at least X number of matches. You can also do keyword proximity matching, and the way this works is you define a group of words in list A and a group of words in list B, and then you specify the word distance, which is non-inclusive of words from list A and words from list B. So in other words, you can see under the expression list A, we've got quick and brown. Under list B, we've got fox and dog with a word distance of 5. And so if we see a sentence, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog, it would match on quick and fox. It would also match on brown and fox and brown and dog. And if you look at the sentence, brown, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words, and then a word from list B, dog, that would still be a match. So again, the word distance is non-inclusive of words from list A and words from list B. There's also a third-party library that was added in a previous version to 14, but of course, it carries on through 14 and going forward. But the third-party library that was added is called the Natural Language Processor, and it's used in detection to validate matches for linguistic accuracy improvements. DLP has historically worked well in white space languages where the word boundaries are clearly defined. So for example, in the English language where we have a word and then a space and then another word. But for non-white space languages like Chinese, Japanese, and Korean, the word boundaries are not as apparent and therefore can generate false positives. So many of our customers in those regions have had to deal with false positives as a result. If you look at the bottom, you can see the symbol for del, and instead of having a separate symbol for model, you've got the symbol for del, but then you got another symbol for the first part of that word. And you can see why that would generate false positives in the Pacific region, right, where the Chinese, Japanese, and Korean languages. In this slide, you can see at the top, we've defined a bunch of keywords to match on, comma separated, in the policy. Down below that, you see the text from an email, and with the natural language processor being used, there's only one true match, but without this library, there are 3 matches, one of which is a true match, 2 of which are false positives. So again, here we see a group of words that are comma separated at the top, defined within your policy. And then down below you can see the text within the email. And then down below you can see, again, with natural language processor, there should be only 1 match, but without it, you would see 2 false positives in this particular example. We talked in the policy management lesson about being able to match on different components. Subject is one of the components that we can match on. This can apply to keyword detection, regular expressions, data identifiers, and indexed document matching. Exact data matching does not support subject detection. And again, just to reiterate from a previous lesson, just keep in mind that if you're matching on subject and envelope, and there's a violation in the subject of an email, you will see 2 matches because the envelope does include also the subject. With data identifiers, these are, again, essentially regular expressions that look for patterns with validators. And we do have over 30 data identifiers with international scope. The categories are North American personal identity. You can see a bullet because we actually added a new data identifier for the randomized Social Security number. So several years back, the Social Security Administration started issuing randomized Social Security numbers, which have different rules in terms of how the numbers are created. So it is recommended that if you do use the Social Security data identifier in any of your policies, that you do update to use the new randomized Social Security data identifier. The other categories for data identifiers are financial, healthcare, information technology, European personal identity, and Asia Pacific personal identity. Most of them also have a configuration option called breadth. And not all of them will have a wide, medium, and narrow. For example, the randomized Social Security data identifier only has a narrow breadth. You can, of course, customize that to your environment, but many of them have a wide, medium, and narrow breadth. And we show an example for a credit card data identifier. And with the credit card data identifier, with the wide breadth, it's going to look for certain patterns and perform a Lund check. When it comes to credit cards, the last digit is computed by the previous digits. And so if the Lund check fails, we know that it's not a valid credit card. With the medium breadth, it's going to be more accurate because it's going to look for certain patterns, it's going to perform a Lund check, but it also excludes common test numbers. And with the narrow breadth, it will be even more accurate because it looks for patterns, it performs a Lund check, it excludes common test numbers, but also requires a credit card related keyword such as MasterCard, Visa, Amex, American Express, CC Pound, and so on. Just keep in mind that with the narrow breadth being the most accurate because it does require a keyword, and this is where you have to kind of weigh your options. But if you configure a policy with a narrow breadth data identifier for credit cards, then someone could actually send out 1,000,000 credit cards in one email without one of the credit card related keywords, and then send another email saying, oh, by the way, those are all MasterCards, and they just bypass the system. So that's where you have to kind of weigh the different configuration options. There are also what are called optional validators. And optional validators allow you to require or exclude certain beginning or ending characters or require a keyword. For example, if you're a bank and you only want to trigger on your bank issued credit cards, the leading digits in a credit card number are what's called the BIN number, the bank identification number. So you could actually add an optional validator where you're requiring those beginning characters, and you would specify the BIN number for your bank. It would then only trigger on credit card numbers that start out with your BIN number, so those that have been issued by your bank. To use a data identifier in a policy, within your policy, under the detection tab, you would click Add Rule. You would then select Content Matches Data Identifier. You then choose the data identifier from the drop-down list. You then configure the rule, and this is where you're presented with the different breadth options. So, and you can see for wide, medium, and narrow, it gives somewhat of a description as to what each breadth is looking for. You can also expand the optional validators, and as I mentioned, you can require or exclude beginning or ending characters or require a keyword. You can also click on More Info, and when you click on More Info, it's going to show you for each breadth what exactly the breadth requires, what patterns it's looking for, and what mandatory validators must pass. So for the wide breadth, you can see a start of the patterns that it's looking for example 16 digits, and then down below that you would see any mandatory validators for that breadth. Down below that you would see the medium breadth, what patterns it looks for and what mandatory validators must pass for that breadth, and the same thing for the narrow at the bottom. You can also add to the data identifiers, and under Manage Policies there's data identifiers. You can click on Add Data Identifier, specify a name for the data identifier, specify down below what patterns that you want to look for, what normalizers and what validators that you want to use as well. And for that matter, you can also go to Manage Policies Data Identifiers, and you can even customize some of the data identifiers that are defined for you out of the box. For regular expressions, again, these should really only be used if there is no data identifier available. If you do have a specific use case to use regex, you should use a regex creation tool such as regex buddy, and you should test those thoroughly because there is a potential performance impact using regular expressions. For user identity rules, there's sender user matches pattern and recipient matches pattern. And for sender user matches pattern, you can specify the sender or user by domain, specific email address, IP address, Windows username, or instant messaging name. And for recipient matches pattern, you can specify recipient based on a specific email address, a newsgroup pattern, an IP address, or an entire domain as well. So the sender user and recipient matches pattern rules, or exceptions for that matter, are found under the Groups tab within a policy. So if you go to the Groups, you can add rule or add exception, and then define either sender user matches pattern or recipient matches pattern. You can also select from reusable patterns, and the reusable patterns was a feature that came out in the previous version, which basically gives you a central place to update reusable sender and recipient patterns, and then any policies that use those in a rule or exception will get all those changes propagated down. So here you can see where you can specify the recipient pattern or choose from one of the reusable patterns. So for sender user matches pattern rules, you can specify an email address, and this applies to all SMTP traffic with network monitor and network prevent for email, but for endpoint only supported email clients, meaning Outlook and Notes, and that applies to endpoint prevent. You can add support for other email clients through application monitoring, but out of the box, Outlook and Notes are the two email clients that are supported. You can see for domain, what protocols and products are supported, for IP address as well. Now keep in mind, if you look at the Windows username outlined down below, if you're going to trigger on a endpoint instance, if you want to monitor with endpoint prevent, for example, when somebody's trying to copy something sensitive to a USB drive, and you want to trigger based on a specific person who's under investigation, you will have to specify their Windows username, not their email address. So if you've got someone who's under investigation and you're wanting to trigger on things that they do, you could add their email address, for example, for network instance, but also add their Windows username for endpoint prevent instance. And you can see that for instant messaging, we can also trigger an instant messaging name as well. For recipient matches pattern, you can see again where you see email addresses at the top and you see supported email clients. Again, we're talking about Outlook and Notes. But for recipient, we can also trigger based on a newsgroup pattern, an IP address, and you can see what protocols and methods are supported. And then for URL domain, which is supported with HTTP over network monitor or network prevent or endpoint prevent. The reusable patterns, before this feature came out, we have customers that literally have hundreds of policies, and they use, sender or recipient rules or exceptions. So for example, if you've got a trusted partner exception in 100 policies, before this feature came out, if you needed to add a new partner to the trusted partner exception, you would have had to go in and edit literally over 100 policies. But now that the reusable patterns feature came out, you can update these patterns in a central location, and any policies that use these reusable patterns as a rule or exception will get the changes propagated down to them. So the steps to reuse sender or recipient patterns is you first create a sender or recipient pattern, create a new or edit an existing policy, access the Groups tab and add a rule or exception for that matter, select the rule type, select and apply a reusable pattern, and then save the policy. So under Manage Policies, Sender Recipient Patterns is where you can go to add a sender or recipient pattern. So you'll select the type of pattern that you're adding. And then basically you can specify by IP address, by domain, but here you can actually see what happens if you put in something incorrectly. And so at the top you can see in red under the box it shows emails are separated by commas. There's one invalid email out of one. And then down below you can see an invalid entry for an IP address where we know 438.anything is not a valid IP address. So it shows you in red that something's entered incorrectly. For file property rules, this includes file type, file name, and file size. For file type detection, this includes Office 2013 file types, but also when we're triggering based on a file type, the system actually looks at the binary signature of the file. So if someone changes the extension, we can still accurately detect the actual file type, again by looking at either the MIME type or the binary signature of the file. For file name, this supports wildcards, so you could trigger on star.pdf, for example. And then for file size, you can trigger based on a minimum or a maximum size file as well. And remember back to the policy management lesson when we talked about combining conditions into compound rules. An example is I could say if the file size is over a certain size and it's a certain file type and the word confidential is present, then generate a match and generate an incident. Right? So that would be an example of combining several conditions into a compound rule. For protocol or endpoint monitoring, for the network products, that includes all configured protocols. For endpoint prevent, we're talking about SMTP, HTTP, HTTPS, and instant messaging. The network products monitor or block at the network traffic level. Endpoint prevent monitors or blocks at the client level. For endpoint destination, you can see local drive, CD, DVD, removable storage, copies to network shares, print fax operations, or copy paste operations. So again, an example of using this in a rule is I could say, okay, if the word confidential is present and they're trying to print or fax, generate an incident. With endpoint device class or ID, again, the idea here is generally to define trusted USB devices, something that's corporate approved, for example, that encrypts everything automatically. But once you define it by its device ID under System Agents Endpoint Devices, you can then create detection conditions based on that endpoint device class ID. And then with endpoint location, under System Agents Endpoint Location is where you configure what makes an agent on the network versus off. And the agent being on or off the network can be based on communication status with the endpoint server or based on a domain or IP address. But endpoint location can also be used, and we saw in the response rule lesson how it could be used as a response rule condition, but it can also be used as a detection condition. For example, I could write a compound rule that says if the word confidential is seen and the endpoint location is off the corporate network and the endpoint destination is to print or fax, then generate an incident whether or not I have a response rule tied to that policy. That concludes the lesson on described content matching. In this lesson, we learned how to use the Symantec data loss prevention described content matching detection method.
Hello, and in this demo we're going to be taking a look at configuring a described content matching policy. To do that, we're going to go up to Manage, Policies, and Policy List. And we're going to go ahead and add a new policy. So we'll click on Add Policy. For this, we're going to leave Add a Blank Policy selected and click Next. And let's go ahead and give this a name. Let's call it credit cards. And let's just specify that this is a described content matching policy. Okay, we can optionally give it a description and a policy label if we want. Let's go ahead and select our policy group and let's put that under confidential data protection. Next, we need to add our actual detection rule. So we'll click on Add Rule. And since we are wanting to do a data identifier, or the described content matching, using a data identifier, we're going to select the radio button next to Content Matches Data Identifier. And when we select the drop-down box, you can see that we have a lot of different data identifiers built in. One's for North America, financial, healthcare, European, Asia Pacific, and so on. For this case, we want to choose financial and credit card number. Then let's go ahead and select Next. Here, of course, we do have to give the rule a name as well. Let's go ahead and call it the same as our policy. We'll leave the severity set to high. We could also choose a different severity if you would like. And then down below that, we choose the conditions for the detection rule. In this case, we've chosen the data identifier of credit card number, and that basically gives us a pattern that is going to be used to detect credit card numbers. Because we're using a pattern and mathematics to determine whether this number that we've found is a credit card number or not, we need to choose the breadth as to which we will be detecting that. The options, of course, are wide, medium, and narrow. Wide is going to detect valid credit card numbers, but it will not eliminate any common test numbers. Basically, this means that if we choose wide, we'll be getting possibly some false positives in there as well. Typically, it's best to start out with a medium breadth, which will, in this case for credit card numbers, detect valid credit card numbers. It will perform a LUN check to validate, to make sure that it is a valid credit card number. And then it will also eliminate any common test numbers used by the different credit card companies to do testing. So for this detection rule, we'll choose medium. You'll notice that there are optional validators as well. So we can choose to only create an incident or detect a credit card number if it ends in certain numbers or begins in certain numbers, or if you have a card that you don't really care about, you could possibly exclude some of those characters. You can also choose this last option here, find keywords, which would require a keyword to be present along with the number that we found. For our example, we're going to leave the optional validators off. Down below here, we can choose what kind of match counting we want. Basically, the match counting means that it will highlight all of the matches that we've found. So if we choose check for existence, it will simply check for the existence of those numbers and highlight those, but it will only list the numbers that we've found. If we choose count all matches, then it will highlight all of the matches that are found, and it will count each one of those. So if we have duplicates, it will list each one of those as a different match. So if we have one single number that's listed 50 times within an email or within a file that we found, we'll list the match count as 50. Now, count all unique matches, our last option that is selected by default. We'll go through and only list the number of matches found that were unique. Below that, you can choose to only report incidents with at least a certain number of matches. So if we choose this by default is set to 1, as long as we find at least one match within that item that we've scanned, then we'll go ahead and consider that a valid match. Below that, you can choose what we're matching on. So in this case, we're going to leave envelope, subject, body, and attachments all checked. And you'll notice that you can add other matches as well. So if we want to make sure that it is a credit card number and also matches some other item, we could do that as well. For our example, we're going to leave that unselected. We're going to scroll back to the top here and choose OK. Now you'll notice that the credit card detection rule is listed here, and you can see that we are using a data identifier for credit numbers, and then it lists out the settings that we had set. So let's go ahead and click Save. And as usual, you can see the green bar at the top indicating that the save was successful. And you'll see that our policy is now listed within the list of policies, and it is green indicating that it is enabled.
Welcome to Lesson 7 of Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration. This lesson is on exact data matching and directory group matching. The three topics that we'll cover in this lesson are on exact data matching. We'll also cover some advanced topics and features of exact data matching. We'll then get into directory group matching. Exact data matching, or EDM, is the second of our true match detection methods. Unlike described content matching, which is used for non-indexable data, exact data matching actually does use fingerprinting technology. The way it works is you take a structured data source, such as a database extract or a spreadsheet. We index it row by row, cell by cell, and you can then write rules in your policies to look for combinations from that structured data source. The biggest use case for exact data matching is customer data or employee data or pricing information. In DLP 14, you can now index as much as 4 billion rows or 6 billion cells per server. And we can do partial row matching, meaning you can specify which columns are of interest from the data source, and then you can specify how many must match from the same record before there is a match and generates an incident. So again, exact data matching, or EDM, protects structured data. Once you index that structured data source, we can detect it structured or unstructured. And again, by structured, what we mean is a delimited text file. So here we see an example of a structured data source on the top left, and you can see that there's a column for social security numbers, then account ID, then first name, then last name, then driver's license. And again, the way it works is we take this structured data source, and once we index the structured data source, it doesn't matter if someone takes a copy of this spreadsheet and attaches it to an email, or if there are enough values from the same row to exceed the configured rule, such as you see in the body of the email there at the bottom, that would also be a match and generate an incident. So again, we take the structured data source, we create the exact data profile, which basically creates a series of hashed index files, and basically the system will index each token row by row, cell by cell, and a token really means a word or a consecutive group of characters. But those hashed index files then get pushed out to the detection servers, where they are loaded into memory. And then as data gets fed to the detection server, the data is indexed in the same way. We compare the hashes to the hashes residing in memory on the detection server, and if the hash is matched, then we generate an incident. For the data source for exact data matching, it can be any type of structured data. Again, customer data and employee data or pricing data are the typical use cases. We also support now single or multi-token cells, and they can be indexed and matched exactly. The format of the data source, it needs to be a delimited text file, such as a database extract or an Excel spreadsheet, and it should be basically delimited by tab, pipe, or comma. And the max size for a data source is 6 billion cells. When you go to Manage Data Profiles, Exact Data, and you click Add Exact Data Profile, you're presented with the screen that you see here. So you have to give the profile a name there at the top, such as customer data or employee data, for example. Then you have 3 radio button options, where you can upload the data source to server now, in which case you browse to the structured data source. You can select reference data source on manager host, in which case the data source has to be in the /data files directory, and also that's the option you'll choose if you're going to reindex on a schedule automatically, like many of our customers do. Or you can select use this file name. We have a remote EDM indexer that we'll talk about in later slides, but if you're going to use the remote indexer, then you select the bottom radio button, use this file name, give the file name, and specify the number of columns. And of course there's some other steps that we'll talk about later to complete the remote indexing process. So the upload data source to server now option is not recommended for sources over 50 meg. It has an absolute limit of 2 gigs. The reference data source on manager hosts, if you choose this option, the data source has to be in the /data files directory, and you can see the paths for both Windows and Linux. By the way, Vontu is older versions. You'll see Symantec DLP now. And the best practice for data sources over 50 megs is you can use a third-party tool or script it out to securely copy the data source to the data files directory, and then in the profile choose reference data source on manager host. And again, if you've got the data source in the data files directory with reference data source on manager host radio button selected, you can also reindex automatically on a schedule. As I mentioned, we have a remote EDM indexer as well that we'll talk about in the advanced EDM topic. Once you point to the data source, then you're presented with these options. And so the read first row as column names checkbox, you really want to have that. You want column headers in your data source, and you want to select that checkbox there. By reading the first row as column names and having the column headers in the data source, it makes it easier to map columns in your data source to system fields, and it also makes it easier to configure the rule. And I'll refer back to this setting in a couple of different slides that we'll see going forward. The error threshold by default is set to 5%, and you don't have to have the system check for errors, but you can. And if you're mapping columns in your data source to system fields, let's say for example your database extract has a column for SSN and you map that to a social security number, for example, as the data gets indexed, if there's another type of data such as a 16-digit pattern like a credit card pattern, then that's not a social security number, which is what you've mapped that column to. So, and that contributes to the errors. If the error threshold is exceeded, the indexing will actually stop. Below that you have the column separator option, and you can specify tab, pipe, or comma. Pipe is what's recommended. And then for the file encoding, you have ISO 88591 for Latin characters, or you can also choose UTF-8 or UTF-16. You can also create field mappings if you want the system to check for errors and if you're using your data source in a template-based policy. And if you look over on the left side where under data source fields, those are those column headers, and you can see SSN, first, last, title, and so on. And those are pulled from the column headers in the data source. If you don't have read first row as column names, then instead of seeing these friendly names, you'll see column 1, column 2, column 3, and so on. So this is one area where having the column headers in your data source makes it easier to map the column headers in your data source to system fields. So, and again, if you map SSN under the data source field to a social security number under the system field, and you're indexing and there's 16-digit patterns, then that's going to add to those errors that we talked about. If you're going to use the data source in a template-based policy, Symantec does recommend that you have the system check your data source to make sure that it does have expected columns. For example, that payment card industry data security standard has to do with companies that deal with credit card transactions. And if you select payment card industry data security standard and then you click check now, if your data source doesn't have a column for credit card numbers, for example, the system will tell you that it lacks one of the expected columns for that particular template. So you can also submit the indexing job on a save or on a schedule. If you do submit on the schedule, the data source has to be in the data files directory, and you have to choose the radio button for reference data source on manager host within the profile itself. And like I said, we have lots of customers that do this automatically on a schedule. To use the exact data profile on a policy, you would add rule from the detection tab. You select content matches exact data from, choose the exact data profile from a drop down. You then configure the rule. And so here you can see check boxes for all of the different columns within the data source. And again, if you don't have the first row as column names, you're going to see column 1, column 2, column 3, and so on. So, again, the column headers in your data source make it easier to map fields in your data source to system fields, but also makes it easier to configure the rule, as you can see here, by seeing social security number and account number and so on instead of column 1, column 2, etc. So the fields that are checked are columns of interest. And you can see that, in this case, we don't care about phone number or zip code or password. We want to look for social security numbers, first name, last name, account number, driver's license, and email. The drop down that you see where you see 3 selected, what that means is that if we see 3 values from the same record of the indexed data source, such as a first name and a last name and a social security number from the same record, then it's going to be a match and generate an incident. Now, first name and last name and social security numbers that belong together, that's identity theft waiting to happen. First name, last name, and email address is not. So down at the bottom of this slide, you can see that for field 1, we've selected first name, field 2, last name, field 3, email. You click on the little greater than symbol that adds those 3 columns over to the excluded combinations. And now, if we see a first and last and email, it's not an incident, but a combination of 3 of any other of the checked fields would be a match and generate an incident. There's also a feature called data owner exception. And what data owner exception does, and what we've seen a lot of, is, if companies are matching on exact data, which is, by the way, more accurate than described content matching, because you're looking for exact data that has been indexed, right? But a lot of times people will file their taxes from work or apply for a loan or refinance their house, and they're sending their own personal information, and it's generating incidents. The data owner exception feature allows you to ignore, and you can see where it shows ignore on the slide. You can ignore data rows when any of these match, and you can select sender and recipient, and typically over to the right where the blank fields are, you would select email. So if the sender matches the email or the recipient matches the email, it's not going to generate an incident. So what that does is, it just prevents incidents from being generated when someone sends or receives their own PII. If they send or receive someone else's, it'll be an incident, or if someone else sends or receives theirs, it would be an incident. It just doesn't create incidents when they send or receive their own PII. So we talked in the policy management lesson about how policy templates can be imported and exported. If you're exporting a policy template that has an exact data matching rule in it, the index does not export. So when you go to import it on the new system, the wizard will see the exact data matching rule, and it will prompt you to reference an index. And if you haven't generated the index or profile on that new system, you will need to do so. So again, the way this works is we take a structured data source, and when we create the exact data profile, it indexes row by row, cell by cell, each token. Those hashed index files do get pushed out to all detection servers where they are loaded into memory once referenced in a detection rule within your policy. We recommend that you have at least 3 columns in your data source. We also recommend that you have the column names in the first row. And again, I pointed out, but having the first row as column names makes it easier to map columns in your data source to system fields and makes it easier to configure the rules, so you should have that. Try and emphasize on unique data values, and it's also recommended to use pipe as the delimiter, especially now that we support multi-token cells. So try and avoid empty columns, avoid numeric fields with fewer than 5 digits, avoid common data values. You should also avoid date fields. There are certain data types that get normalized during indexing and detection, meaning that if we see, for example, 3 digits, -2 digits, -4 digits, through the normalization process, that's identified as a social security number, which means it'll actually match on multiple formats, including 9 consecutive digits. Date fields do not get normalized. They don't normalize. So if you index a cell such as 01-25-09, it would only match as such. It would not match on 01/25/09. So be aware of that. We also recommend that you avoid quotation marks as well as avoid single characters or abbreviations. This gets into what is a multi-token. So any cell which contains spaces, punctuation, or alternative CJK characters and Latin characters is considered a multi-token cell. So for example, if there's a cell with a first name, space, last name, that would be a multi-token cell. If there are Latin characters and CJK characters in the same cell, that would also be considered a multi-token cell. When a multi-token is detected, the multi-token is cryptographically hashed the same way as other words are. And if the hash of the first 3 letters of a multi-token in the text is found in the multi-token map, and a multi-token can be built to satisfy the length in the multi-token map, the multi-token becomes a candidate multi-token. So again, if a cell in your data source contains multiple words separated by spaces, punctuation, or alternative Latin and CJK characters, it is a multi-token cell. The subtoken parts of a multi-token cell obey the same rules as single-token cells. And if a cell contains a multi-token, the multi-token must match exactly. And because indexing and detection take place in memory, you do need to verify that you do have enough memory to not only create the index, but also to load and process EDM detection. And then lastly, if multi-token cell matching is enabled, any punctuation that is next to a space is ignored. So in this slide, we see two examples of a multi-token cell. And so if you look under the data source value, we've got bank space of space Acme. Because it's a multi-token cell, all three words must be there before it is a match. In the second example, we've got multiple spaces where we've got bank, two spaces of two spaces Acme. The extra spaces actually do get normalized down to one space, so it'll match also on bank space of space Acme, just because again the extra spaces do get normalized. There's also an advanced server setting called lexer.include punctuation in words, and by default this setting is set to true. And down at the bottom you can see what all characters, separated by pipe, but you can see all the characters that do qualify as punctuation characters. So what this lexer include punctuation in words being set to true means, if you look at this slide, in the top middle, we've got 303 space Folsom space street dot comma space suite dot space #9. Because this is a multi-token cell, that would match exactly as such, but it would also match, and you can see on the top right, it would also match without the period and the comma after street or ST. It would match without the period after STE, and it would match without the pound sign in front of 9. And again, because those are punctuation characters that are next to a space. In the second example where we've got O apostrophe Connor space ST dot, because it's a multi-token cell, it'll match as exactly such, or it also match without the period after the end of ST. Again, because that period is next to a space. The apostrophe between the O and the C are considered internal to a token because it's between two Latin characters. So with the lexer include punctuation in words set to true, that means that apostrophe has to be there for it to be a match. In the third example down, we've got DLP semicolon semicolon EDM semicolon, and then we've got two CJK characters. Again, because it's a multi-token cell, it'll match exactly as such. It'll also match without the semicolon between EDM and the Latin or the CJK character, because that's considered next to a space. But the two semicolons between DLP and EDM, again, depend on that lexer include punctuation in words setting. And then finally, at the bottom, we've got semicolon, semicolon, DLP, semicolon, semicolon, EDM, semicolon, CJK character, and then semicolon, semicolon. Because it's a multi-token cell, it'll match, if we see that exact text, it would match without the semicolons at the beginning and the end, because they're next to, those are punctuation characters next to a space. It would also match without the semicolon between EDM and the CJK character as well, because that's also considered next to a space. But again, the two semicolons between DLP and EDM depend on the lexer include punctuation in words setting. There's also some text files in the /protect/config/stopwords directory, and we have stopwords list for several different languages. The one with EN in the name is the English stopword list. Historically, stopwords have always, typically been ignored. Because we now have multi-token cell functionality, if you've got multi-token matching on, any stopwords have to be there for it to be a match. And stopwords typically are common words like and, the, for, but, stuff like that. So in these examples, deposit other check, other, for example, would be the stop word, but because this is a multi-token cell, other has to be there. In the second example, deposit a check, A would be like the stop word. Again, in multi-token cell matching, the A has to be there. And then deposit one check would be treated like a stop word typically as well, but again, because it's a multi-token cell, the one has to be there. So here are some other advanced server settings. The EDM match count variant basically determines if only unique matches are reported. The EDM token verifier enabled determines if the natural language processor is used as a post-processing step for exact data matching. And then the keyword token verifier enabled functions the same as EDM token verifier, but for keyword detection as opposed to, EDM detection. This slide is about normalization, and basically normalization takes place during indexing and detection. And some data types are normalized. And so if we see 650-227-2350, through the normalization process, that's identified as a US telephone number, which means that any of those formats on the right would be a match. So 650-227-2350 or 650 in parentheses and then 227-2350. And then the same thing with the, if we are indexing a data source such as 3 digits -2-4, it's identified as a social security number, which means that it would match on multiple formats, as you can see on the lower right. So obviously you want to try to meet the guidelines from the previous slides and avoid things that we mentioned should be avoided. And obviously you want to include fields that are appropriate for the policy type, and also include fields that are expected by any template-based policies. So this slide here just shows some sample EDM columns that you might use in your environment. So, and in my opinion, these really can be kind of combined into two, but customer data and employee data are the biggest use cases that I see. And there's some, and Gramm-Leach-Bliley, which is a regulation that affects financial institutions. But let's just say you're a bank and you're affected by Gramm-Leach-Bliley. You're still protecting either customer data or employee data or both. But for customer data, first and last name and credit card number and social security number or personal identification number. Same thing with employees, first name, last name, possibly credit card number, personal identification number like social security number. And then GLBA, the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, again, if you're a bank, you're protecting bank customer or bank employee information, but first name, last name, credit card number, personal identification number, and so on. Some of the common challenges that our customers face is dispersed source data. So there may be one type of data that, or one type of database, that stores a certain type of data in one location. You may have another database in another location that stores another type of data, for example. So that's a common challenge. Another common challenge is an unclean data source. So if your data source has the wrong type of data in the wrong column, that can be a challenge. And then too many indexes is another common challenge. And remember that, detection occurs in memory. So the more indexes you have, the more memory you need on your detection servers. So when you're configuring the exact data matching profile, you may have to adjust the error threshold. 5% is the default. I remember someone telling me they changed the error threshold up to 100% one time because it kept failing on them, but that's a sign of a very unclean data source. You can adjust it, but you want to try and have the right type of data in the right column, right? But like I said, you may adjust the error threshold. If you're mapping fields, make sure that the data matches the system patterns that you're mapping to. If you're using a template-based policy, you should have the system check the mappings against the template. And if the data source format changes, you do have to create a new profile. If the format is the same and you've just added new data to it, like new customer data or new employee data, you simply reindex the updated data source. But if you change the format, like the file encoding or the delimiter, you do need to create a new profile. So the EDM indexes are a series of one-way hashes. They are files with a .rdx extension. You can find them in the index folder on Enforce. They are all loadable images which do deploy to all detection servers where they are loaded into memory once referenced in a policy. To verify that you've got a functioning index, you can check for confirmation messages in the exact data profile itself. And a lot of times in class, if people forget to submit the indexing job on a save, and so when that happens, the first thing I ask them to do is click on the little triangle to the left of the profile, and you should see a version 1. If you see no version, you might have forgotten to check the box to submit the indexing job on a save. So you might have saved the profile, but then the indexing job never ran. And of course, as you re-index, it increments by 1. So you'll see version 1, then version 2, version 3, and so on as you re-index. You can also go into the system events and look for a created exact data profile system event. You can create a test incident by putting data that should generate an incident into an EML and copying and pasting into the drop folder. And you can also look in the index folder to look for the .rdx files, and you'll have any number of .rdx files depending on the different profiles that you have. To refresh an index with newly accumulated source data, you can schedule reindexing and put the, again, if you're going to schedule, it has to be in the data files directory, but before the schedule occurs, you can take the updated data source and put it into the data files directory, or you can simply get the updated data source and re-index it manually. In the event it's not practical to refresh large data sources frequently, you have a couple options for maintaining accuracy between re-indexings. So you could pull differential indexes from the database and index those, or you could add a separate data identifier only rule to your policy. So that way, if you're the only person doing DLP, for example, and you're a bank and you're only able to pull an index of the bank customer data once a quarter, what about all the new bank customers that are joining the bank every day? You want to protect their credit cards too. So you could add a separate or look for the credit card number data identifier patterns, and that way you're catching new credit cards in between indexing times. We also have the remote EDM indexer that I mentioned, and the benefits of the remote EDM indexer is that the data owner can perform the indexing. So a lot of DBAs don't like people touching their database, so you can allow them to perform the indexing. And basically what they're going to give back to you are hashed index files, so they won't be readable. Another benefit is that the data is indexed locally on that database, so it's not relying on resources from Enforce. So, and we also have another tool that you can find information in the admin guide about called SQL Pre-Indexer. And what the SQL Pre-Indexer does is it works in conjunction with the remote EDM indexer. The SQL Pre-Indexer is only officially supported on Oracle, but basically if you run the SQL Pre-Indexer, it runs SQL queries against the database. It then pipes the results of those queries directly into the remote EDM indexer. But you can find more information on both in the administration guide. So this just goes through the steps at a high level to use the remote EDM indexer. So you have to first create the exact data profile in the Enforce console, and you'll have to choose that bottom radio button, use this file name. You then copy the profile over to the remote indexing computer. You then run the remote EDM indexer on that remote computer. You then copy the resulting index files back over to Enforce where you associate it with the profile. For system requirements, obviously we need some disk space to store those .rdx files, but probably most importantly on your detection servers, we need memory, enough memory to load the index and to process detection against the index. There's also a proximity setting that is turned on by default. And if you look at these two examples of emails, in the first one on the left, we've got first name and last name and social security number that are very close together, which would generate an incident. But in the second example where we've got first and last name together and the social security number is more than 35 tokens to the right, then that would actually not be a match with our default proximity settings. And again, a token is a word or consecutive group of characters. So Now that we have multi-token cell functionality, the proximity calculation is proportional rather than a fixed window. For calculations of proximity, subtokens are counted as a single token. And here you can see we've got I002 and then the pipe delimiter, and then we've got a multi-token cell, ABC, EFG, HIJ, KLM, NOP, and QRS. That is a one multi-token cell. And then there's another, the I002 is another cell, again separated by pipe. So the multi-token ABC, EFG, and so on, that string is hashed together. And for calculation of proximity, it sets the distance between the multi-token and the single token cell as 6, and it's not regarded as the next token. And then the proximity range is determined by the proximity radius multiplied by the number of matches required by the exact data policy condition. So in other words, if you're matching on 3 out of 4 columns, with our default proximity radius that you see outlined in red, which is 35, then it would be 3 times 35, which is 105 tokens. And that's, again, how close to the left or to the right the tokens have to be from each other before it generates a match. So the two settings here, EDM run proximity logic, by default that is set to true. If you change that to false, you're gonna, then the proximity check doesn't happen. Just be aware that you would probably experience some major performance issues if you did change that to false. And then the EDM simple text proximity radius, again, that's the number of tokens to the left or to the right. They have to be from each other to generate a match and generate an incident. And that's why you saw that one email where you saw first and last name together, but the social security number more than 35 tokens to the right, that would not be a match with this default setting. There's also a new advanced setting. So EDM always has looked for the minimum number of tokens to find a match. And so, for example, if you're matching on first name and last name and social and credit card and account number, it would hit the first match, and when you're looking at the incident, you would only see the minimum highlighted, right? So you might see first and last in social or first and last in credit card, but if there's social present, it wouldn't be highlighted, for example. There is this new setting, EDM.highlight all matches in proximity. If that is set to true, then there is an extra step that looks for all tokens within the proximity. And so all tokens are then highlighted in the incident snapshot. This shows with that setting false, and you can see first and last and social is highlighted, and you can see it's kind of blurry in here. Here you can see it's a first and a last and a social highlighted with that setting set to false, but here with EDM highlight all matches in proximity set to true, now you see all matches in the proximity highlighted in yellow. The reason why directory group matching is in this lesson is because it uses exact data matching as the underlying technology. So directory group matching is used to identify large groups of users, typically senders, possibly recipients, and once you identify these large group of users, you can identify them to be used as a rule for inclusion or as an exception. And the bottom example here you can see is if you don't want to monitor employees that are in France or Switzerland, for example, because of their strict privacy laws, then you can use directory group matching to not generate incidents when the senders are in those countries. The way it works is that groups are matched by email address, IP address, or instant messaging name. Email address is going to be most popular. Once you key off an email address, then we can use any other column in the data source as a rule or an exception, such as country or classification level or language or region or other things, right? So the first thing you have to do is to create an exact data profile, and you have to key off of one of those three things. And again, email address is going to be most popular. So what that means is you'll need to map the column in your data source for email to a system field of email. Here we see an example of a data source that might be used for directory group matching. And if you look at the bottom, you can see Dara McMorris is the email address, and Dara is in the country of France, right? So once we create the index and we say, okay, we want to map the column for email address in the data source to the system field for email address, the system knows what an email address is. So when you go to add a rule or an exception, right, then from the groups tab, I should mention, and you would select sender user based on a directory from or recipient based on a directory from, and you'll choose the exact data profile from a drop down, right? So you're choosing a profile that you want to use for the rule or the exception. And then if you look at this slide, we're pointing to that data and directory for employees profile. We're keying off the email, and then we're matching where, in this example, country. And you can, again, once you key off email, you can choose any of the columns in your data source. We're going to say where country is any of, and then you can select any of the potential values that you want to trigger on, such as France or Switzerland. So in other words, I could add an exception that says point to this directory, key off the email, and the exception is where the country has a value of either France or Switzerland. There is a newer way to do what directory group matching does called directory server groups, but this only works with Active Directory. And with Active Directory, you can define a directory connection. You can create a user group based on Active Directory group or OU memberships. And then from the groups tab, you can add rule or add exception and choose sender user based on a directory server group or recipient based on a directory server group. But the fact that you're not having to choose something from a drop down means that it's not using exact data matching as the underlying technology. So that concludes lesson 7 on exact data matching. In this lesson, you learned how to use exact data matching and directory group matching detection methods. You also learned to prepare an exact data matching data source by including at least 3 columns, emphasizing unique data values and eliminating empty columns, avoiding spaces and data values, and so on. And lastly, you learned about EDM indexes, that they consist of .rdx files. They're loaded into RAM on all detection servers, and that you can create them on a remote computer, and so on.
Hello. In this demo, we're going to be taking a look at creating an exact data profile using directory group matching. To do this, we're going to go up to Manage, Data Profiles, and Exact Data. We're going to click Add Exact Data Profile, and then we're going to create a name. In this case, let's choose Employee Data DGM. Next, you can see a few different options for creating a data source. In this case, we're going to upload the data source to the server. So we'll select that and click Browse. We're going to browse to our folder that has our CSV file in it, and click Open. Now down below that, if this source has column names as the first row, then we want to check that. It will import those column names on the next screen. You will choose the column separator, so your choices are tab, pipe, or comma. Since this is a comma separated file, let's choose comma. And then you can see that you can also pick the different types of file encoding as ISO, UTF-8, or UTF-16. Let's go ahead and leave the default of ISO. Let's go ahead and click Next. And here you can see the field mappings that were pulled in from the data source. Since we're using directory group matching, we need to have at least one source that matches up with our data groups. So we're going to come down to email and select this, and then find email in our list here and select that. After we've matched up our email data source field with the system field, we're going to scroll down to the bottom here and choose to submit this indexing job on save. Note that you can also do that on a schedule if you prefer not to do it immediately. And then we'll go to the top and choose finish. As usual, you'll see the green bar at the top indicating that the employee data DGM exact data profile was created successfully. And you'll notice also under the status that the indexing is started. If we click refresh, you can see that the index is now completed and is deploying out to our different monitors. And then if we click the arrow next to that, we can see the active version that's on our detection server, and then also when it completed its indexing. At this point, we're ready to add this profile into a policy. So let's go up to Manage, Policies, and Policy List. So here we're going to be adding this data profile to an existing policy as an exception. So let's go down and click on Merger and Acquisition Agreements. We're going to click the Groups tab and click Add Exception. In this case, we'll be adding an exception based on the sender or the user based on a directory using the exact data profile that we created earlier. So we'll select the radio button, and you can see that employee data DGM is already selected. So we'll go ahead and select next. So let's go ahead and create our exception name. In this one, I'm going to put exclude monitoring on employees in France or Switzerland. All right, down below that, you can see the conditions that we're going to select. In this case, you can see the sender comes from the directory that we selected, that we created. And you'll also notice that with the sender identifier of email, and we cannot change that. That's of course because we set that up in the data profile, indicating that we were going to be matching off of the email field. Down below that, we need to select our exception. So we are going to be looking for emails where the country within this document of our employee data is of any France or Switzerland. Okay, next we'll go ahead and click OK. And then you can see the exception has been added to our policy, and we can go ahead and save that policy. And as always, you can see the green bar indicating that that policy was saved successfully.
Welcome to Lesson 8 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on indexed document matching. In this lesson, we have just the one topic on indexed document matching. Here you can see indexed document matching, or IDM, is the third of our 4 true match detection methods. Indexed document matching also uses fingerprinting technology, but it's to protect unstructured documents. Design documents, source code, financial statements, mergers and acquisitions information, those are the typical use case for indexed document matching. We now can have over 7 million docs indexed per server, and the reason why you see /endpoint is at the endpoint agent we can also do exact IDM matching, which we'll discuss here in a bit. But we do have customers with literally millions of documents that have been indexed on each server. We can also do derivative and passage matching. So for server-based IDM detection, we can specify a minimum document exposure percentage, and if that percentage is exceeded, then it's a match and generates an incident. So index document matching again is to protect unstructured data. Under IDM types, you can see that there are 3 different IDM types. So exact file, which matches on the file's binary signature. Exact file contents, which matches on 100% of the extracted or normalized file contents. And partial file contents, where you can match on a configurable percentage of the extracted and normalized contents. In terms of detection nodes, the detection server can perform exact file contents, and partial file contents matching, but with the endpoint agent, it can perform exact file and exact file contents matching only. If you do want to do exact file matching or exact file contents matching on the agents, you do have to turn off 2-tier detection in the advanced agent settings. And here you can see detection 2-tier IDM enabled. That needs to be turned off in order to do exact IDM matching at the agent. Otherwise, it gets sent to the server for evaluation through what we call 2-tier detection. Here we see an example of a document source in the upper left, and it looks to be a PDF or a Word document, and it's a proposal for a merger of 2 companies. And it's very similar to EDM, except for we're taking unstructured documents as opposed to structured. We index that, and it doesn't matter if someone has a copy of this and attaches it to an email and sends it out, or if there's enough email text to exceed the minimum document exposure percentage. That would also be a match and generate an incident as well. So the way it works is you take your unstructured document source and you create the indexed document matching profile, and basically it's going to create 2 indexes. One that gets sent to the endpoint with exact file and exact file hashes, and then for server-based IDM detection, it creates a series of overlapping one-way hashes that we'll talk about here in just a little bit. So it essentially creates 2 profiles, one that gets sent to detection servers, one that gets sent to endpoints. So for server IDM, and again, we can match on exact file contents, or partial file contents. But once those hashed index files get loaded into memory on the detection server, then data gets fed to the detection. We index the data the same way. We compare the hashes, and if there's a match, we generate an incident. For endpoint IDM, or exact IDM as I like to call it, we've got the exact file hash, right, and the exact file contents hashes. And basically, as data gets fed, the files get indexed. They get indexed the same way. Again, we compare the hashes. If there's a match, then we generate an incident. There is now a remote IDM indexer in version 14, and the remote IDM indexer offers a standalone data processing tool for IDM indexes. It's ideal for scenarios where you've got segregation of duties enforced. And basically there's a pre-index which subsequently imports into the enforce as a new source for IDM indexes. And there are also command line versions for both Linux and Windows, and Windows actually also has a user interface as well for the remote indexer. The remote indexer also supports incremental indexing, which we've always supported on the enforce console. So the architecture is the remote IDM indexer creates an encrypted pre-index. The user responsible for transferring the pre-index to the enforcer will copy it over to the Symantec DLP, typically /protect/document profiles, and a password must be provided when importing a pre-index to enforce. The pre-index is then converted to a normal IDM index. You could use this, for example, as let's say you want to protect some source code. You could give the tool to someone from development. They could create the pre-index and then copy it to this particular directory, the document profiles directory, and then you can convert it into a normal IDM index. That way you don't have to touch the sensitive data from different business units. So here are some configuration options for the remote IDM indexer. And there's a config file, remote_idm.properties, and you can see that it's in the config folder as with all the other properties files. But there are 2 mandatory settings where you specify the folder to be indexed, and that's param.uri, and param.out, where the output of the PRDX file is, the pre-index. And then some optional parameters, you can whitelist certain file paths. You've got include filters, exclude filters. You also have minimum size and max size filters as well, and you can see the specific settings there on the left. The document source for index document matching profiles can be any type of unstructured data. So the typical uses are source code, design documents, financials, mergers and acquisitions, things like that. Even if your CEO puts out a video, for example, that's highly sensitive in nature, you can even index that video, and we can write rules to detect on that specific video. The format is you're pointing to a directory or a zip file, and if you point to a directory, it'll also index any subdirectories as long as they're not filtered out through the filters. And the max size for a document source is 700,000 documents. If you've got millions, like some of our customers, you just have to break those out across different document sources. The max size is going to depend on the average document size, and the max size of a single index is now around 2 gigs. IDM also supports whitelisting. So if there's standard text that's in all company documents, for example, you can actually exclude that boilerplate type text from adding to the minimum document exposure percentages, right? In order to whitelist certain text and have it not add to detection, you have to copy that data into a file called whitelisted.txt, and then you'll have to place the whitelisted.txt file in the appropriate directory, which is different for Windows than it is for Linux. So for Windows, it's /document profile /whitelisted. For Linux, it's /document profiles. And once that whitelisted.txt file is placed into the appropriate directory, you then index the document source. And the system will basically take that chunk of text and exclude it from adding to the detection percentages. So to create the profile, you go to Manage Data Profiles, Indexed Documents, and you click Add Document Profile. At the top, you have to give the profile a name, such as, DLP source code, for example. You then have several radio button options. Upload document archive to server now. That's not recommended for sources over 50 meg, and it also has a max limit of 2 gigs. The reference archive on enforced server, that option is the option you have to choose if you're going to reindex on a schedule automatically, like many of our customers do. But the document source has to be in the /document profiles directory. So data files for EDM, document profiles for IDM. We can also use a local path on the enforced server, or we can use a remote SMB share. So the upload document archive to server now, again, is not recommended for sources over 50 meg. The absolute limit is 2 gigs. Reference archive on manager host, again, the data must already reside in the document profiles directory. And the best practice for large document sources is to use a third-party tool or script it out to securely copy the document source to the document profiles directory, and choose the radio button called Reference Archive on Manager Host in the profile itself. And again, by doing it that way, you can also reindex automatically on a schedule. Alright, so once you point to the document archive, then you've got the file name include and file name exclude filters. We can also ignore files that are smaller or larger than a specific size. And then you can submit the indexing job on a save or on a schedule. Again, if you do it on a schedule, it has to be in the document profiles, and you have to choose, reference document archive on manager host in the profile. And these profiles are incrementally indexed, meaning that if there's files that have already been indexed in the directory and they have not been modified, then we don't reindex those, only new or modified files. So the IDM indexes are hashes of exact files, exact file contents, and then for server-based IDM detection, there are a series of overlapping one-way hashes with roughly 30 tokens per hash. And again, a token is a word or consecutive group of characters. These files also have a .rdx extension, which are loadable images derived from the index, and they also get sent to detection servers, but they also get sent to endpoints as well, and once they're referenced in a detection rule. To use the profile in a policy, you would select content matches document signature from. choose the document profile from a drop-down, and then you configure the rule. For server-based IDM detection and for file types that we can inspect text content in, you can specify a minimum document exposure percentage. The notes at the top just point out that if you were to select 10% of a 10-page doc, then one page of content would actually be a match, and that content does not have to be consecutive. I read a long time ago, I haven't seen it in a while, but I read in Knowledge Base that Symantec really recommends that you have no less than 50 or 60% minimum document exposure. But also I have taught at customer sites where, they had theirs set to 30% and they were pretty happy with it. But the less than an exact match only applies to file types where we can inspect text content inside of. So if you index a video, for example, we can't look for keywords inside that video. In that case, it would be configured for an exact match. We can also check for the existence and not count multiple matches or count all matches, and just like with any other detection rule, we can choose which component we want to match on. So that was the end of the index document matching lesson. In this lesson, we learned how to use the IDM detection method.
Hello, and in this demo we're going to be taking a look at creating an IDM index and adding that to a policy. Generally, when we create an IDM index, it is recommended that you take all of the sensitive documents in which you want to create the index, put those into a zip file, and then upload those or copy those over to the Enforce server. It is also possible to use a remote indexer. So if you have sensitive files or documents that are on another server, perhaps in a secure data center, and it's not possible to copy those actual files across to the Enforce server, you could use the remote indexer to create the index on that remote server and then simply copy the index over. For this example, we're going to go into our folder and we're going to copy over this zip file for mergers, highly sensitive documents zip. So we'll go ahead and copy that, and what we need to do is place that into our Enforce server installation folder. So in this case, it will be in the Vontu folder. If you have a recent installation, it most likely will be in the Symantec DLP folder. We'll open up Protect, Document Profiles, and we'll simply paste this file into that folder. Alright, next we're going to go ahead and open our Enforce server. And to create our index document matching, we're going to go up to Manage, Data Profiles, and Indexed Documents. Okay, we'll go ahead and click on Add Document Profile. We'll go ahead and give this a name. Let's call this Acme Merger IDM. And then you'll notice for the document source we have 4 different options. We could upload the document archive to the server. So we would just select that, choose Browse, and browse to where the zip file is located. We can choose Reference and Archive on the Enforce server, which is what we'll choose here in just a moment. We could choose Local Path on the Enforce server, in which case we would point it to a local path on the server like C:\/ some folder. We can also use a remote SMB share. So if we know the UNC to a folder on a file share, we could provide that path and then credentials and connect remotely to it and pull those files. In this case, as I mentioned, we're going to reference the archive on the Enforce server. So we'll select the drop down, and here you can see it has pulled in the zip file that we copied over earlier, Mergers Highly Sensitive Documents zip. We'll go ahead and select that. If we scroll to the bottom, you can see that there are some filters that we can add to this as well. So if we would like to include or exclude specific files or file types, We could add those into the filters here. And then there's also a size filter, so we can ignore files that are smaller than a certain size or larger than a certain size. We're going to leave those blank for now. And then down below that, for indexing, again, we'll choose submit indexing job on save. And of course, we could schedule that to happen on a regular basis. So let's go ahead and go to the top. We're going to click save. You'll notice the green bar, of course, indicating that the registered content for our IDM index was successfully saved, and that we can now create policies against that content. And you'll notice under the status that the index is starting. If we go ahead and refresh that, you'll notice that the index has now been completed. There is no schedule to do it again, since we only scheduled it to do the index on save. And if we click the arrow, we can see that it's been pushed out to monitor 1 and that it was completed today. Okay, next thing that we're going to do is go ahead and add this to a policy. So let's go to Manage, Policies, and Policy List. We're going to go down to the Merger and Acquisition Agreements. And you can see here that in this particular policy we already have some detection rules set up looking for described content matching, and we're going to add another rule to that. So let's go ahead and click Add Rule. In this case, we're going to come down and choose Content Matches Document Signature From, and you can see that our Acme Merger IDM is already selected. Go ahead and click Next. And now we need to type in a rule. So for this rule name, let's call this Acme Merger IDM again. For the severity, we'll leave it at high. Of course, we could change that to be something else, or even add a second severity based on the number of matches found. In this case, we'll leave it at high. For the minimum document exposure, that's going to be the amount or the percent of a document that needs to match before we create an incident. So if we choose exact, then that document has to have 100% match to be able to create an incident. And of course, you can go all the way down to 10% on that. Let's go ahead and choose 30% for this example. Then we can choose how we want the match counting done. We can check for existence, and we don't count multiple matches, or we can count all matches that are found. In this case, we'll leave it at check for existence. You'll notice that on match on, unlike the other policies and rules that we've created, subject and envelope are grayed out. With IDM indexes, we can only look for the body and attachments. So we'll leave those two checked, and we'll go ahead and click OK. And now if we scroll down, you can see the original detection rules using described content matching and the ORD rule that we've added in for our IDM index. So if we match on either the described content matching or any of those documents that we've uploaded into our IDM index, we will create an incident for that file. Okay, and the last thing, of course, that we need to do is just save this policy. And then, as usual, we have the green bar indicating that the policy was saved successfully. And now this policy is ready to be used immediately by our detection servers.
Welcome to Lesson 9 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on vector machine learning. In this lesson, we just have the one topic on vector machine learning. Vector machine learning is the last of our true match detection methods. It also deals with unstructured data like indexed document matching, but it works a different way and it addresses some of the challenges around unstructured data. So vector machine learning is used to protect unstructured, distributed, difficult to describe data. The data gets profiled based on positive and negative training sets of documents, and with proper tuning can be as accurate as indexed document matching. Here you can see a use case where a customer wants to protect their source code but does not want to use indexed document matching. Positive sets could be files containing proprietary IP source code, while negative sets could be an open source project downloaded from the internet. The way it works is you first feed the system both positive and negative training documents. The system then goes through a training process where it selects certain features and it builds a profile. As data gets fed to the detection servers, that data gets compared against the profile and produces a similarity score anywhere from 0 to 10, indicating how similar the data is to the positive training documents. So during the training process, the system extracts raw text from the training documents, select features are selected, a model is created, and the system goes through a process that we call k-folds evaluation, where it calculates the predicted false positive and false negative base accuracy rates. During this k-folds evaluation process, let's say you have 100 training documents, and those 100 documents are broken into 10 sets or 10 folds. 9 of the folds are grouped together and 1 fold is set aside to act as test data, and that fold gets compared against the other 9 folds. Once that process completes, that fold joins the group, another fold gets set aside to use as test data, and it gets compared against the other 9 folds. So through this process, the system calculates the predicted false positive and false negative base accuracy rates. The profile with VML is only as good as the example documents that you use for training. Narrowly defined categories also will work best. So instead of, for example, all of Symantec source code as a category, something more specific such as Symantec DLP Java source code. Both positive and negative training documents are required, with a minimum of 50 each required. Minimum of 250 each is what's recommended, and 30 megs is the max size per document. So this slide and the next slide basically give some guidelines in terms of what type of data to feed the system for the training process, depending on the type of data that you're trying to protect. Both of these slides do come from the VML Best Practices Guide. So if you look at the first column for product source code, if you want to protect product source code, for the positive training set, you would feed it proprietary product source code. For negative, source code from open source projects. For product formulas, proprietary product formulas for positive, non-proprietary product information for negative. For quarterly earnings, pre-release earnings, sales estimates, and accounting documents for positive, details of published annual accounts for negative. For marketing plans for positive, published marketing collateral for negative. For medical records, for positive, you would feed it patient medical records. For negative, you would feed it general healthcare documents. For customer sales, for positive, you feed it customer purchasing patterns, publicly available consumer data for negative. For mergers and acquisitions, confidential legal documents, M&A documents for positive, publicly available materials and press releases for negative. And for manufacturing methods, proprietary manufacturing methods and research for positive, industry standards for negative. Once the system goes through the training process, assuming both the predicted false positive and false negative base accuracy rates are acceptable and you accept the profile, as data gets fed to the detection, it gets compared against the profile and produces a similarity score anywhere from 0 to 10. The similarity score indicates how similar the message is to the positive training documents. So the higher the score, the more confidence in the classification. If you see true positives with a low score, then you need to do some incremental training. Within the incident snapshot, you can also see for each component that you're matching on what the similarity score is. And from an incident list report, you can actually filter an incident list report based on similarity score ranges. The similarity threshold is what has to be exceeded by the similarity score for it to be a match and generate an incident. Notice that you can click on Edit and manually adjust the similarity threshold. The higher the similarity threshold, the fewer incidents you'll get, because the more similar it has to be to the positive training documents. The lower the similarity threshold, the more incidents you'll get, but you could get some false positives because the less similar it has to be to those positive training documents. So we need a way to figure out how to adjust that similarity threshold initially. This slide here just points out that with a good training set of documents, there should be a delta between what generates incidents and what does not. If you've got the similarity threshold set to 5, for example, and you're getting incidents that are false positives around that score, or you're possibly missing some incidents that should be detected, then you should try and get better training documents and try and create a new profile. This is the recommended workflow for initially setting that similarity threshold. The first step is to create the VML profile. You then upload the training documents, both positive and negative, and you complete the training process, and you need to ensure that both the false positive and false negative base accuracy rates are acceptable. Both of those should be below 5%. If either are above 5%, you should reject the profile and try and gather better training documents. If they are both acceptable, then you accept the profile. In step 4 on this slide, you'll do negative testing with the similarity threshold set very low. And what we mean by doing negative testing is to feed the system as much data as possible, data that should not be generating incidents, because we want to try and generate incidents with similar data, but not the actual data that we want to protect, with as high of a similarity score as possible. So for example, if you're building a profile for Symantec DLP Java source code, for example, for the negative testing, you would feed it Java code from open source projects. You can then filter your incident list report based on the similarity score ranges. You would then adjust the similarity threshold just above the false positive with the highest similarity score. To create the profile, you navigate to Manage Data Profiles, Vector Machine Learning. You then click New Profile. Once you click New Profile, you give the profile a name, and of course description is optional. You then click Create. You then click Manage Profile. You then click Upload Contents, and basically you need to point to the positive and negative training documents, which should be zipped up. So you need to specify whether the training documents that you're uploading are the positive training set or the negative. Once you select, you click Submit. Once the training documents have been uploaded, here you can see that for both positive and negative, you can see the zip file name, you can see the size, when it was uploaded, and by whom. You can also adjust the memory allocation, and the higher the memory allocation, the more accurate the profile. You then click Start Training, and you'll see things check off as they complete. Where you see the green arrow next to step 3, that's that K-folds evaluation process that we talked about, where it's calculating the predicted false positive and false negative base accuracy rates. Once the training process completes, then you'll see the total number of positive training documents, total number of negative, and then total number of training documents, both positive and negative. You also see the predicted false positive and false negative base accuracy rates, and again, both should be below 5% before accepting the profile. And then down below that, you also see the memory required to process detection. And then of course, again, assuming both the false positive and false negative base accuracy rates are acceptable, then you would click Accept. To use the profile in a policy, under the Detection tab within a policy, you would click Add Rule, select Detect Using Vector Machine Learning Profile, choose the VML profile from a drop-down, and then here you see an incident snapshot where it's a VML incident, and you can see the actual policy name is VML Demo Policy, but you can also see for the components that you're matching on the similarity score, and here in this snapshot you can see a score of 0.1 out of 10, which is not very similar at all to the positive training documents. For our configuration files, the ones that start out with MLD are machine learning detection, but MLD training.properties, which is what you see a screenshot of down below, you can see in that file is where you set the minimum documents per category, which is 50, and again 250 recommended. You can also see some other settings such as the number of folds to use during cross-validation and so on. But that's a screenshot of the MLD training.properties. There's also MLD training logging.properties, MLD training native logging.properties, and MLD content extraction.properties, all config files in the config folder. For log files, the machine learning underscore training underscore 0.log, which is what you see here in the screenshot. Here you can actually see the K-folds evaluation process. So for fold 0, if you look to the right, you can see the predicted false positive rate and false negative rate. For fold 1, predicted false positive and false negative rates, and so on, all the way to the bottom where you can see the average false positive and false negative predicted base accuracy rates. And that's in that top log file there, machine learning underscore training underscore 0.log. There's also machine learning underscore training underscore native underscore file reader.log and machine learning underscore training underscore native underscore manager.log. And then content extraction API.log and content extraction host.log will also contain information about vector machine learning. So because that is the end of our true match detection methods, and we've talked about how to create individual rules where we're looking for something or something, and we've also talked about how to combine conditions into compound rules where we're looking for something and something, and we've talked about how to use the policy builder to combine various methods. As you can see in this policy, there's actually two rules in this policy. There's a compound rule at the top and an individual rule down below. The compound rule at the top has a couple of benefits. First of all, it adds to the accuracy. So credit card number patterns alone can sometimes cause false positives. So if you ever look at a web connection with a sniffer or protocol analyzer, you'll see in the HTTP connection request string a long string of digits, which can sometimes trigger false positives. If the patterns check out and it passes a LUN check and it's a credit card from the exact data profile, then that's more than likely a real incident, not a false positive. And so if both conditions check out, it is a high severity violation, as you can see there. It also can take advantage of short circuiting. So even if the EDM rule was above the data identifier rule, the fact that they are combined into a compound rule means that the data identifier will process first. If there's only 10 digits, or if there's 16 digits but the LUN check fails, then there's no reason to process the exact data matching rule. And so that's how you can kind of short circuit detection. So the patterns have to check out, the LUN check has to pass, and if it's data from the exact data profile, it's a real incident and high in severity. Now, let's say I'm a bank and I'm the only person doing DLP, and it's only once a quarter where I can pull bank customer data from the database and index it for the exact data condition. What about all those new credit cards that are being issued in between indexing times? That's why you see a separate data identifier only rule down below. So that way we're looking for patterns that can pass a LUN check, for example. Now again, because data identifiers are subject to false positives, you can see that there's three different severities. So I've got a default severity of low, but as the match count goes up, I adjust the severity to medium, and if the match count goes up even higher, I adjust the severity to high. So that way I've got that data identifier catching those new credit cards being issued in between indexing times, and I'm automatically adjusting severity based on a match count, but then I've got my compound rule for accuracy up above, which if both conditions check out is high in severity. So that's the end of the lesson on vector machine learning. In this lesson we learned how to define vector machine learning and described how to use it.
Hello, and in this demo we're going to be taking a look at creating a vector machine learning profile. To do that, we're going to go up to Manage, down to Data Profiles, and down to Vector Machine Learning. Next, we're going to click on New Profile, and we're going to give it a name. In this case, we're going to call it Acme black program VML. And we can also optionally give it a description. And in this case, we're going to put profile to detect source code from Acme's Black Program Development Project. So Acme has a new project that they're working on called Black Program. It does have a lot of source code, and they want to make sure that that source code is protected throughout the process of creating this new project. So we'll go ahead and click Create here. And with vector machine learning, we need to create a profile using both positive and negative document examples. So we want positive examples to be the source code or pieces of the source code from the Black project, and then our negative examples to be something that's similar but not the same. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and click on Manage Profile, and then we're ready to upload our positive and negative examples. So we're going to go to Upload Contents. We're going to choose Positive Set to begin with. Click Browse. We're going to browse to our positive set for VML. Click Open and Submit. That will upload those files to the server, and you can see the green bar at the top indicating that those files were successfully uploaded. Now, as I mentioned, we need to have a negative set as well. So we're going to go over to Upload Contents, Negative. Then we'll click Browse, choose our VML negative set of source code, click Open, and submit that. Now at this point, both the positive and the negative documents have been uploaded. Before we begin the training of these documents, we can change the memory allocation. It defaults too high, and you can choose to lower that down. Of course, the ramifications of that is as we lower the memory allocation, we're also lowering the accuracy. So in most cases, it's better to keep it at a high memory allocation so that we have a higher accuracy. In this case, we're going to go ahead and leave it at high, so we'll click Cancel, and we're ready to go ahead and start the training. Now normally, the training will take a little while. Since these are fairly small files for our example here, the training should not take a terribly long time. Okay, so now that our training has been successful, we can go ahead and take a look at the results here. Main thing that you want to take a look at when you are using this in production is as we look at the accuracy from the training, anything under 5% is a good accuracy rate. Of course, this one is a very small sample, so we have a 0% false positive and false negative rate. But in a production environment, if we have it under 5%, you're usually good to accept that. So let's go ahead and accept this training. And now here you can see the train set that we have listed, the size, the date that it was uploaded, and then also the amount of memory that's required. So at this point, we're ready to go ahead and add this to a policy. So we're going to go back up to Manage, down to Policies and Policy List. And we have a policy already created for the Acme Black program. So let's go ahead and click on that. And you can see right now we're currently just looking for described content matching any documents or files that we see going across the network or at rest on the network matching the keyword Black program will get flagged. But we also want to be able to detect the source code from this same project. So using our VML profile, we're ready to go ahead and do that. So we'll click Add Rule. We're going to choose Detect using Vector Machine Learning Profile, and we're going to select our Acme Black Program VML. Then we'll go up and click Next. We'll give it a name. In this case, we're just going to call it Acme Black Program VML. We'll leave the severity at high, leave everything else at default, and click OK. And at this point, we're ready to go ahead and save this again. And again, you can see the bar at the top that indicates that it was saved successfully. So with this setup, we're now ready to go ahead and start detecting on the black program whether people are sending out information using a keyword of black program or sending out actual pieces of source code. We'll be detecting either one of those.
Welcome to Lesson 10 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on Network Monitor. In this lesson, we'll do a review of Network Monitor. We'll talk about protocols, traffic filtering, then we'll talk about some Network Monitor best practices. Network Monitor is the only detection server that requires two network interface cards, one of which does packet capture and passively monitors TCP-based communications, things like SMTP, HTTP, instant messaging traffic, FTP, and so on. The key data in motion use cases you can see outlined in red are control of rogue business processes, regulatory compliance, and employee education. The other use cases will apply in Network Prevent, which we'll talk about in a later lesson. For deployment, Network Monitor typically resides in the DMZ or your network egress point and can plug into a span port on a switch or a network tap. Here you see a list of protocols that have been defined. Notice that there is a column for recognition, and some of these protocols show as signature based. The protocols that show as signature based means that we can detect those protocols if it's running on a non-standard port or if it's being tunneled inside of another protocol. The ones that are port based, we're simply monitoring whatever ports are specified in the protocol configuration. Also notice there's a column for low ports monitored. Ports above 1024 are monitored by default. Ports below have to be specified for one of the enabled protocols. Here you see the configuration details for a Network Monitor server. So if you go to System Servers Overview, click on your Network Monitor server, you should see a checkbox for at least two network interface cards. Here is where you select which of the network interface cards does the packet capture to monitor the actual TCP communications. Also at the detection server configuration is also where you enable which protocols that you wish to monitor. The checkboxes here, the ones that are checked, are the only protocols that this particular monitor server is monitoring for any policy violations. You can also go to the System Settings Protocols and Add Protocol. Click on the Add Protocol button, and you can add to a list of the protocols as well. Here you would specify the name of the protocol, what port or ports that you wish to monitor, and just like any other protocol, you can also apply filters, which we'll talk about here shortly. Under System Servers Traffic, here you'll see how much data has been processed by your different detection servers. This particular detection server happens to be named Network Monitor and is also a Network Monitor server, but here you can see the cumulative statistics for what data has been processed on this server. So you can see there's over 87 megs of data been processed, 2,351 messages, 0 incidents, 0 encrypted attachments, 0 unprocessable components, and 0 discarded packets. If you click on that Network Monitor name, the name of the server, which again in this example was Network Monitor, then you'll see the same statistics on a per protocol basis. So notice in the top of the grayed out part of this screenshot, you can see how much data was processed for HTTP, MSN instant messaging, and whatever other protocols that you're monitoring. This particular slide is talking about packet discards. So if you do see discarded packets, that means that the system is trying to keep up with too much data. So in other words, it's processing a lot of data and unable to keep up. If you do see discarded packets, you are potentially missing incidents. Unprocessable components, if you see a number there, this can be due to a corrupt stream of traffic. It could be due to a file that's over the max detection size, which by default is 30 megs, or it could be a file type that the system is unable to crack. This slide here just points out that, and if you look at the dotted line on this slide, this is where deep content inspection occurs. So on the left, without filtering, you're feeding the system this huge volume of traffic to process. Over on the right side, by disabling certain protocols, you're reducing the amount of traffic to process. By applying IP filters, you're further reducing the amount of traffic to process. By applying layer 7 sender or recipient filters, you're even further reducing the amount of traffic to process. At this point is when deep content inspection occurs, where we actually look for any policy violations. And then after detection occurs is when exceptions are applied. Filters can be applied to any and all monitored protocols. They can be applied globally across all detection servers, or locally applied to a specific detection server, in which case any locally applied filters will override global filters. And anytime you do add filters, you do need to recycle the services on that network monitor server for those changes to take effect. This slide just points out that the earlier in the process you filter, the better. So for example, we only capture TCP-based traffic to begin with, so non-TCP traffic is filtered out. We're only going to capture traffic over enabled protocols for those low ports specified to monitor. At this point, packet capture occurs. After the packets are acquired, IP filters are applied. After that, the stream is reassembled. After stream reassembly, layer 7 sender and recipient filters are applied. And then after detection is when policy exceptions are applied. The sampling just allows you to specify how many out of 10,000 messages for a particular protocol that you wish to monitor. If you're thinking about monitoring a certain protocol, for example, you could sample it first before dedicating system resources to monitoring all the traffic over that protocol. To configure protocol filters, you can go to System Settings, Protocols, and click on a protocol. That would be a global filter. Or you can click on System Servers Overview and click on your Network Monitor server, and then click on the Configure button. And here is where you not only enable protocols, but also by clicking on the protocol name, you can add protocol filters. The IP filter is an ordered list of instructions. Both IPv4 and IPv6 address formats are now supported. The filter syntax is plus or minus, comma, destination, comma, source, where plus indicates to keep or monitor the message and minus means to exclude or ignore the message. Each filter rule is separated by a semicolon. For example, plus, comma, asterisk, comma, 10.1.0.0/16, semicolon, minus, comma, asterisk, monitors all traffic originating in the 10.1 Class B subnet and ignores all other traffic. If you use the include filter, you must complete your filter with minus, comma, asterisk, so that all other traffic is excluded. The equivalent IP filter in IPv6 format is as followed, and here you can see on the screen. Note the /16 subnet mask in IPv4 applies to the first 16 bits, leaving the remaining 16 bits for host addresses. This is similar with the IPv6 address with the /112 subnet mask that applies to the first 112 bits, leaving the last 16 bits for host addresses. Here we see an example. If we want to monitor all traffic from the 16.135 Class B subnet, then the filter would be written as plus, comma, asterisk, comma, 16.135.0.0/16, semicolon, minus, comma, asterisk, comma, asterisk. And you can see on the screen the same format for IPv6. But essentially what this is saying is monitor, indicated by the plus sign, comma, all destinations, indicated by the asterisk, comma, from the source of 16.135 Class B, and then ignore all destinations from all sources. In the second example, if we want to monitor all traffic from the 16.135 subnet, unless it comes from .22.5, the specific host 22.5, then the syntax would be minus, comma, asterisk, comma, 16.135.22.5/32, semicolon, plus, comma, asterisk, comma, 16.135.0.0/16, semicolon, minus, comma, asterisk, comma, asterisk. So again, this is just like a firewall. You want your very specific rules first. So it's very important in the order that you write this filter. So the minus, comma, asterisk, comma, 16.135.22.5/32 is basically saying ignore traffic from that specific IP address. And in this case, we're locking it down to that IP address by applying all 32 bits to the IPv4 subnet mask. But it's also then monitoring 16.135 anything else, and then of course it's ignoring all else. Layer 7 filtering is for sender and recipient. Again, the earlier you filter the better, so these are even applied before detection occurs. The top filter in this screen is the sender filter. Plus or minus means the same thing. Plus means monitor, minus means ignore. So we're monitoring any sender that has a .hotmail.com address. And we're also monitoring senders who have an acme.com address. And then in the recipient filter down below, we're ignoring any recipient that has an acme.com address or an @trustedpartner.net address. If your domain is acme.com, for example, this would monitor outbound traffic if you're sending from that email address. However, if it's internal, going to a recipient within acme.com domain, it is ignored. This slide here just shows an IP filter combined with some layer 7 filters. So on the top, we're monitoring all destinations from 10.1 Class B, but we're monitoring anyone who has a .hotmail.com address or an .acme.com address, but we're also ignoring anyone that has an acme.com address or a trustedpartner.net. Another use case you might be to ignore if it comes from Postmaster, as an example. For best practices, you should conduct a complete architecture review to determine your current and planned network infrastructure. You'll also want to filter out uninteresting traffic to reduce false positives and increase the network monitor system efficiency. And there you can determine your network volume requirements and procure the appropriate hardware. Design your application architecture based on expected sustained traffic volumes. Sometimes traffic can spike, and that's okay, but you want to design your architecture based on sustained traffic volumes. Understand the NIC and server performance guidelines. We'll take a look at some capture rates, if you will, here shortly. And you should also deploy your network monitor servers as close to the outbound edge as possible so that you capture all the traffic outgoing. This slide shows the estimate number of network monitor servers needed for different line speeds. If you go all the way to the bottom with gigabit speeds, 1000 megabits per second, if you're running Windows native 4-core, then you would need 4 detection servers. But as you can see, as you move to Linux, you can reduce that number to 2, or the Indus, which is a high-speed packet capture card, or also now Napatech. This particular slide here shows the capture rates With Windows 2008 R2 on a native 4-core machine, it's only going to capture around 300 megabits per second. With Red Hat Enterprise Linux on 64-bit, you can see that it can capture around 650 megabits per second. The Indus and the Napatech, which are high-speed packet capture cards, you can see Indus is not supported on Windows. We no longer offer 32-bit support anyway, so I'm just looking at Windows and Red Hat Enterprise Linux on 64-bit. But with the Napatech, as you can see, it can actually capture around 900 megabits per second on Windows or Linux. This concludes the lesson on Network Monitor.
Hello, and in this video we're going to take a look at layer 7 filters, which are also known as L7 filters. To do that, we need to review the environment slightly. So let's go ahead and take a look at the policies that have been configured on this Enforce server. So we'll go up to Manage, Policies, and Policy List. You can see that we do have quite a few policies here, but we're really only concerned about this active policy of customer data. So we'll go ahead and click on that. And you can see for our detection rules, we have 3 set up looking for United States Social Security numbers, credit card numbers, and routing numbers. And if we come over here to the Response tab, you can see that we have 1 response rule set up, that is to email the sender and copy a manager for any incidents that have a high severity. Okay, let's go ahead and click Cancel here. And then let's go look at our detection servers under System, Servers, and Overview. We'll click on the Monitor one. And we're going to go ahead and click on Configure. Here you can see the different protocols that have been set up that we're looking for. In this case, we're going to take a look at an SMTP message, so we'll click on that protocol. And then here you can see we have filtering as an option here. So we'll click on the filter heading, and here you can see a few different options for filtering. We really are only going to be concerned about the L7 filters for this demo. You can see here that there are no filters currently configured. So we're going to send a couple of emails. First, we'll send one without the L7 filters set up, see what the behavior is, and then set up a filter and also see what the process is there. So let's go ahead and click Cancel. And we'll click Cancel again. And let's go ahead and switch over to our endpoint client. So you can see we've got our email client open here. This is the user of Joe User. He's an employee of acme.com. And as part of a regular business practice, he needs to send emails to Larry at anothercompany.com. This is a process that's been set up. It's been being used for quite some time. And then DLP was implemented during that process. So let's see what happens when Joe goes to send that email to Larry now that DLP has been implemented. So we've got a draft here that Joe's been working on, and you can see here we've got our customers for processing. He's always sending out emails to Larry with this attachment to be processed. You can see the attachment over here. So let's go ahead and send this email. Okay, so now that the email has been sent, you can see that we got a reply almost immediately from itsecurity@acme.com. If we open up that email, you can see that it is telling us that we sent an email that contains sensitive information. So our email, customer for processing, September of 2015, to Larry at another company, was found to contain sensitive data. Now if we go back and look at the Enforce server, And let's go ahead and open up the email client. You can see here that IT security received the email indicating that Joe had sent sensitive information. You can also see that Jane Manager received an email indicating that Joe had sent sensitive data. And you can also see that Larry actually received the email, customer for processing, and the email that Joe had sent. So in this case, this is a normal process that Joe is sending these customers to Larry to be processed. It is something that always needs to be done. And in this case, since we implemented DLP, DLP recognized that as having sensitive data in it, matching into our customer data policy, and then created that violation. Of course, being a normal process, this means that every single time that Joe sends this email to Larry for these processing, every single time those emails are going to get caught by DLP. So being more or less a false positive, we need to go in and modify the enforce server so that these emails will be allowed. So let's go ahead and go back to the enforce server. And let's go up to our monitor. We'll click configure again. We'll click SMTP again. And in this case, let's click the filtering. We're going to choose use custom settings, so those boxes below are enabled. And then for our recipient filter, we're going to say subtract all emails that are going to anothercompany.com. Now, of course, we could change the asterisk to Larry if Larry is the only person that will be receiving the emails from Joe. In this case, the way we've set it up is that any emails going to another company will be filtered out and will not create a incident. So let's go ahead and click save. And we'll click save one more time. So because we've changed those L7 filters, those actually don't take effect until we've recycled the server. So you can see the yellow box at the top there indicating that we need to recycle the server. So to do that, we'll just come down to the status box under General, click Recycle, click OK, and it will begin doing the recycle of those services. We can click the refresh button up here to refresh it and see how that process is going. Okay, we can see that the services have all started now. So the L7 filters that we put in place have taken effect. So let's go ahead and click done here. And we're going to go back over to our endpoint client. And let's go ahead and try and send that email once again. So we'll go to our drafts. We'll pull up the email that Larry sends. Again, you can see the attachment here. So let's go ahead and send that message. So first here you can see that we did not get a notification the second time from our DLP. It did not indicate that anything had gone wrong. If we come over to the enforce server and we look at our inbox, we can see that if we refresh this, that Larry has gotten the email, customers for processing, and IT security has not received a second email, nor has Jane Manager.
Welcome to Lesson 11 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on Network Prevent. In this lesson, we'll do an overview of Network Prevent. We'll then get into Network Prevent for email, then Network Prevent for web. Both Network Prevent for email and Network Prevent for web integrate at the DMZ or the network egress point, and they do integrate inline. Network Prevent for email integrates with your MTAs, your message transfer agents. Network Prevent for web integrates with your proxy. In terms of all the network products, Network Monitor can monitor any TCP-based protocols. Network Prevent for email monitors SMTP traffic specifically. Network Prevent for web monitors HTTP, HTTPS, and FTP protocols. All 6 of these key use cases do apply to Network Prevent. So we can control rogue business processes, enforce regulatory compliance. We can tag emails for encryption, for example, conditional blocking or quarantine, monitoring or blocking SSL encrypted traffic, as well as employee education. So again, Network Prevent for email looks at all SMTP traffic. If there's a violation, we can conditionally block, quarantine, reroute to another mailbox, or enforce for encryption. Over HTTP, HTTPS, and FTP, we can block over any of those 3 protocols, or if it's over HTTP or HTTPS, we can remove the sensitive content. Both Network Prevent for email and for web integrate inline. Network Prevent for email integrates with your MTAs, your message transfer agents. Network Prevent for web integrates with your proxy. The note at the bottom just points out that if you want to cover other protocols than those listed on the slide, you would either need Network Monitor or Endpoint Prevent. So now we get into Network Prevent for email specifically, and this slide shows a simplified diagram of email going out to the internet without DLP in the mix. So in this case, the user sends an email, goes to the email server, which may or may not be the MTA. And in this case, we'll keep them separate, but the email server sends the email to the MTA. The MTA does an MX lookup through DNS to see what is the MTA for the recipient domain. It then routes that email out to the internet. When you add Symantec into the system, instead of the MTA just routing the email to the internet, the email is passed off to the Network Prevent for email server, where we inspect it for DLP policy violation. If there's no violation, we tell the MTA to go ahead and route the email to the internet. If there is a violation, depending on what response rules you have added to the policy, we can either tell the MTA to block the email, or we can return a modified email. So we can do things like tag it for encryption for further downstream processing, for example. So the responses that we can do in terms of email prevent, we can tell the MTA to block it. We can add up to 3 SMTP headers, which can tag it for further downstream processing, for example, or we can modify the subject. We can also reroute to another mailbox as well. So where you see quarantine, we can actually reroute it to another mailbox as well. The email prevent server acts as an ESMTP proxy. It is not an MTA, so it doesn't have standard MTA features like store and forward and guaranteed delivery and so forth, but it can integrate with one or multiple MTAs so that it can monitor the SMTP traffic and either tell the MTAs to block it or return modified emails when there is a violation. In terms of supported MTAs, they have to be able to comply with ESMTP. And if you're in reflect mode, it has to be able to route the message to the email prevent server once and only once. The diagram that you see here where the MTA passes the email to the prevent server, prevent routes it back to the same MTA, would be an example of reflect mode. Reflect mode means that the DLP server receives it from the MTA and reflects it back to the same MTA. Another mode of operation would be forward mode, in which case the DLP server receives it from a previous hop MTA and forwards it on to a next hop MTA. Examples of supported MTAs are the Symantec Messaging Gateway, Ironport, and SendMail. And the Symantec Messaging Gateway has a real nice tie-in and integration with the Network Prevent for email server. We can do things like actually hold the message in quarantine on the Symantec Messaging Gateway, and from the Enforce console actually you can release from quarantine. A best practice to handle routing between the MTA and the prevent server is to configure a second listener on the MTA. And in the notes for the course, we actually list several different ways to handle routing, from the most secure to the least secure. So the most secure is to configure the second listener on your MTA. So the MTA by default is going to listen on TCP 25, and by default the network prevent for email server listens on TCP port 10,025. So in this example, you would configure a second listener on the MTA to listen on TCP port 10,026, which is the default return port from prevent server. And that way, when the MTA receives the email on 25, it knows that the next step is to forward it onto the prevent server. But if it receives it on 10,026, it knows to route to the next hop MTA. The email prevent specific response rules are: we can block the SMTP message, or we can modify the SMTP message. And again, with modify, we can modify the subject, or we can add up to 3 SMTP headers to the message. For the block response rule, you have to create the block response rule. You should configure sender notification, and as with any automated response rule, you have to add it to your policies. So this is the configuration for the block SMTP message response rule. You have 2 fields here. The top field is a bounce message to the sender. The bottom field is where you can redirect the message to another mailbox. You have to type something in one of these 2 fields. If you configure the top field, if you type something in the top field, the bounce message to sender, you're configuring an MTA generated block notification. So this of course will look like standard postmaster messaging, as you'll see in a following slide. If you choose to leave this blank and instead choose an enforce generated block notification, you do have to type something in that bottom field, and that would be an email address that you want to redirect the message to. So if you configure that top field with the MTA generated block notification, what happens is when the user sends an email, the MTA passes it up to the prevent server. We inspect it. If there's a violation, we tell the MTA to block it, and in this case the block notification comes from the MTA. So the good side to this option is delivery is guaranteed because it's handled by the MTA. The downside is that it will look like standard postmaster messaging. And the second option, if you leave that top field blank, you do have to redirect it to another mailbox first of all, but in this case the user sends an email, the MTA sends it to prevent for email for inspection. We see that there's a violation, so we tell the MTA to block it, but now the incident has to get over to enforce, where enforce invokes the email notification response. And the good side to this option, or the plus side to this option I should say, is that you can highly customize the email notification by using those variables, as we saw in the response rule lesson. So this slide here shows both fields configured. First of all, notice the bottom field, we're going to redirect the message to itsecurity@acme.com. But then take a look at the text in the top field. You can see it shows attention, : your email was found in violation of our corporate data policy and was blocked. Then there's a break, and of course there's another paragraph after that. And what it looks like to the user is you can see that it comes from the mail delivery system or postmaster, depending on how your MTA is configured. But if you look down in the email text, it says the following message to Joanne McAllen was undeliverable. The reason for the problem, unknown address error. There's a 550 code. Then there's a break tag, and then it starts with the custom text, attention : and it closes the break. There's another break tag, and then it continues on. Your email message, was blocked. So not very clear to the users. The downside to this option is many users will see this. They'll either ignore it, they may call the help desk, or they may, I know if I were to see this, I would see unknown address error and probably check the spelling of the recipient, resend the email, which of course would generate another incident. So another more clear option would be to configure the enforce generated block notification. So for the enforce generated block notification, remember you can select to configure it to go to the sender, and with both the subject and the body you can customize it by using those variables. The variables are in blue over to the bottom right, and it will automatically populate who the recipient was and any other variables that you choose to use, what policy was violated, for example, things like that. With the modify response, you have to create and configure the modify response rule, and as with any automated response rule, it has to be added to the policies. Here is the configuration for the SMTP modify response. And so here you can see that with the subject, we can not modify, we can prepend something to the subject, append the subject with something, or completely replace the subject with whatever you type in that top field. And in terms of SMTP headers, we can add up to 3 SMTP headers. And so you can give the header name down below along with an associated value. And by modifying the email and returning it to the MTA, we can modify it in such a way that the MTA knows how to reroute the message for further downstream processing, such as an encryption gateway. So in this example, we're going to add Zix encrypt to the beginning of the original subject. So if someone sends an email that violates policy, if this response rule is added to the policy, we will add Zix encrypt to the beginning of the original subject. Once we return it to the MTA will see that subject and know that it needs to route it to the Zix encryption gateway for further downstream processing. In this example, we're going to not modify the subject, but we're going to add an SMTP header for PGP redirect. And so you can see the X header for PGP redirect with the value of yes. And again, once we return it to the MTA reads that header and knows that it forwards on to the PGP encryption gateway for further processing. And how you configure the SMTP modify is going to depend on your encryption gateway, but also your MTA. How does your MTA know when an email needs to go to the encryption gateway for further processing? Network Prevent for Email also supports transport layer security. Many people consider TLS as the new SSL, but basically it's just an encrypted session. It encrypts the data in transit. And we do support both opportunistic mode or mandatory mode for TLS. There's also MX forwarding and load balancing, and with what this does, it allows you to configure your previous hop MTA with multiple prevent servers. So if one goes down, it forwards to another, and you can configure your prevent servers with multiple next hop MTAs. So if one next hop MTA is down, it goes to another. So it gives you some failover capacity as well as load balancing. The way it works is standard DNS 101. So at the top in DNS, you have what are called MX records. MX records point to the mail exchangers or the MTAs within DNS. So for the gmail.com, for example, you can see that there are 2 MX records, and the MX records map the domain to the MTAs for that domain. So you can see the fully qualified domain of those 2 MTAs over to the right. And then down below, there are standard DNS address records which map those fully qualified domain names to specific IP addresses. The 5 and the 10 that you see next to mail exchanger at the top have to do with priority. So the lower the number, the higher the priority for the mail exchanger. So here we see the configuration for a network prevent for email server, and you can see reflect or forward mode. And again, reflect mode means the prevent server receives it from an MTA and then after processing reflects back to the same MTA. With forward mode, again, the MTA the network prevent for email server receives it from a previous hop MTA and forwards it on to a next hop MTA. And you can refer to the documentation. There is an MTA integration guide that talks about these in much more detail. But here you can see that we've configured for forward mode with MX lookup enabled, in which case down in that bottom field you would type the domains for your next hop MTAs. In this example, we've got forward mode enabled, but MX lookup is disabled, in which case in that bottom field, you either need to specify the host name or IP addresses of the next hop MTAs. If you specify the next hops as host names like you see here, the system does still have to do a DNS address query. So for best practices, we recommend that you run in trial mode when testing. First of all, when it comes to trial mode, you want to be careful with trial mode because you can easily develop a false sense of security. So if you're running in trial mode and you've got policies that are set to block, you're going to see incidents that have a red stop sign implying that the message is blocked when in fact it is not. So trial mode for network prevent is really just to test the integration or the communications between the MTAs and the prevent server. If you want to test your policies with real sensitive data to see if your policies are written properly, you can use EML files and copy and paste those into the drop folder. So don't forget that you're in trial mode when you are testing. It's just to test the integration between the MTAs and the prevent server. We also recommend that you receive emails from approved MTAs only. That can be configured in the advanced server settings. You also might configure your MTA to route auto messages to the next hop instead of sending them to the prevent server for inspection. And then in terms of considering configuring the system to fail open, that's really left over from old versions of DLP. In very old versions, we could only integrate with 2 MTAs at most, one previous hop and one next hop. But now you can configure your MTA with multiple prevent servers, and you can configure the prevent server with multiple next hop MTAs. So that's less of a concern these days, as long as you architect it out with, like I said, multiple prevent servers and multiple next hop MTAs. With network prevent for web, this deals with other protocols, so FTP, HTTP, and HTTPS requests. And we can block violations over any of those 3 protocols, or if it's over HTTP or HTTPS, we can actually remove the sensitive content. This slide shows a simplified diagram of traffic going through a proxy to a website. So instead of the end user establishing a TCP connection with the web server, in this case, the user establishes a connection with the proxy establishes a connection with the website on behalf of the user, and basically relays the traffic. When you add Symantec, instead of the proxy just relaying traffic between the web server and the end user, the traffic is passed off to the network prevent for web server over the Internet Content Adaptation Protocol, ICAP. The prevent for web server inspects the traffic. If there's no violation, we tell the proxy to allow it. If there is a violation, we can tell the proxy to block the traffic, or we can return modified content to the proxy. The web prevent server acts as an ICAP server, and again, ICAP is Internet Content Adaptation Protocol. In this case, the proxy is the ICAP client, but it does require integration with a proxy so that we can monitor web and FTP traffic and block it. This slide shows what proxies have what support. So Bluecoat and WebWasher, you can see, have full support across the board. You can see what support there is for Cisco IronPort S-Series, Squid, WebSense, and the Symantec Web Gateway. And the different things that we can do with these different proxies that you can see, and I'll just stick with Bluecoat. But we can block HTTP, we can inspect and block HTTPS, block FTP, remove HTTP content, remove HTTPS content, and monitor and block HTTP or HTTPS responses. So basically, you're going to configure your web proxy with either ICAP request mod or response mod services. Most people are interested in outbound traffic, which is going to be request mod. The full spell out is request modification service. If you want to monitor ICAP responses, and that would be things like the old Outlook web app or Exchange Active Sync, then we do recommend that you have a separate prevent server to monitor responses. Most people are interested in requests, so you'll configure with ICAP request mod. The three web prevent specific response rules are block FTP, block HTTP or HTTPS, or remove HTTP or HTTPS content. For the block FTP response, you have to create the response rule, but there is no further configuration needed. With the block HTTP or HTTPS response rule, there is a generic default rejection message that is sent to the web client, and you can see that by default it's configured to say content blocked due to policy violation. And for the content removal, the content removal response rule gives flexible and generalized support for Web 2.0 applications. So many Web 2.0 sites are configured in a way that can cause a bad user experience if you're trying to block. So the content removal response rule was added. And so what content removal can do is it can remove the text from the body, it can remove attachment content, and there's a fallback option as well, which by default is set to block. So what that means is that we'll first try to do content removal, and if that fails, by default we fall back and block the connection. There is a config file in the config folder called http://redaction.config, and you'll see listings for, you'll see support for multiple Web 2.0 sites, but it is recommended that you do content removal for those sites, and then you can block on normal websites that are not 2.0 apps. So at the bottom it just points out that the web content removal works on posts to popular blog sites, web-based email, as well as files uploaded to common websites or attached to web-based email messages. Here is the content removal configuration. You can see we've got the removal message there at the top, so very generic, content removed due to policy violation. Then we've got the radio buttons for the fallback option, which by default is set to block. And then we've got the rejection message down below. So again, we'll first try to remove the content, and if we are successful, we'll display content removed due to policy violation. If that fails with this configuration, we'll block, and then we'll display content blocked due to policy violation. For best practices, here you see trial mode again. And again, trial mode is really just to test integration with the prevent server and your proxy in this case. Again, you don't want to develop a false sense of security thinking things are being blocked when they are not. Because again, you can see incidents where you see a red stop sign thinking things are being blocked when in fact they are not. We also recommend that you handle either requests or responses, and most people are interested in outbound traffic, which is going to be requests. If you want to monitor responses like Exchange ActiveSync, it is recommended that you have a separate server for that. So that concludes the Network Prevent lesson. In this lesson, we learned how Network Prevent for email integrates with supported MTAs for inline active SMTP management. We also learned how Network Prevent for web integrates with supported web proxies for inline active web request management. And here you can see a list of the reference materials down below.
Hello, and in this demo we're going to be taking a look at blocking SMTP messages using Network Prevent for email. To do this, we do need to take a look at the environment that we have set up. So we're going to browse over to Manage, Policies, and Policy List. You can see that we do have a list of policies here. The one that we're interested in here is our customer data. And you can see that this has 3 detection rules set up for detecting social security numbers, credit card numbers, and routing numbers. If we click on the response rule, you'll be able to see that we have this configured to block an email and send a notification to the sender and to IT. Under the actions, you can see that this action relates to Network Prevent, in this case for email, because we'll be blocking the SMTP message. And then we'll also be sending out 2 email notifications to the sender and to IT security. If you look under the conditions, you can see that this response rule will be triggered when the incident type is of network and whether the severity is high or medium. All right, let's go ahead and click cancel on this because the policy is configured as we need. And let's go ahead and take a look at how our detection server is configured. So we'll go to System, Servers, and Overview. We'll go ahead and click on our Monitor 1. And you can see that we are configured for inline SMTP. And if we click Configure, if we look under the inline SMTP options, you can see in the next hop configuration, we have 2 different options. We can choose to reflect that email back to the original server that sent the email to us. Generally, this would be an MTA. Or we can choose to forward the email onto another hop. And this can be either done through an MX lookup if we specify a specific domain, or we can choose to disable the MX lookup and send it to a specific host or IP address. So let's go ahead and click cancel here. And let's go ahead and go over to our endpoint client. And here we've got Joe user's email account open. And he has a couple of emails. First of all, let's send out this email that he has started to compose, just asking Larry if we're still on for lunch next Wednesday. Now, of course, there is no sensitive data within this email. So when we send this email, it will be evaluated by Data Loss Prevention's Network Prevent for email, and it should be allowed to continue on to Larry. So let's go ahead and send this. And let's go ahead and go back to our Enforce server. We'll go ahead and open up the email client. And let's check Larry's inbox by clicking Get Mail. And here you can see that Larry has received an email from Joe about having lunch next Wednesday. Let's go ahead now and send another email from Joe to Larry, and let's include some sensitive information in this email. So let's go back to our endpoint client. And let's open up this next draft that Joe has created. So Joe was browsing out on the network, happened to come across an open share, and within that open share found a file that contains sensitive customer data. So Joe has decided to send this email over to Larry showing him what he had found. Let's go ahead and click send. And as this email is being delivered, Data Loss Prevention Network Prevent for email will again monitor that and scan for any sensitive data. And then based on the response rules that we have configured, it should block the email and then send a notification back to Joe and to IT security. And of course, since the email was blocked, Larry should not receive any emails. If we click Get Mail and we go back to Joe's inbox, we can see that the email to Larry at another company was blocked. And then of course we have the information down here below that was configured as part of our response rule. So you can see that the email with the subject, "Whoa, check this out," was blocked and it violated the customer data policy. Let's go ahead and take a look at what happens on the Enforce server. Here you can see if we refresh Larry's email account, there is no email that arrived to Larry from Joe. However, if we do go look at our IT security, you can see that the email was redirected to here, and that you can see the original email that Joe had sent to Larry, and then they also got the same notification that Joe had received. Last, let's go ahead and take a look in the Enforce server and look at the incident itself. So if we go up to incidents and then down to network, and we look at our incidents new, you can see the incident that was created from this email that Joe sent to Larry. We can see the subject, we can see the envelope indicating that it was an SMTP message. You can see the paperclip indicating that it had a attachment, and also the stop sign indicating that that message was blocked. And of course, if we open it up, we see the typical information with the employee attributes on the right, the number of matches and the event that occurred, and then also the action taken down here, message was blocked, with the same stop sign.
Welcome to Lesson 12 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on Mobile Email Monitor and Mobile Prevent. In this lesson, we'll do an introduction to Mobile Email Monitor. We'll then do an overview of Mobile Prevent. We'll get into the configuration, the VPN configuration, the policy and response rule creation, the reporting and remediation, and the logging and troubleshooting. Mobile Email Monitor is a monitor-only solution that is ICAP based, and basically it monitors emails going into mobile devices through Exchange Active Sync. It works with Blue Coat Proxy SG, and we need the reverse proxy functionality of Blue Coat, and that is the only proxy that is supported. The incidents are reported as HTTP or HTTPS. It is a simple deployment, meaning that there is no requirement on how the mobile device connects to the network. It can be connected through Wi-Fi, 3G, 4G, LTE, doesn't matter. Both iOS devices and Android devices are supported. In terms of the architecture, as these mobile devices go to pull email from Exchange Active Sync, they connect to the Blue Coat proxy. Blue Coat, through reverse proxy functionality, passes the emails to the Mobile Email Monitor server for inspection, and whether or not there's a violation, the email is returned to the proxy, where it is then delivered to the mobile device. If there is a violation, of course, we will generate an incident. You can view the incident data. The first step in implementing Mobile Email Monitor is to understand your network architecture. This will help in determining the best place to put the Mobile Email Monitor server. You'll also need to manage the certificates that are needed for authentication between Blue Coat and Exchange, for example. And in the Blue Coat configuration, you'll set up forwarding hosts and policies so that Blue Coat passes those emails off to the Mobile Email Monitor server for inspection. Here you see the server configuration. So if you go to System Servers Overview and you go into your Mobile Email Monitor server and you click Configure, you can see that there are some response filtering options. And again, we're monitoring ICAP response here. With Mobile Prevent and Web Prevent, for that matter, we monitor ICAP requests. So in this configuration, you can see that you can ignore responses that are smaller than a specific size. You can ignore responses from specific hosts or domains. You can ignore responses to specific user agents. In the Inspect Content Type field, where the two listings that you see outlined in red, those are specific to Exchange Active Sync, and they are added automatically for you when you install a Mobile Email Monitor server. With Mobile Prevent, this can prevent sensitive data from leaving mobile devices over email, web, and different mobile apps. iOS devices are what are supported here, so both iPads and iPhones are supported. The way it works is, first of all, we have to prevent direct internet access from the mobile device. So in this case, we have to force all the traffic from the mobile device through the VPN to the proxy. The proxy passes the data off to the Mobile Prevent server, where we inspect the traffic. If there's no violation, we tell the proxy to allow it. If there is a violation, we can tell the proxy to block the traffic, or we can remove the sensitive content. There was a separate product developed for mobile devices. Reason being is mobile devices and some of the apps communicate differently from that of normal web traffic. And we do have a way to differentiate mobile traffic from that of normal web, and we'll talk about how we do so in a later slide. This slide here is meant to point out that you can deploy mobile prevent and network prevent in the same network. And these typically are going to reside in the DMZ or the network egress point as well. We no longer support mobile prevent and web prevent deployed on the same server. They have to be separate, but they can be in the same DMZ communicating with the same proxy. For the DLP related components, first of all, there's no DLP agent on the mobile device. It was determined that a DLP agent would possibly negatively affect performance on the mobile device. So there is no DLP agent. In this case, we again force the traffic from the mobile device through the corporate VPN to the proxy. The proxy hands the traffic off to the mobile prevent server, where we inspect it. If there's no violation, we tell the proxy to allow the traffic. If there is a violation, we can tell the proxy to block it or return modified content to the proxy. And that includes all web traffic as well as the different mobile apps, if you will. In terms of mobile device management components, it says not required, but it does deliver the VPN profile. And whatever solution you use for mobile device management, it needs to be able to set the VPN profile, to push the certificates that are needed for authentication, to prevent tampering with VPN profile settings, and it should also be able to enforce remediation actions if the user tries to circumvent the VPN. Symantec does have a mobile management solution that can do all these things, including enforcing VPN settings, where we can either do a selective wipe if the user tries to circumvent VPN, where we just wipe corporate profile information like contacts and emails, or we can do a full wipe of the device. So here you see the Symantec mobile management and related components. The Symantec management platform is formerly known as Altiris, but the Symantec management platform has multiple solutions that plug into the management platform, and the mobile management solution is one of those that can plug into the Symantec management platform. So you'll need a certificate of authority, and there's a mobile management site server which basically delivers the VPN profile down to the Symantec mobile, or down to the mobile device, I should say. As you can see in this slide here, there is a Symantec mobile management app that deploys to the mobile device, and that's what will receive the VPN profile information, and it's also what can enforce remediation actions, such as a wipe should the user try and circumvent VPN. We can also deliver notifications to the mobile device using the Apple Push notification service. This slide here shows the DLP and Symantec mobile management components all together. So from the Symantec management platform consoles, where you configure the VPN profile settings, it's pushed down to the mobile management site server. The mobile management site server delivers it to the Symantec mobile management app. Then as the user tries to use the different apps or communicate from the mobile device, that traffic is pushed through the corporate VPN to the proxy. The proxy hands it off to the mobile prevent server. We inspect it, and we either block or allow depending on. Here we see the configuration for the mobile prevent server. So if you go to System Servers Overview and you click on your mobile prevent server and you click Configure, this is what you see. Mobile prevent, just like network prevent for email and network prevent for web, also has the trial mode checkbox, as you can see here. Same considerations apply as well. Do not use sensitive data when you're in trial mode. It's really just to test the integration between the proxy and the prevent server. Down below, instead of response filtering like we saw in mobile email monitor, we have request filtering. So we can ignore requests that are smaller than a specific size. We can ignore requests without attachments, ignore requests to specific hosts or domains, or ignore requests from specific user agents. Down at the bottom, you can see that you can also set a mobile IP range, and basically if the devices have an IP address that falls in the range that you specify here, it is identified as mobile traffic and it will fall under the mobile incident reports. VPN on demand is a feature of the device, the mobile device, that just tells the device when trying to go to any root level domain such as .com or .net, for example, then go ahead and establish a VPN connection. We have to force the traffic through the corporate VPN so that we have visibility into the traffic. In terms of VPN requirements, the Cisco ASA series gateways are supported. The Juniper SA series gateways are also supported. And in terms of clients, if you've got the Juniper SA series gateway, the Juniper Junos Pulse client is supported. Or for the Cisco ASA series gateways, the native IPsec client on the iPad is supported, as well as the Cisco AnyConnect client. All standard DLP detection methods are supported with Mobile Prevent, with the exception of directory server groups. So described content matching, exact data matching, index document matching, vector machine learning, all supported, just not directory server groups. The protocol or endpoint monitoring rule has been updated to include mobile options. And in terms of response rules, when you're building an automated response rule, there is a condition where you can base the incident type being that of mobile. And it supports general response rules as well as specialized response actions. Down at the bottom, you can see that we can block across the board, but for content removal, this only works with general HTTP or HTTPS. Here we see the protocol or endpoint monitoring detection rule. And for the three web protocols, FTP, HTTP, and HTTPS, you can see that mobile is an option. Here you see an automated response rule, and you can see that you can set the condition based on the incident type being mobile. And then down below for the actions, you can see that Network Prevent and Mobile Prevent both have the same actions. So we can block FTP requests, we can block HTTP or HTTPS, or we can remove HTTP or HTTPS content. Here we see an incident snapshot from a mobile incident, and mobile incidents do have their own section of reporting. You can see the incident type is that of HTTPS. Down below that, out or kind of zoomed in on, you can see the server that detected the incident. You can see the mobile prevent response. In this case, the content was removed. And then down below that, under the URL section of the incident details, you can see that this looks to be something that was removed from Yahoo Mail. Over in the middle, highlighted in yellow, you can see the matches, which is just like any other incident type. So the actual violations against the detection rule. The way DLP identifies and handles mobile incidents, or differentiates mobile incidents from that of normal web, the first thing is we look at user agent information. When you connect to a website from a mobile device, for example, if you go to yahoo.com from a mobile phone, you might see the URL change to m.yahoo.com for mobile.yahoo.com. It can detect that you're connecting from a mobile device because in the connection request string embedded is the user agent information. So if you ever go to weather.com, for example, from an iPad, it might pop up saying, do you want to download the iPad app? And it can detect that you're connecting from an iPad based on that user agent information, which again is embedded into connection request string. So we'll look at user agent information to identify mobile instance as mobile. And if we can't identify based on user agent information, we'll also look at the IP range that you specify in the mobile prevent server configuration. The user agent identification patterns are configurable, and just like with network incidents, we do retain the original message and all attachments by default. So if you want to discard non-violating attachments with mobile incidents, you'll need to add the limit incident data retention automated response rule to your policies. So in terms of log files, the web prevent underscore access log does contain, and this is not specific to mobile prevent, this is mobile prevent and web prevent. But in this access log, there is a traffic source code field. And if you see a value of 0, it's identified as mobile. If you see a value of 1, it's identified as network. If you see a value of 2, it's unknown. The log files are located in the Symantec DLP/protect/logs directory. There's also the web prevent operational log, which again includes mobile prevent and web prevent. And then the file reader log is across all DLP products. File reader is the only process that you'll see on every detection server. File reader is the process that consumes the data and runs it through detection. So file reader is not specific to web prevent, but it will contain information about web prevent. So that concludes lesson 12. In this lesson, we learned about mobile email monitor and how it monitors emails going down to mobile devices through Exchange ActiveSync. And we also talked about mobile prevent and how it can prevent sensitive data from being sent out of mobile devices.
Hello, and in this demo we're going to be taking a look at how to configure policies and response rules for mobile prevent. So to begin with, let's go up to manage, down to policies and policy lists. And in this case, let's go ahead and create a new policy. So let's go ahead and click on add policy. We're going to choose to add a blank policy. So click next. And for our name, let's call this Acme Block Mobile Prevent. Okay, you could also provide a description. And let's go ahead and put this into the general policy group. Next, we need to add a detection rule. So let's click Add Rule. And we're going to go ahead and do a couple of different detection rules. First, we're going to do a protocol-based detection rule, and then we'll also add in an exact data match rule. Let's begin with the protocol. So we'll come down here to protocol or endpoint monitoring, and we'll click next. Let's give this a name, and let's go ahead and call it Acme Block Mobile Prevent. We're going to leave the severity set to high, and you'll notice under the conditions the different protocols that are enabled for the different vectors that can be used. In this case, since we're setting this up for mobile, we'll go ahead and set up FTP, HTTP, and HTTPS/SSL. Down below that, you can see some custom network protocols and endpoint destinations. We will leave those as is. But let's also match on the exact data match from employee data, and we'll click Add. And in this case, you can see that we have the protocol listed above, and then the and the content that we're going to be matching from this exact data match. So let's choose social security number, first name, last name, and email. We're going to go ahead and leave the rest as is, and if we'll change this to see if we have at least 3, we'll click OK. And you can see that our rule has been created looking for a specific protocol, and it must also be part of this exact data match profile that we've set up. And let's go ahead and save this. And as usual, you'll notice the green bar at the top indicating that it was saved successfully. Let's now create a response rule for this policy. So let's go over to Manage, Policies, and Response Rules. We'll go ahead and click Add Response Rule. We do want this to be an automated response, so click Next. And then for our name here, let's call this Acme Block Mobile Prevent. And let's go ahead and add a condition so that if the incident type is of any mobile, let's also add in some actions. In this case, let's go down to Network Prevent and Mobile Prevent, and we are going to choose block HTTP or HTTPS. We'll click Add Action. And you can see here that we now have a rejection message listed. We'll leave that as is, but you could customize that if you so choose. And let's add one more to block any FTP requests, because we were looking for FTP, HTTP, and HTTPS. So we will click Add Action there. There are no customizations for this. It will just block it by default. So let's go to the top and choose Save. Again, note the green box indicating that it was saved successfully. And at this point, we're ready to go ahead and add this to our existing policy that we created. So let's browse back to Manage, Policies, and Policy List. We'll go into our Acme Block Mobile Prevent, down to Response Rules, and now we will select the box and choose Acme Block Mobile Prevent and Add Response Rule. Once we click Save, and again we see the green box indicating that the policy was saved, we're now ready to detect any mobile devices that are sending anything over the web or via FTP, and we will block that transmission.
Welcome to Lesson 13 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on Network Discover and Network Protect. In this lesson, we'll do an overview of Network Discover and Network Protect. We'll get into configuring Discover targets. We'll get into configuring box cloud targets, which is new in 14. We'll get into protecting data. We'll cover auto discovery of servers and shares, also known as content root enumeration. We'll get into running and managing scans, reports, and remediation. And then we'll talk about some best practices for Network Discover and Network Protect. Network Discover and Network Protect typically will reside together on the same server within the secured corporate LAN. Network Discover can scan lots of different repository types, so different types of file systems, different types of SQL databases, collaboration platforms, websites, desktops, and laptops. If we do run a scan and we find a sensitive file that's exposed at rest, then Network Protect can either copy the file or quarantine the file. Data Insight is a separate product, and it facilitates identifying who the file owners are of these sensitive files that are exposed. So it runs on EMC Solera, NetApp, Windows file servers, and SharePoint. So when you run a scan and you find a sensitive file exposed, the system can query Data Insight to see who the most active users of that file are, and based on who the most active user of the file is, they can be resolved automatically as the data owner, which of course helps with remediation efforts. New in 14, we can also scan cloud storage on enterprise box accounts to look for sensitive data being stored in the cloud. The key use cases for data at rest or storage are data cleanup or risk reduction, compliance. If you're preparing for an audit, for example, it's not a bad idea to scan to make sure you don't have sensitive data that's exposed, e-discovery, data classification, data access audit, and laptop theft. With the data access audit, when we scan a file system, for example, and we find sensitive files exposed, not only do we report what specifically violated policy, but also what the file permissions are for that file. For architecture, and if you look on the right, the endpoint agent scanning Endpoint agent scanning is for an endpoint discover target, which we'll cover in another lesson. So if you could kind of slide that off the screen mentally, that will be covered in a later lesson. The agentless scanning targets that you see on the left and the server agent scanning targets that you see in the middle, those are all network discover target types. For agentless scanning, this means that the Discover server will actually connect to the repository and look for sensitive data. So NAS filers, CIFS or NFS file servers, SharePoint, and Exchange are all agentless scan target types. The server agent scanning, these are standalone executables that actually run on the repository. And so we have scanners for Documentum and LiveLink, and basically they'll extract the content and metadata and post it back to the Discover server where it's evaluated for any policy violation. The way it works is you first enable your policies. And you can build a blank policy, or you can use one of the policy templates and customize that. But basically you define what's sensitive to you. What do you want to look for? The next step is to identify your Discover target. You then run the Discover scan against the Discover target to look for sensitive data at rest. And if there's a sensitive file exposed on CIFS or SharePoint, we can use Network Protect to either copy the file or quarantine, where we actually relocate the file to another share. And we can leave a file marker or ransom note in its place. And then, as always the case, the incident data does get sent to Enforce, where you can perform additional remediation steps as well as report on the violation. This slide shows an example of some discovered data. And if you look in the path up there where all these .log files are, it's in a /public share /log files directory. When you open one of those .log files, you can see that this is a log in terms of errors that occurred while processing credit card authorizations. And if you look down in the file, there's magnetic strip information on the left, which is encoded into the magnetic strip of a credit card, which is highly sensitive in nature. So you see mag stripe data there on the left. You see expiration month and year. You see first and last name, and then you actually see the credit card number. So obviously, if we find a file like this in clear text, it is a PCI violation and should be addressed. Here we see an incident snapshot for a Discover incident, and you can see the policy or policies that were violated, and more specifically the rules that were violated. So you can see that there are 41 total matches that violated the customer data PCI and personal ID policy. 33 of those matches were against the credit card numbers rule, 5 were against the UN National Insurance numbers rule, and 3 were against the Social Security numbers rule. Down in the incident details, you can see the server that detected the file. You can see the protect status with the little bank safe icon. The bank safe icon shows that the file was quarantined. You can see the target name, the scan date, the detection date, if the file's been seen before, if it's archived. You see the file location along with a link to go to the file or to the directory. You then see the remediation location, which is where we move the file to, along with a link to go to the file or the directory there. You can see the document name that violated policy. You see the file owner, which is pretty common to see built-in /administrators, and you see the scanned machine. Down below that, on the bottom left, you can see the file permissions. Here we see an example of a file marker, or a ransom note as I like to call it. Notice that the .log has a .text appended to it now, so the file name is .log.txt now. But now when you open the file, instead of seeing the credit card information, you see a customizable ransom note, so to speak. And so now, again, instead of seeing the credit card data, you can see this file was quarantined because it violated the PCI compliance policy. Please contact IT security to find out how to regain access to your file. They can be reached at the following email address. Also notice there is a URL with corporate security policy information as well. So you should include contact information as well as a link to, information about your corporate security policy. So under Manage Discover Scanning Discover Targets, when you click New Target, you can see the options that are available to you. The box option under Cloud is new in 14. The options that you see under Server, File System, Lotus Notes, SQL Database, SharePoint, and Exchange, those are agentless scan target types. You also see a file system option under endpoint, which is an endpoint discover target, and you also see a file system option under scanner, which is a standalone agent-based scan target type of a file system. For custom, you can also see web services. For the scanners, you can see, again, there's another file system option there, but also web server, Documentum, live link, and there's also a generic scanner option. We'll walk through configuring a file system agentless target type, but basically when you add a new file system target, you'll give the target a name in the field there in the top, not in the zoomed out, or not in the zoomed in part, but behind that. You do specify, you do check off which policy groups you do want to apply to the scan. We also have the option to always scan all items or scan only new or modified items, which is an incremental scan, and you'll want to take advantage of that whenever possible. The scans can also be scheduled as well, so you can submit the scan job on a schedule, and if you are going to schedule a scan, you can also pause between certain times, such as peak production hours. On the Scan Content tab is where you define what credentials will be used to scan the repository. So some of our customers use just a basic user account to see what everybody can see, but you can also use a higher privileged account to see what's actually on the target regardless of who logs in. But in any case, the credentials used here are used to read the repository and don't necessarily need write privileges. You can also add content routes individually. You can add from a share list where you select use content routes from an uploaded file. That would be a text file with one share per line. You can also add shares individually, and as we'll talk about later, you can also add shares from a content route enumeration scan. But basically here you're specifying what shares you want to scan. We also have the filters tab. So we've got include and exclude filters, we've got size filters, and we've got date filters. And you'll see when we get to the best practices, we recommend that you target old data first. So you can only scan files added or modified after or before a certain date, or only scan files last accessed after or before a certain date. On the Advanced tab, you can also throttle the scan, so you can specify max number of files per minute or max amount of data to scan per minute. There's also an inventory mode as well. So the way this works, it allows you to scan some machines or content routes to identify out of compliance systems. So the way it works is you specify a max number of incidents, and if you want this to be as quick as possible, you'll set that number low, such as 1 or 2, for example. And then you can count incidents by content route or by content or by machine, I should say. And the way this works is if you've got 10 shares, if you've got 10 servers with 10 shares each that you're scanning, you specify the max number of incidents, that's the threshold. And then it's either going to jump to the next share, it's going to scan the first content route on the first machine till it reaches that threshold. And then it's going to either jump to the next share on that machine or to the first share on the next machine, depending on if you're counting incidents by content route or by machine. We can also scan PST files, which are Outlook offline files. And here you can see that the word confidential was discovered, and if you look under the incident context, you can see that the word confidential was found in an attachment in the inbox of this particular PST file. Just be aware that if you've got incremental scans enabled and a PST file does change, we do scan the entire PST. On the Advanced tab, we have the Scan Administrative Shares option, and that scans things like the admin $, for example, share. Under the Remediation Detection Preferences, we'll cover this later, but this allows you to track remediation efforts. The only one that's checked by default is item no longer exists, and what that means is if you run a scan and you find a sensitive file exposed, we generate an incident, and then if we run another scan but the file's no longer there, we'll update the remediation detection status to item no longer exists in the original incident. As I mentioned, we'll cover that in a later slide as well in more detail, the other options. We also have those standalone scanners that I mentioned, and we have scanners for web servers, file system, Documentum, Live Link, or a generic scanner. The high-level architecture for using scanners is you still have to start the Discover target on the Enforce console. You then start the scanner typically on the repository itself, and the scanner is going to crawl the repository looking for content and metadata. It's going to post that extracted content back to the Discover server where it's evaluated, and if there is a violation, of course, the incident data gets sent to Enforce. Encryption Insight enables you to extract PGP encrypted data for DLP detection, basically. So it integrates Symantec data loss prevention with the Symantec encryption management server, formerly known as PGP Universal Server. It communicates with the Symantec encryption management server through a Discover server resident plugin that gets installed by default with Network Discover and does not require an additional license. And basically it supports identification of file share encryption format. So the way it works is if you're running a Discover scan against a target and the plugin sees that there is a encrypted files, then it analyzes the encrypted file, determines which PGP key is necessary for decryption. It requests that key from the Symantec encryption management server, which has to be running in server key mode. The plugin then caches that symmetric key in secure memory. It then decrypts the file and runs it through DLP policy detection. So new in 14, we can now scan cloud storage on Box Enterprise accounts. And the high-level steps to set up this was you create a new target and configure scanning Box Cloud Storage. Set any additional scan target configuration options that we'll take a look at. We can also apply a visual tag to the confidential files, and if you're going to do that, you'll need to configure that through Network Protect. You then start the Box Cloud Storage scan. You then can verify that the scan is running successfully. So under new target, you would select Box under Cloud, and this creates the Box Discover target configuration. And basically under the authorization tab, you will have to authorize, and it does require an admin or a co-admin account on Box for the authorization process. Once you click authorize, then you're prompted to put in credentials, and the credentials have to be an admin account or a co-admin account on Box. And then once you click authorize, you can click grant access to Box, and you will need permissions to be able to download files for scanning. Once the authorization has succeeded, you should see that message as you see there on the upper left, and then down on the lower right you can see that this target was authorized as Tori Gilbert. The authorization is good for 1 hour or as long as the scan takes to complete, whichever is greater. After that, you can reauthorize with the same credentials for up to 2 months, and then after 2 months you will have to put in the credentials again to reauthorize the target. Under the Users and Groups section, you can choose Scan All or Scan Selected, in which case you could upload a comma delimited or new line separated file with the users or groups that you want to scan, or you can scan all. Under the folder collaboration, you can scan all or scan only private folders, scan only collaborated folders, internal or external, or scan only external collaborated folders. And then under the shared links option, you can scan only shared links. With additional options, you can scan links that are not password protected, shared links with no expiration date, or shared links with download permissions. And then on the Protect tab, this is where you enable all tag response rules when scanning. You still have to create your automated response rules for Network Protect to add the visual tag, and within there is where you'll specify what visual tag you want to add. And here you can actually see creating a response rule, and you can see the action is cloud storage : add visual tag. And this is where you can add tags to the data, to the files as metadata to, remind users that it's sensitive data and it should not be shared externally, or you can remind users to apply password protection to the files, things like that. But basically, whatever you specify in that tags field gets added as a tag, which is basically metadata to the file. With protecting data, we can use Network Protect to either copy the file or quarantine the file. And if we quarantine the file, we're actually relocating the file to another folder, basically. And we can leave that file marker in its place, which can be customized. So under the Protect tab within a file system target, you'll see the allowed actions at the top. And the reason why you might check both copy and quarantine is because for low severity files, you may just do a copy. For high severity files, you may do a quarantine. But even though you check the boxes here, you still have to create the automated response rules to do the copy or the quarantine. And you have to add those to your policies. Here, you're just specifying which actions are allowed for this particular target. Down below that is the quarantine/copy share, and in the path field, you'll specify a path of where you want to move those files to. And if you're doing a quarantine, ideally you're moving it to a more restricted file share where not everyone has read-write access. So in that case, you'll need to specify credentials that do have privileges to that quarantine share. Down at the bottom, there are protect credentials that you can specify. And under the scanned content tab, if you used credentials that only have read privileges to read the repository, then here you need to specify credentials that have write privileges so that we can write the file marker in its place. And the other thing that we do with these privileges is we also reset the last access timestamp on the file. And in order to do that, we need write privileges. There's also a config file called protect_remediation.properties. In this config file, there are two settings: com.vontu.protect.1 directory per scan equals true by default, which means that it creates a new directory in the quarantine share for each scan. If you change that to false, it places them in a single directory and it versions the file by appending the scan information into the file name. The other setting is com.vontu.protect.extensions not replaced, and you can see text, doc, XLS, PPT, and so on, all separated by pipe. And these file types retain their extension. Any file types not listed in this get a TXT appended to it. So when you saw the file marker earlier, you saw that the .log file became .log.txt. Also of mention, we've had customers that actually add the new, for example, Office extension types such as docx and xlsx and so forth. Keep in mind that you can only add files here that can be opened by Notepad. If you start adding files that cannot be opened by Notepad, like an xlsx file, then the file can get quarantined, but there's nothing in the file marker, so just be aware of that. With auto discovery of servers and shares, or content root enumeration, this enables auto discovery of CIFS compliant servers and shares. It is the starting point in the content repository for performing a search, and it does require a domain controller connection. This is a manager-only feature, meaning that Enforce is what actually runs the content root enumeration scan. Also, when running content root enumeration scans, you can restrict your search for content roots by specifying an IP address range or specifying some machine name patterns. So the way content root enumeration works is the first thing is Enforce will pull the server list from Active Directory. It also may use DNS to resolve IP addresses as needed, for example, if you're using scan filters. If you're enumerating shares, Enforce will connect using JSIFs to your file servers and identify open shares. You also do have the option to enumerate servers only and not shares. But in any case, after that, Enforce will write either the server list or the share list to the Oracle database. And then when you're defining a Discover target, you can actually add those servers or shares directly into your Discover target from the results of that content root enumeration scan. You can then run the Discover scan to look for sensitive data. If you're enumerating servers only through content root enumeration, once you import the servers into your Discover target and launch the Discover scan, The discover scan process will enumerate the shares. So in terms of installing content root enumeration, this is a 12.0 and newer feature. So if you're on older versions than that, you'll have to upgrade to 12.x at least. And you can log into Enforce as administrator. Under Manage is where you'll see content root enumeration. If you've got targets defined that have the scan administrative shares selected, then those settings are migrated as such when you're upgrading. And you do have to have content root enumeration privileges in your role to be able to run content root enumeration scans. And if you do have multiple domains, you do need to find a directory connection for each domain that you want to run content root enumeration scans on. So the configuration overview is you configure the content root enumeration scan, you run that scan, you import the results into your discover target, you then run the discover scan. So from your target list, once you select one or more discover targets from the checkbox over on the left, then you can start, stop, and pause scans. You can also filter your targets based on different criteria if you've got a large number of targets and you're looking for a specific type. But in your target list, you'll see the target name, the target type, what policy groups are applied to it, the servers that handle the scan, the last modified timestamp, the scan status, the next scan if it's scheduled, and then of course the pencil over to the right is an edit and the red X is a delete icon. If you see information under the scan status such as unassigned or ready, basically those are hyperlinks that will take you to the scan history page. You can also filter your targets, and so if you've got a large number of targets, you can filter based on target type, for example, by choosing the target type from a drop down. You can filter based on last modified time, the scan status, or the next scan. You can also click on the icon that the red arrows point to and sort ascending or descending. On the scan history page, this shows you a history of scans that have been run, and you'll see the target name on the left, the target type, when the scan started, the scan status, the scan type, the incident count, the duration, how many items have been scanned, and then any errors. Now, under the scan status here, these are also hyperlinks that will take you to the scan details page, and the scan detail page shows you specifically how much data was scanned and how many incidents there were and so forth. And then the icon to the left of the red X will take you to an incident summary report. Now, under the incident count column, sometimes people ask, well, what does the N/A mean? Not applicable, and that is for endpoint discover targets. Here you see the scan details for a particular target. So on the top left you see the target type, target name, status, the start time, and the end time of this particular scan. In the upper right you see how many shares have been processed, the run time, items scanned, bytes scanned, errors, and incident count. That number 2 next to incident count is a hyperlink that will take you to an incident list report of the 2 incidents that were found during this particular scan. Down below that you'll see any recent scan errors. Down below that you'll see the recent scan activity. There are also 3 reports that are CSV that you can download, comma separated, but there's a full statistics report, full error report, and full activity report. Under Manage Discover Scanning Discover Servers, this is where you'll see a list of all your Discover servers. And you'll see the server name, the status of each server, any scans that are running on each server, queued on each server, scheduled for each server, or paused on each server. So we've talked about how to scan for sensitive data, which in many cases can generate large lists of incidents. Now we start to talk about how to identify who the data owners of these files are, which will assist with remediation efforts. So here we see a network discover incident snapshot, and there's 2 separate fields. If you look down in the incident details section, first of all it shows the server that detected it, the protect response, and again the bank safe icon shows that the file was quarantined. You'll see the target name, the scan date, detection date, if it's been seen before, if it's archived, the file location, the remediation location, the document name, the file owner, and it's pretty common to see built-in /administrators, the scanned machine, the file created, last modified, last accessed timestamps, and then down below that is data owner. And you can see that you can click on change to set data owner information manually, or Data Insight can actually automatically populate data owner information, both name and email. Whoever the data owner is, if you look over to the right of this screen, you can see that we resolve the data owner as Rita Jones, and then you can see Rita Jones manager information, Rita Jones business unit information. And then of course the match highlighting in the middle is the same as any other incident type. So if we've seen the file before, it'll show there, and it'll show approximately how long ago the file was seen. You also have the file location along with a link to go to the file or the directory, and we have the remediation location along with a link to go to the file or directory there, and then of course the file owner information down at the bottom of the screen, which can be used for remediation efforts. So here you can see the custom attributes, and again the file or data owner is resolved as Rita Jones. You see Rita Jones manager, Rita Jones business unit. These are all populated through the lookup plugins that we talked about in an earlier lesson. They can also be resolved through response rules as well. So some of the key features for Data Insight is you can identify who the top users, readers, writers of files are. You can also filter out service accounts and SID, so if there's a backup process that touches the file every day, for example, there's no reason to have that process listed as one of the most active users. It also performs aggregation of incidents. It identifies open shares, so if there's a share where everyone has read-write access, it can report on that. It can also report data spill, who's actually seen the data, which of course is useful for a user investigation, and sensitive data cleanup. Also stale data reclamation as well. So DLP integrates with our Enterprise Vault product as well. And the way we work with Enterprise Vault is there is a classification server that basically, as emails get pulled from Exchange to go into the Vault for archive, it can be passed off to the classification server where it's run through DLP policies. And if there's a violation, we can tag it with a retention label. So if you need to pull things from the archive, you can do so based on a retention label that we can set. Data Insight also integrates with Enterprise Vault, and the way that works is if Data Insight identifies stale data, which means that the file hasn't been touched for a while, it can mark it with an archive bit so that Enterprise Vault can then pull that file into archive, and it also does some deduplication and so on. So sensitive data cleanup and stale data cleanup. So Data Insight also works with SharePoint as well, and notice over on the top right there is a DLP solution that installs on the front end of the SharePoint farm that just allows the Discover process to crawl through all the SharePoint servers in the farm. There's also a Data Insight agent that installs on the SharePoint as well, and you'll configure Data Insight to monitor specific document libraries or picture libraries. Step 2, you set up the Data Insight connection between DLP and Data Insight. Step 3 is you configure the Data Insight lookup plugin, and if you're using Data Insight, remember the lookup plugins execute in the order that they're configured. So if you're using Data Insight, you want to run the Data Insight lookup plugin first so that you can resolve data owner. You then run LDAP or CSV or scripts to resolve who data owner's manager is and data owner's business unit. So you configure the Data Insight lookup plugin. Step 4 in this slide is when we run a scan against the document library on SharePoint and we find a sensitive file exposed, then DLP can query Data Insight through the lookup API to see who the most active users of that file are, and whoever the most active user of the file is resolved as the data owner. Data Insight also has a feature called the self-service portal, and this leverages the integration between DLP and Data Insight. It enables huge numbers of users and data owners simultaneously. It enables the DLP user to define a process using the concept of workflow. It enables the DLP user to fan out the incidents to data owners and custodians, but you do have to modify the manager.properties files to allow Data Insight to perform these actions against incidents in the database. So once it's configured, the Data Insight Management Server sends an email notification to people identified as data owners or data custodians. And here you can see an example. Dear Jackie O, you've received a request to manage incidents. Please select the action as you deem appropriate. Please find the link below to log into the Data Protection Portal and complete the task. They're provided with a hyperlink. They click on the hyperlink, they log into the self-service portal, and then basically they're presented with files where they are identified as the data owner or the data custodian. And so they can select these files, and where you see quarantine and business need, those are essentially response rules that you can configure as the DLP administrator as to what responses will you allow the users to take. So if they click on quarantine, for example, that would do a manual quarantine of the files. If they click on business need, it may perform any of the actions that a smart response can do. So it may add a note to the incident that there's a business need for this, and so you're changing the status to resolved. It may set the status to resolved. It may send an email notification, but those are essentially smart response rules that the users can execute as they deem appropriate. Data owner remediation is a feature where you can actually automatically distribute incidents to people identified as data owners so that they can clean those files up as well. So in order for that to work, the data owner information has to be set. So data owner name and data owner email. And you can see that you can click on those links and set them manually. Or from an incident list report, you can select multiple incidents, click on incident actions, and then set data owner name, and then set data owner email. Once it's set from your Discover reports, then you can click on Send, Schedule Distribution, and you can select Auto, Send to Data Owners. You can customize the subject. You can choose CSV or HTML as the attachment format. You can customize what's in the body. You can schedule when these reports go out. And then after sending the reports to the data owners, we can even change the incident status. And you can see that in this example, we're going to change the incident status to sent to data owner. And we can also add additional attributes such as a case ID. With automated incident remediation tracking, this feature allows you to kind of track remediation efforts. And the way it works is it requires at least 2 scans. So if you run a scan the first time and you find a sensitive file exposed, but you run a scan the next time and the file's no longer there, we can update the status, the remediation tracking status in the original incident. So under the Advanced tab of the Discover target is where the remediation detection preferences are enabled. The only one that's enabled by default is item no longer exists. And what that means is you run a scan, you find a sensitive file exposed, you run another scan. If the file is not there, then we update the remediation detection status to item no longer exists in the original incident. You can also check the boxes for item modified and policy modified as well. And what those means is you run with item modified, if you run a second scan, the file's still there, but the file has cleaned up to where the file no longer violates policy. Then we update the status to item modified. And with policy modified enabled, if we run a scan, the file's still there, but the policy has been changed to where the file no longer violates the policy. Then we update the status to policy modified. And also note too, the overall status in the upper right is different than the remediation detection status. So you can see the overall status is still new, but there's this new field, remediation detection status, where you can see that the item was cleaned up to where the item no longer violates policy. So we change the status to item modified. You can also use these remediation detection statuses as filters in your reports or as summarization options. Down below you can see that we're summarizing by remediation detection status, and you can see that there are 72,137 high severity incidents that were not remediated, 4 high severity incidents where the item was modified, in other words the file was cleaned up to where it no longer violates policy. There are 6 high severity incidents where the policy was changed to where the file no longer violates policy. And there are 40 high severity incidents where the file was moved, and we've updated the status to item no longer exists. For best practices on Network Discover and Network Protect, focus on high volume, high access targets first. Also consider how to identify data owners, and Data Insight, hands down, is the easiest way to resolve data owner information. Keep your first target and scan small to confirm accuracy. Increase the target size, add target types, and or adding policy groups to targets when scans results have met their initial expectations. Leverage incremental scanning. Some of these scans can take, a long time to complete depending on the size of the target, so you'll want to leverage the incremental scan option. Address the old data first, data that's a year old or older, because the longer it's been sitting there, the more likely it's been seen by the wrong eyes. Address your high severity, more recent data next, and remember to target data based on age. You'll use the date filters. Configure and run Network Discover scans after consulting with business units. That should say Network Discover, not Network Protect. But you want to typically consult with business units before running scans against targets under their control. Develop the reports to document the vulnerabilities uncovered and addressed. Expand your targets and scans only after you've addressed the initial vulnerabilities uncovered from the first targets and scans. So that's the end of the Network Discover and Network Protect lesson. In this lesson, we learned how to define discover targets. We learned how it works, first of all. We learned how to define discover targets and run discover scans to look for sensitive data. We also talked about how to scan cloud storage on enterprise box accounts. We also learned how to protect the data by either copy or quarantine. And we also learned how to run content root enumeration scans to identify what servers or shares are in your environment. We also talked about how to throttle scans. We had talked about how to use the reports and the self-service portal through Data Insight for remediation efforts. Down below you can see the reference materials used for this lesson.
Hello, and in this demo we're going to be taking a look at creating an incremental Discover scan as well as enabling the Protect remediation features. To do this, we do need to take a look at our environment first. So we're going to browse up to Manage, Policies, and Policy List. And you can see here that we have one policy enabled for customer data. Let's go ahead and click on that and take a look at it. You can see that we have 3 detection rules created, one for US Social Security numbers, credit card numbers, and also bank numbers. Let's take a look at the Response tab. And here you can see that we have one response rule configured named Acme Quarantine Files. You can see under the actions that it is a Network Protect action, and the action will be Quarantine File. You can also see that the condition here is always execute. Now if we take a look at the rule itself, you can see here that we have no conditions added, and that's why it's considered an always execute rule. You can see under the actions we have one action added, which was the Network Protect Quarantine File. And in this case we've chosen to leave a marker file behind, and we have the marker text there below. Basically what that means is when the Discover scan comes across and scans a file with confidential data, it will take that data and move it to a new location and leave a marker file in its place, letting the user know that this file had confidential data and has thus been moved to a more secure location. Alright, let's go ahead and click cancel here. And let's go ahead and take a look at the Discover scanning. So let's go to Manage, Discover Scanning, and Discover Targets. And we're going to create a new target. So we're going to come over to New Target, then Server and File System. Now here we're going to go ahead and choose a name. I'm going to go ahead and name it Acme Incremental Discover Scan. Below that we do need to choose a policy group. The policy group that has our policy in it is the customer data group, so we'll check that box. Below that you can see what server this Discover target will be assigned to, and then you can also see the different scan types. So we can choose this to be an incremental scan, which means that the very first scan will be a full scan, and then all scans after that will only scan items that have changed or have been added to the directory that we're scanning. The other option, of course, is to scan all items all the time. Down below that, we can schedule a scan, so we can choose when the scan will execute. We can do that on a regular basis, and then we can also choose to pause the scan between certain times and on certain days. So if we have an extraordinarily long scan that's taking place, we may want to pause that during work hours so that it doesn't slow down the network or cause issues of users trying to access files on the network. Let's go ahead and go over to the Scan Content tab, and here's where we're going to actually configure the location that we want to scan. So we can choose to use saved credentials, or we can simply add credentials in. In this case, I'm just going to add in the administrator. And then down below that, you can see where we'll choose the content routes. This is where we'll pick the server or shares that we want. Now in this case, you can upload a file that contains all of the shares that you want to scan, or you can specify content routes. There is an option within DLP that you can set up what's called content route extraction. And basically what that will do is go out and look at specified servers and find all of the shares located on that one. So we're going to leave it set to specify content routes. We're going to go to add content routes, and you can see here that we have an option to add it directly. That will just add a blank space where you can put in each of the shares on a new line. In our case, let's choose from a route enumeration scan, and then we can choose what scan we want to use. In this case, we only have one scan, so we'll pick that one. And you can see that it's added all the shares that were found from that content route extraction. Now in this case, we don't want to scan all 7 of these shares, so we're going to select them all and then deselect the public share. That's the share that we're going to be scanning. And let's go ahead and delete the rest of these. Let's go to Scan Content. Now you can see that we have only the one public share listed here. If we go over to the Filters tab, you can see that we can filter out files within this scan. So if we want to only include a certain file type, or we want to exclude a certain file type, we can do that here. We can also do the filters based on file size or file dates. Let's go ahead and click over onto the Protect tab. And here's where we can choose the type of protect remediation that we want to occur after this scan has completed. So you can see that we have 2 different options here. We can copy the file, or we can quarantine the file. If we choose to copy the file, that will leave the original file in its original location and simply make a duplicate of it and put that duplicate in another location so that we've got a secure copy of it. If we choose quarantine, then it's actually going to move the data. So rather than just simply making a duplicate of it and storing that, it will actually move that file to a new location. And depending on what our response rule is, it can leave that marker file behind, letting the user know that the file has been moved. So in this demo, we're going to go ahead and click the quarantine, because we do want to quarantine the file after we do the scan. We do need to put a path in, so in this case we're going to be saving this to a share on the Enforce server called quarantine. And then we do need to put in credentials so that we can access that share. Down below that, we do need to put in some protect credentials, and these are the credentials that will be used to actually do the quarantine or the copying, depending on what we've checked above here. So we're going to go ahead and choose the administrator again and put in the password. Now, of course, in this demo, we're using the domain administrator. That's definitely not a best practice, but for simplicity, we're doing that here. In a real environment, we would most likely be using a user that was created specifically for the data loss prevention discover scans. Let's go ahead and click Save. And now we're ready to go ahead and do the scan. So you can see here that we've got our scan. It tells us what our target type is, the policy groups, the servers that it's assigned to, and the scan status is ready. So to run the scan, we're going to simply check the box and click Start Scan. And you can see that now the scan status is starting. We're going to go ahead and refresh this. And of course, because this is a very small scan with only a few files, it completed very quickly. So there are a couple of different ways that we can access this scan. The first is by just simply clicking on the ready status here, and that will take us to the latest scan status for this particular scan target. Or we can go up to Manage, Discover Scanning, and Scan History. And here we can see the scan that we just did was an incremental scan with 1 incident count. And if we come in here, you can see that we had 5 items that were scanned and 1 incident that was created. Now recall that this is a full scan. Even though it says that scan type is incremental, it does a full scan for the very first scan, and now every scan afterwards will be a incremental scan. So if we click on the incident count here, we can see the incident that's been created. We can see the scan location. We can also see this little vault, or this little safe, that indicates that this file was quarantined. So let's go ahead and click on the incident. Here we can see again the safe indicating that it was quarantined. We can also see it listed out down here, protect file quarantined. And the rest of the information is basically the same. So we'll have the matches down the middle and the information regarding the file, and then also the access information. So let's go ahead and take a look at the file and the quarantine. So if we come down here and click on our share, we can come up here and we can see that the customer for processing West is at 1 kilobyte. Now normally we could just double click on this file and it would open up in Excel and we would see the marker file left behind. In this particular demo environment, we only have the viewer, which cannot for some reason read those files. But if we open this file up in Notepad, you can see that the file has been quarantined, and you can see the marker file that was left behind. So it tells us the customer for processing West XLS, where it was located, the date it was scanned, and then basically more information about the scan. So we can see that the file was indeed quarantined, and if we go back and look at the share quarantine that was created, we can see here is the name of the Discover scan that we created. And if we go inside there and we go inside the most recent date and drill down, we can see here is the customer for processing West. You can see that's the original file.
Welcome to Lesson 14 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on Endpoint Prevent. In this lesson, we'll do an overview of Endpoint Prevent. We'll talk about detection capabilities at the endpoint. We'll get into configuring Endpoint Prevent. We'll get into creating Endpoint Prevent specific response rules. We'll take a look at viewing Endpoint Prevent incidents. We'll talk about Endpoint Prevent best practices, and lastly we'll talk about managing DLP agents. So there's an endpoint agent that you deploy to your desktops and laptops, and that agent has 2 functions. Endpoint Discover, which is like Network Discover in that it looks for sensitive data at rest. However, it's agent-based scanning of the local file system for data at rest. The other function is Endpoint Prevent. Endpoint Prevent monitors certain protocols such as email, web, FTP, and instant messaging, but also monitors activities such as copies to removable media, writes to CD/DVD, transfers across MTP devices, media transfer protocol devices, print fax operations, copy paste operations, copies across network shares, copies across remote desktop protocol sessions, as well as application file access. The way it works is you deploy an endpoint agent to your desktops, laptops, and servers. You then enable or customize one of the policy templates or define a blank policy. The agent will continuously monitor activity such as copies to removable media, whether on or off the corporate network. If there is a violation, the system can optionally notify the employee, their manager, and/or anyone else. And then, as always the case, the incident data gets sent to Enforce, where you can perform additional remediation steps as well as report on the violations. If you look at the bottom of this slide, there are icons for monitor, notify, and block. For removable devices, including all of those types that are listed here, we can block, monitor, or notify. For fixed internal drives, it's a monitor only solution. For writes to CD/DVD, we can block, monitor, or notify. For removable devices, fixed internal drives, and CD-ROMs, basically the selection for CD/DVD applications is grouped with other application types in the application monitoring screen. So if you're adding a CD or DVD writing application to the application monitoring screen, you do need to select CD/DVD under the new application type section. For trusted devices, we can block, monitor, or notify, and you can see the device types there listed. For copies across network shares, we can block, monitor, or notify. This also includes copies across RDP sessions. Also includes files uploaded to Outlook.com and Outlook web app. And if you open a file from a share and save as to local drive, or open from local drive and save as to share, we can also block, monitor, or notify. You can also monitor and prevent sensitive data from being synced to cloud storage sites. The applications monitored by default include Box, Dropbox, Google Drive, Hightail, iCloud, and Microsoft OneDrive. You cannot delete any of the default cloud storage applications that are provided on the application monitoring screen. For network protocols, including HTTP and HTTPS, we can block, monitor, and notify. Notice that HTTPS support is for Internet Explorer, Firefox, and now Chrome as of 14. But if you do have other browsers that you want to monitor, you can add those through the application monitoring. For email, Outlook and Notes work out of the box, but for other email clients, if you want to add them, they can be done through application monitoring. FTP, the instant messaging protocols, and remote desktop protocol copies. So we can block, monitor, and notify over any of these network protocols. For print fax operations, including right-click printing and printing to PDF, we can block, monitor, or notify. And for copy paste, we can also block, monitor, or notify. It says in the screen blocked at the time of copy. You can actually monitor on the copy or the paste now as of 14. And then also new in 14, we can also disable print screen functionality on your agents. For application monitoring, this allows you to add what we call third-party applications to a list of applications that are monitored. So you define the application executable, you define what activities of that application that you wish to monitor, and then we can block or allow sensitive data that's being used by those specific applications. And this is how you would add support for other browsers or other email clients, for example. So under System Agents Application Monitoring, you'll see a list of predefined applications that are monitored, but you can also click on that Add Application, and there you define the specifics for the application executable. You have to select the application type from the drop-down, so there's generic, there's cloud, and there's CD/DVD. And then down below you define what activities or what destinations that you want to monitor of that particular application. Now, in the Internet Explorer and Firefox, for the Windows executable is different than for the Mac. So you do have to add your browsers if you do have Mac agents. So under the System Agents Application Monitoring, and basically you'll enter the browser information in the binary name field. So for Firefox, you put Firefox. For Google Chrome, you'll enter Google Chrome. For Safari 6X, you would enter web process, and then for Safari 7X or 8X, you would enter com.apple.webkit.networking. And of course, you'll need to select generic as the application type. For architecture, the agents will be on and off the corporate network. So even if they're off the corporate network, if there is a violation, the agent writes the incident data to the disk where it is encrypted with AES. Once connected to the endpoint server, it'll send that encrypted incident data to the endpoint server, and then from the endpoint server it will send it to Enforce. Now, As of 12.5 and newer, between the endpoint agent and the endpoint server, we use SSL certificate-based authentication and encryption. For 12.0 and older, we used AES, but regardless, it's encrypted from the time the instance gets written to the disk on the agent. It's encrypted in transit to the endpoint server, and it's encrypted over transport layer security from the endpoint server to the Enforce server, where it is then stored in the Oracle database encrypted. For DLP agent requirements, it's supported on Windows Server 2003 SP2 or R2 x86, Windows 2008 Enterprise or Standard R2 64-bit, Windows Server 2012 R2 Data Center Standard Essential or Foundation Editions 64-bit desktop mode only, Windows 7 Enterprise Pro or Ultimate SP1 32 or 64-bit, Windows 8 and 8.1 64-bit, although the Windows Store Metro UI apps are not supported, and Mac OS X 10.8, 10.9, and 10.10 64-bit. For hardware, 512 megs of memory and 1.5 gigs of disk space. The endpoint server is the same as all detection servers and Enforce, so Windows Server 2008 R2 or R2 SP1 Standard or Enterprise 64-bit, Windows Server 2012 R2 64-bit Data Center Standard or Enterprise Editions, and Red Hat Enterprise Linux 5.8 to 5.11 and 6.4 to 6.6 64-bit. For hardware, 8 to 16 gigs of memory, 140 gig on the disk space. For the agent footprint, approximately 25 to 30 megs of initial memory footprint, approximately 70 to 80 megs initial disk space footprint, and it has three components: the agent service, the watchdog service, and the agent UI service. And of course, as you add additional policies, that does increase the footprint. For agent security, we provide encryption, obfuscation, and tamper-proofing. So for encryption, we use AES as the encryption algorithm to encrypt the data in the agent store, as well as agent to server communications for 12.0 and previous versions. For 12.5 and newer, we use SSL certificate-based authentication to encrypt the communications. There are 128-bit keys that are used by default. The SSL certificates and keys are automatically generated. Self-signed certificates used for agent server communications, and the session key is randomly generated by the server each session. For tamper-proofing, the agent service and the watchdog service will restart each other should one go down. So if agent goes down, watchdog will restart it. If watchdog goes down, agent will restart it. If there is user tampering that occurs, the agent logs the username and the time of shutdown and generates an event that does get sent to Enforce. The note at the bottom points out that there is a policy template called Symantec DLP Awareness and Avoidance that you can use, which generates incidents when people are trying to research on how to bypass DLP. Just be aware that if you do enable that policy template, you do need to disable envelope checking on every condition in that policy template. Otherwise, you're going to wind up with a lot of false positives in a very short amount of time. So turn off envelope checking. For obfuscation, you can rename the service names. By default, the endpoint agent service shows in Task Manager as edpa.exe, so you can change that. And the watchdog service shows up in Task Manager as wdp.exe, and you can change that so that way, it doesn't show up with the default names where they can Google and find out what the service means. You can also alter the default installation path. You can see the default path there. And we can also remove the agent from the Add Remove Programs in the control panel. The communication layer for endpoint agent communications supports a range of configurable connection settings. So you can have transient connection settings at one end of the range, persistent connection settings at the other end of the range, and various connection settings in between. If you want more responsiveness, meaning that you want policies to go down to the agents quicker and you want incident data to come back to the Enforce server quicker, then you'll configure for more persistent connectivity. If you want to support more agents per server, then you would configure for more transient connection settings. And we have tested with 30 or 35,000 agents per server without any noticeable performance impact using the more transient connection settings, which are the default now. So these are the settings that affect the agent communications. So the one in the middle, the server communicator connect polling interval in seconds, by default is 900. And that's how long the agent waits to initiate connection with the server, and it's 15 minutes. Down at the bottom, you got the COM layer, no traffic timeout seconds, which is 300 by default. The one at the top, endpoint communications heartbeat interval in seconds, is set to 4.5 minutes, and that's actually a heartbeat or a keep alive that's sent from the server to the agent, and that's to prevent things like load balancers from terminating idle connections. And then the endpoint communications idle timeout in seconds by default is set to 30. So we now use SSL certificate-based authentication between the endpoint agent and the endpoint server. There is a server certificate with a .jks extension, which is signed by the self-signed root certificate of authority. There is a client certificate with the .pem extension, which is also self-signed. And the agent packager helps you to generate the install scripts, including the certificates needed and the encryption keys needed for the authentication and the encryption. Now, the agent always authenticates the endpoint server using the certificate, but you can also add an additional level of authentication where the agent can actually check alternative name or the common name field within the certificate. And that's where it basically looks to make sure the host name matches the SAN field or CN field within the certificate. It's not turned on by default. To turn it on, this bottom set here, transport verify server host name .int, is turned off by default. If you change that to 1, then the agent does authenticate the server with an additional step to ensure that the server host name matches what the SAN field or CN field is in the certificate, but you have to change that to 1. And then the transport just allows expired certificates to be used during the SSL negotiation phase. The supported cipher suites that you can see here, and this is in the advanced settings, but TLS RSA with AES 128-bit or 256-bit CBC SHA. And so really the only difference there is either 128-bit keys or 256-bit keys. And then the endpoint communications SSL session cache timeout in seconds is set to 1 day by default, and that's the max lifetime of cached SSL session entries. You can also configure your agents with multiple endpoint servers. So if one goes down, it fails over to another endpoint server. How it fails over depends on if you're configured for transient versus persistent connectivity. There is that heartbeat or keep alive, as I like to call it, and we saw this on a previous slide, but the endpoint communications heartbeat interval in seconds, and that's how often the endpoint server sends a heartbeat to the agent, because a lot of network appliances will disconnect persistent connections which are idle, and so this basically prevents that. It's a keep alive, so to speak. So it just sends this heartbeat so that things like network appliances or firewalls do not terminate those connections. The agent connection strategy controls the connection behavior of the endpoint agent, including the connection interval, retry period, server redundancy, and so on. It uses the network location API to suspend or resume a connection strategy, and it handles transient and non-transient errors differently. So with transient errors, the strategy is to back off and try again later, but for non-transient errors, the strategy is to immediately fail over to any redundant servers. So these are the settings that affect that. So the second setting outlined here in red, the connect polling interval in seconds, again, that's 15 minutes, and that's the interval the agent waits to initiate connections. The third setting here, the initial connect back off duration seconds, is set to 30 by default. The top setting that you see here, the connect back off duration multiplier, is 2 by default. And so what this means is if you're configured for transient connection settings, meaning it's going to connect every 15 minutes, then if it cannot reach the primary server, it's going to initially back off for 30 seconds, then 30 seconds times 2, which is that multiplier at the top, then 60 seconds times 2, which is 120, then 120 seconds times 2, and so on. So it's going to always double based on that multiplier that you see at the top until it reaches that bottom setting, the max connect back off duration seconds, which is 1800 by default. If after 1800 seconds is reached and it still cannot connect to the primary, then it will connect to any secondary servers. So there are some detection capability differences with the endpoint agents. So described content matching, vector machine learning, and exact index document matching evaluate at the agent. Exact data matching, partial index document matching, and directory group matching have to get sent to the server for evaluation over what we call two-tiered detection. Because the files are extracted on the endpoint specific response rules of block, notify, and user cancel only work at the agent level with agent side detection rules. So in other words, we can only block, modify, or block, notify, or provide user cancel with DCM, VML, or exact IDM detection rules. What can happen if you, and a lot of our customers do, they do insist on detecting exact data matching violations. For example, just be aware that if you want to detect exact data matching, it does have to go to the server for evaluation through two-tier detection and therefore cannot be blocked. If you're going to write policies with EDM detection rules, do not have DCM or EDM in your policy, because what can happen is the DCM rule will evaluate locally at the agent and may generate an incident. Then the data gets sent to the server for evaluation of the EDM rule, which can also generate an incident, and now you've got two incidents from the same action. And so if you want to detect EDM violations with your endpoint, combine the DCM condition into a compound rule. And that way you're looking for the DCM condition and the EDM condition. That way, you know, if the DCM condition doesn't check out, then it doesn't bother. There's no need to send it to the server for evaluation of the EDM condition. So that's that short circuiting that I talked about in an earlier lesson. So if you go to System Servers Overview and you click on an endpoint server and you click Configure, this is where you specify the host name, the IP address, and of course the port. And by default we use TCP 8100 for all detection servers. Then there's the Agent tab, and the Agent tab has, you can set a bind address and port for the agent listener and 12.0 and earlier agent listeners. So because we now use SSL certificate-based authentication, the default port is TCP 10,443. For 12.0 and older agents that used AES for communications, the default port was TCP 8000. Under System Agents Endpoint Location is where you configure what makes an agent off the network versus on the network. And now by default, all agents are considered off the corporate network unless they can communicate with the endpoint server and continue to communicate with the endpoint server. And that's if you set it to automatically. You can also change the radio button to manually, in which case you can specify a subnet or a domain to base the endpoint location being on or off the network. So for example, you can say if the agent has an IP address in this subnet, or if it falls into this domain, it's considered on the network. If not, it's considered off. And remember, endpoint location can be used as detection conditions or as response rule conditions. Under System Agents Agent Configuration, this is where you go to create and save agent configurations. And you can have multiple configurations, but basically, there over to the right, there's going to be the default configuration that you'll see out of the box. But you can click on Add Configuration, or you can click on the little clone icon, the little copy icon to the left of the pencil outlined in red, and that'll make a copy of an existing agent configuration. So this just shows if you click on that copy icon, it's going to make a copy of the agent configuration. And typically you'll see copy 1 in the name once you copy it. Those three tabs are what make up the agent configuration. So under the Agent Monitoring tab, this is where you select the channels and the protocols that you want to monitor. So we've got removable storage, CD/DVD, local drive, print, fax. We removed the AOL and MSN instant messaging. Yahoo Messenger is listed here, as you can see. We used to have clipboard together, but now you can specify copy and or paste. You can see that Outlook and Notes is still under email, but again, you can add additional email clients or additional browsers through application monitoring. And then over to the right, you can see that Chrome HTTPS support was added. We still have the copy to local drive and copy to share. And then under configured applications, application file access, and now we have added cloud storage. The application file access checkbox you want to be careful with, because if you enable that, it opens up a floodgate of what actually gets monitored, so be aware of that. We can also disable print screen functionality now as of 14. So this includes print screen and shift print screen combinations. So it does not prevent tools like Snagit and things like that from actually capturing screenshots. So just be aware of that. It just disables the print screen on the keyboard. Under that, on the agent monitoring tab, this is where you have your monitor and ignore filters, and they execute in the order they're listed. And you can see under the order column, you can choose the drop down. You can choose the order from the drop down. It is highly recommended that you do not delete the pre-populated filters. So if you notice for filter 1, it's an ignore filter on the local drive, and it's ignoring on local drive cookies, internet cache, and temp, and so on. You could imagine if you change that to monitor on local drive cookies and internet cache, it's just going to it's going to be monitoring so much you're not going to be able to use the box. So definitely with that first filter primarily, you want to make sure you do not delete that. You can add to it, you can fine tune it, but do not delete these pre-populated filters. Down at the bottom, you've got a radio button for monitor ignore, and we'll either monitor or ignore, depending on what you select, files that don't match the above criteria. You can also filter. You can whitelist sites based on IP or domain, and this applies to HTTP or HTTPS only, but if you've got employees, for example, and their job is to input sensitive data into an intranet site, you could filter those out so that you're not generating incidents from people doing their job. And this is very similar to the filters in the network monitor lesson. Under the agent configuration tab, there is some bandwidth throttle options at the top, and there's from agent, and from agent throttle would be incidents coming from the agent to the server, for example. And then the to agent throttle is, policies or configuration changes going down to the agent. So you can throttle the bandwidth there. Under the resource consumption on the endpoint host, you can limit the agent store size to a percentage of the total available disk space, or you can limit it to a specific size. And then down below that, there's resource consumption for endpoint discover scan. So the long-term average CPU is set to 20%, minimum battery life remaining is set to 30%. And what that means is that if the CPU long-term average is above 20% or the battery life remaining is below 30%, any endpoint discover scans will pause, but endpoint prevent will always take priority and continue to work. The file recovery area location down below shows the path to where copies of the violating files get sent to, and that does get purged every 48 hours. Of course, you can change that configuration. The Advanced Agent Settings tab, there's lots of settings here, and most of these are all agent side. So we also have Advanced Server Settings, which is similar, but these are all Advanced Agent Settings. We also added a feature in a previous version for agent groups. And prior to this feature, if finance and accounting, or if finance and HR and development needed 3 different agent configurations, before this feature, you had to set up 3 separate endpoint servers because only one agent configuration could be assigned to a server at a time. Now you can build agent groups, and you can group your agents based on different conditions. And then once you define an agent group, you have to assign an agent configuration to that group. And you can see this default group. If you were to check that box and then click assign configuration, that's how you assign the configuration to the group. This slide shows the process overview. So in step 1, the administrator defines the agent attribute query and group definition. In step 2, we write the agent attribute query and group definition to the database. Step 3, the endpoint server caches the agent configuration and group conditions. Step 4, the agent persists the received agent attribute query. Step 5, the agent executes the agent attribute query. Step 6, the agent persists the attribute result set. Step 7, the endpoint server categorizes the agent into an agent group based on the attribute result set. And step 8, we persist the agent group information to the database there. So the agent group types can be based on agent attributes, based on endpoint server name, or based on endpoint host name. The priorities are host name groups first, then endpoint server groups, then agent attribute groups. If you do build your groups based on user attributes, you can see the options in the drop down below. So it can be based on the agent host domain, the agent host type, the agent host version, the logged in user, or the logged in user domain. So once you build your agent group definition, then you have to assign a configuration to that agent group. So you go to your agent groups, you check the box, you click assign configuration, and you'll choose whatever configuration you want to assign to that particular group. Now, if you update an agent configuration after it's been assigned, under that status column where you see enabled, you'll see a warning, and you will have to select that group and then click on the update configuration button. If there's a group conflict, if it's a simple conflict such as a country level group and then a subset of that like a state level group, if it's a simple conflict like that, then the agent resolves to the subset group, and it writes a rule in the database as well to resolve any future conflicts of that sort. If the agent does go into a conflict and it's a more complex conflict, the agent will go into a warning status on the agent health dashboard, and you'll have to take steps to resolve the conflict. There are also what are called directory server groups, and we can create directory server groups based on AD group or OU membership. And basically, these agent groups can be used as rules or exceptions in your policy. And the good thing about this option here is as new employees join and they fall into a specific group in Active Directory, we automatically add them to the related policies, and they're automatically allowed or blocked based on their Active Directory group membership. So the steps to use directory server groups is you have to first configure a directory connection. This is only supported with Active Directory. You then define your user groups based on Active Directory groups or organizational units. You then create your policies conditional on those directory server groups as rules or exceptions. And then the agents evaluate the policies by the group membership of the logged on user. And so they're either allowed or blocked based on their group membership and your policies. The endpoint prevent specific response rules include notify, block, and user cancel. Notify allows the action, just provides an on-screen notification. Block also provides an on-screen notification, but blocks the transfer or copy or send. And then user cancel warns them, they're given a countdown, and they can choose a justification for why they're trying to perform that action, and they can allow the action to occur, which still generates an incident, and you'll see their justification tied to it within the incident snapshot. If they cancel out, it still generates an incident, but you'll see that the user canceled. So this is the configuration for the notify response rule, and again, this is just going to notify them. But in the alert box there, you can see the content type, content name, and those are variables picked from over to the right, and you can see the blue variables under insert variables. So the content type variable, content name variable, you're attempting to move, copy, save, or transfer potentially contains sensitive information that violates the following security policies. Then you see the policy name variable. Down below that, you can allow the user to choose an explanation, and what's presented to the user is on the lower right in the red outline. I did not know transferring this data was restricted. This is part of an established business process. My manager approved this transfer of data. There is no confidential data in these files. And if you check the box to allow the user to enter a text explanation, they're given a fifth radio button that says other, and they can select that and type in their own words what their reasoning was for trying to perform that particular action. The way it looks to the user, and this is the block, but here you can see the action you're trying to take has been prevented because it involves confidential data and is a violation of the company's data protection policy, customer data DCM. Customer data DCM was filled in automatically by that policy name variable. Below that, it tells them, the file's been quarantined at /temp/recovered files folder, which that path is different now, as we saw in the configuration. And then they're presented with the justification options, and they can choose from a radio button what their reasoning is and click OK. And it's going to generate an incident, and you'll see their justification tied to that incident. The checkbox at the bottom, apply this justification to subsequent dialogues resulting from this action. That doesn't mean if it's checked that the next time they try and copy something sensitive, they don't get another pop-up. It just prevents additional pop-ups from the same action. So if the user is trying to copy 10 files to USB, for example, and all 10 violate policy, that being checked just says don't give me 10 separate pop-ups for this one copy operation I'm trying to perform. With the user cancel, the good thing about this response rule is It's really good for initial rollout where you may have some false positives, right? And another good thing about it is it starts to train your users. So it tells them what you're trying to do may violate policy. And by the way, the file was put in by the content type variable. Copy of test.doc was put in by the content name variable. So that was automatically populated. And it also tells them you have 60, 59, 58 seconds to allow this action. So they'll actually see the countdown on that notification. And so assuming it's within the countdown expiring, they can choose one of these radio buttons at the bottom and click allow, which allows the copy or the send to occur, but it generates an incident with their justification tied to it. As I mentioned, if they cancel out, still generates an incident. If the countdown expires, now they're given a different message. Your action was blocked. Subsequent actions or subsequent attempts to perform this action will require response within. And then, of course, you've got the justification options down below. But now notice the allow button and the cancel buttons are grayed out. So this is the configuration for the user cancel response rule. So the display alert box with this message down, the one that's not outlined in red, is what they're presented with first. And then above that is the pre-timeout warning. So you have, and you can see there's a timeout counter variable, but it's going to show you have 60, 59, 58 seconds to allow this action. And then should that expire, whatever you configure in the post timeout message is what's presented to the user. Your action was blocked. We also support hyperlinks in these on-screen notifications as well. And Symantec recommends that you keep these short and concise with links to more verbose information. And it uses basically HTML tags, right? So here you can see that by clicking on click here to know more, it's going to take them to www.symantec.com, which typically should be your site with corporate security policy information. And if they click on contact your DLP administrator, it's going to generate a new email addressed to admin@dlpgroup.com, according to this screen here. And so this is what it looks like to the user. Again, we recommend you keep these short, concise, and with links to more information, but click here to know more will take them to your website with information about the security policy. And then clicking on contact your DLP administrator, again, is going to generate an email with the recipient addressed to the DLP admin. We also support additional languages with the endpoint pop-ups, and we don't do any translation, so if you need to provide these in other languages, you do have to type the response rule out in that language. And the endpoint notification pop-ups use the user's selected display language instead of the language in the system locale. For example, if the system locale is set to English and the user sets the display language to German, the pop-up appears in German. Here you can see a list of the different languages that are supported for endpoint UI localization. And on the left, you also see, what the on-screen notification looks like to the Japanese user. Endpoint flex response is a response rule where you can build custom response actions using a Python script engine. Endpoint flex response rules can be used with endpoint discover instance or endpoint prevent. So whether you're scanning the local hard drive through an endpoint discover scan, or there's something sensitive being copied to the hard drive or to USB or sent email or web, we can do things like quarantine, encrypt, apply digital rights management to the content, set access control lists or permissions, or invoke any other external workflow. And again, this is built using a Python script engine. This is what you see if you add an endpoint specific response rule to a policy that has server-side detection rules. So EDM and DGM and partial IDM, which have to be analyzed over two-tier detection, you cannot use endpoint prevent specific response rules or endpoint discover. So this is what you'll see. Marked EDM and or DGM rules will not trigger endpoint prevent block, endpoint prevent notify, endpoint prevent user cancel, endpoint flex response, or endpoint discover quarantine. So in this case, you'd have to remove the endpoint specific response rules or remove the server-side detection rules. Both endpoint prevent and endpoint discover also retain detection results for harmless files that have already been examined. The only thing that will trigger the agent to reanalyze the file is if the file has changed or if the triggering policy has changed. So here we see an endpoint prevent incident snapshot, and in the upper left you can see the icon that shows that the incident type is an endpoint printer slash fax incident, so someone's trying to print or fax something sensitive. Down in the incident details you can see the agent response, the user was notified, and the user allowed. Down below that you can see when it occurred, you can see who the user was, what their justification is. So Joe says this is part of an established business process. You can see the machine name, the IP address, whether it was on or off the corporate network, the application, the file name or print job name or printer name or printer type. So you can see all that information. Of course, in the middle you'd see all your match highlighting just like any other incident type. For best practices, and these best practices you definitely want to follow, but you should plan your endpoint rollout in phases. You don't want to push this out to everyone at once. You want to fine-tune things, right, before you do a full rollout. It's also highly recommended that you test with a variety of different user images. Different people will run on different platforms. They'll use different applications. They'll have different job functions. They'll connect from different locations. They'll have different skill sets. So there are a lot of things that can factor in, and you want to try and iron out any problems prior to a full rollout. So you should be testing with a variety of different user images. We also recommend that you enable events incrementally, and what that means is don't start off in the agent configuration and check off everything. Start with removable devices, and then maybe add additional destinations such as print, fax, or copy paste operations, copies across network shares, and so on. That's what we mean by enable events incrementally. You should also wait to enable monitoring of the local file system, and I might add if ever. So when you start monitoring the local file system, you may get a lot of incidents from people just doing their job. So for example, before we release the course for DLP, I'm on the advisory board to review the materials and make sure things are accurate and so on as much as possible. Sometimes things get slipped by, but before that course is released, it may be considered sensitive. So if you're monitoring the local file system, you don't want the incident response team wasting time investigating incidents when it's just me doing my job. I'm downloading these files so I can review them and give feedback, right? And then lastly, tune the filters, but remember, do not delete the pre-populated filters, in particular that number 1, that's an ignore on local drive for cookies and internet cache and so on. So under System Agents Overview is where you can find a list of all your agents and their respective health status. It's what we call the Agent Health Dashboard. Agent Events will show you a list of events that occurred on your endpoint agents. So this is what the Agent Overview page looks like, and again we call this the Agent Health Dashboard. But in the top left you can see there's endpoints with agents 4. That's a hyperlink. That'll take you to an agent list report of the 4 agents. You can see that 3 of them are in the OK status. So the green circle with the checkbox means they're OK, they're healthy, and that's also a hyperlink. And you can see on the left screenshot there's 1 agent that has a critical status, and if you look down below that, it shows the agent is not reporting. That's also a hyperlink. Down below that on the lower left there's a link to the summary reports and legacy summary reports. And then over on the right screenshot you can see that there are 2 agents total. Both of them are in a warning status, and if you look down below, reason is because the agents are outdated. So when you upgrade to 14, for example, any 12.5 agents will be in a warning status until they do get upgraded. The agent list page, if you clicked on one of those hyperlinks, then you'll see a list of your agents. And on the left you'll see several different icons potentially, but the green circle with the checkbox means they're both healthy. The other icon you see on the bottom listing next to the OK status means that there is a troubleshooting task that's executing. You'll see the machine name, the agent group that they're in, the agent configuration that that group is using, the connection status, the last update time, the OS, the platform, the endpoint server they're connected to, the IP address, and the version of software. And you can see that this is actually a screenshot left over from the 12.5 course because it shows 12.5 agents. You can also choose from these drop downs and filter. So you can sort your agents based on the agent group or the status or the agent configuration or connection status, or the platform, or last update time, or even endpoint server. You can also click on the icon that the top arrows are pointing to sort ascending or descending. Once you select an agent, then you get the agent preview pane, and here you can see all that same information that you saw in the agent list is shown at the top, but you also see the agent attributes down below, and these are all things that can be used as your group definition criteria. So the agent host domain it shows, the agent host name, agent host type, agent host version, the logged in user it shows, and the logged in user domain. So you can tell that Joe user is logged into this agent. So these are some of the icons that you may see. For some reason, the green circle with the checkbox did not show in this slide, but the green circle with the checkbox means that the agent is in an OK status. Down below, you can see the icon for troubleshooting task has expired, investigating state, default log level of agent has changed, and the troubleshooting task executing icon. So from the agent list page, if you select one or more agents, you can click on the troubleshoot button, and you can see that you can enable, disable, set log level, or reset log level. You can also set or remove under investigation. So those are some of the troubleshooting tasks available. Over to the right, you also see some other tasks like change server, change group, and so on. So there's some other things that we can do as well, including pull logs. And then here you see a list of the agent events, and you'll see for agent events you'll see categories and subcategories. For system server events, you'll see 4-digit event code, but for agent events, we have categories and subcategories, such as the connection status with a subcategory of connection active. You can also filter or summarize by lots of different criteria. So you could summarize, for example, by a server, and you'll see all the agents that are listed to a server, but there are quite a few things that you can filter or summarize by. So that's the end of the lesson on endpoint prevent. So we talked about how endpoint prevent works, and we talked about the detection capabilities at the endpoint. We also learned how to create endpoint prevent response rules and view endpoint incidents. And then finally, we talked about endpoint prevent best practices and how to manage your DLP agents.
Hello, during this demo we are going to take a look at agent configurations, agent groups, and the user cancel response rule. In addition to that, we're going to take a look at the functionality of all of those groups configurations and the response rule with an endpoint where a user is attempting to copy files to a USB device. To do this, we do need to take a look at the environment. So we're going to browse up to System, down to Agents, and over to Agent Groups. Now you'll notice that by default we have an agent group and an agent configuration configured. In this case we've got our default group, and the agent configuration is default configuration. For this, we do want to create a new agent group and also associate it with a agent configuration that we have configured. To do this, we're going to come up to New, and we're going to name our group. In this case, let's name it San Francisco location. Okay, down below that for group condition, we will leave user attributes selected. And then for the agent attribute selection here, let's choose logged in user. And we are going to set this for Joe user. What this does is whenever the system sees Joe user log into an endpoint where an agent is installed, it will automatically begin to use this agent group called San Francisco location. So what this will do is when Joe user logs into the system, DLP will recognize that Joe user is the logged in user and apply the agent configuration assigned to the San Francisco location. So let's go ahead and click Save. And now you can see that our agent group is created, but there is no agent configuration assigned to it. So let's go ahead and take a look at the agent configurations. if we come up to System, Agents, Agent Configuration, we can see the default configuration, and then we've also got another configuration called Acme Demo Configuration. Let's go ahead and take a look at that configuration. And you can see here that in this configuration we only have it set up to monitor removable storage. We could choose to enable any of the other channels listed here, but for this demonstration we're going to just do removable storage. So let's click cancel there, and there's a couple of different ways that we can apply a configuration to an agent group. We can choose to click here and apply the configuration, and then what we will do is click the box here and choose assign configuration. Next we will select the Acme demo configuration and click OK. Now you can see that the San Francisco location now has the Acme demo configuration, agent configuration assigned to it, and you can also see the last deployment date for that. Okay, at this point we are ready to go ahead and set up the endpoint prevent user cancel response rule. So let's go ahead and browse up to manage, down to policies and response rules. We're going to go ahead and click on add response rule. We will choose automated response and click next. And here we're going to give it a name of Acme user cancel. For the conditions, let's add a couple of different conditions. So we'll click add condition. We're going to change this to be incident type, is of any, and endpoint. Let's add one more condition where the severity is of any and high. Let's also add our action. In this case, we're going to click the drop-down box, go under endpoint and choose prevent user cancel, and we'll click add action. Now as we scroll down below here, you'll see that by default it does have some notification information configured for you. By default it does list the English language and then also has a few different warnings and then justifications set up. For this example, we're going to go ahead and leave those as they are, and we'll go ahead and click save. As usual, you'll see the green bar at the top indicating that that response rule was saved successfully. At this point, we are ready to go ahead and add this response rule into our policy. So let's go over to Manage, Policies, and Policy List. We're going to go down and select our customer data policy. And you can see here that we have our 3 detection rules that we've been working with. And on the response tab, we're going to go ahead and choose to add our Acme user cancel response rule. So with our Acme user cancel response rule added, let's click save. And at this point, we're ready to go ahead and have Joe attempt to copy some files from his machine onto a removable drive. Okay, so here we are on the endpoint client. You can see we're logged in as Joe user, and Joe has a folder on his desktop called My Files, and inside of My Files has a file called Customers for Processing West, and this file is the file that Joe wants to copy to his removable drive. So we'll copy that. We'll click over here on the E drive to his removable drive, and we'll go ahead and paste that. And you'll see immediately down on the system tray here that the content was scanned, and now we have a countdown. So Joe has, in this case, 60 seconds to decide whether he wants to allow this action and copy the file onto the removable drive or to cancel it. Now this is because we chose the user cancel response rule. If we had chosen to block it, he wouldn't be given a choice whether to copy it or not, but would still be allowed to make a justification. So in this case, if we choose a justification, we can go ahead and choose allow, and the file will be copied onto there correctly. So let's go ahead and delete this file, and let's try the same process again, choosing cancel this time. So we'll go ahead and go back to the desktop, My Files. We'll copy this file one more time. We'll go back to the removable drive and paste it. Of course, we have the same amount of time, 60 seconds. You can see that the data is not being copied yet. And when we click cancel, you can see that the data never gets copied. Now let's go back to the Enforce server and take a look at the incidents that were created. Okay, so here we are back on the Enforce server, and let's take a look at those incidents that were created. So we'll go up to Incidents and down to Endpoint. And you can see here that we've got a couple of different incidents that were created. And you can see the different icons on there. If we click on the first one here, you can see here the same information that we usually see, and you'll notice the icon here, and here the user was notified and the user chose to allow that file. So it does indicate whether the user chose to allow and go ahead and copy that file, or chose to cancel and not copy the file. So if we go back and we take a look at the previous one, with the other icon, you can see the X on this one, and in this case the user was notified and the user chose to cancel the copy operation.
Welcome to Lesson 15 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on Endpoint Discover. In this lesson, we'll do an overview of Endpoint Discover. We'll get into creating and running Endpoint Discover targets. We'll then talk about using Endpoint Discover reports and the reporting features. Endpoint Discover is like Network Discover in that it's looking for sensitive data at rest. However, it's agent-based scanning for data at rest. So you can actually launch a scan against thousands of machines in parallel without actually affecting the network bandwidth. The way it works is you deploy these endpoint agents to your desktops, laptops, and servers. You define your policies, whether it's building a blank policy from scratch where you define all the components, or customizing one of the policy templates. You then run the Endpoint Discover scan to look for sensitive data at rest. If there is a sensitive file that's found, we can optionally notify the employee, their manager, and/or anyone else. And as always the case, the incident data gets sent to Enforce, where you can perform additional remediation steps as well as report on those findings. The same endpoint agent handles two functions, Endpoint Discover and Endpoint Prevent. The resources are shared, but Endpoint Prevent always takes precedence. Endpoint Discover scans can be throttled, and that's done through the agent configuration. The architecture is the agent resides on your desktops, laptops, and servers, and as it runs a scan for sensitive data, if there is a sensitive file that's found, that incident data is written to disk where it is encrypted. Once connected to the endpoint server, it gets sent over an encrypted session to the endpoint server over SSL as of 12.5 and newer, and then from the endpoint server it gets sent over transport layer security to the Enforce server, where it is then stored encrypted in the Oracle database. So the data remains encrypted throughout, from the time of detection through transit to the time of storing in the Oracle database. In terms of performance, we can scan around 5 gigs an hour per agent. This assumes you're using described content matching, exact index document matching, and vector machine learning detection rules only. If you use exact data matching and partial index document matching, that does affect the network bandwidth because it does have to get sent to the server for evaluation through what we call two-tier detection. The endpoint discover scans should not impact the users because, again, the CPU usage can be throttled. So in the agent configuration, for example, if the long-term average CPU is above 20%, any endpoint discover scans will pause. Endpoint prevent continues to operate with priority. There's also an advanced agent setting called discover scan only when idle. By default, that is set to 2, which means that it scans small files continuously, large files when idle. If you set it to 0, it scans continuously. If you set it to 1, it scans only when idle. And then the setting down below that you see at the bottom of this slide is discover seconds until idle, which, as you can see here, is set to 10 seconds. There are also some additional configuration settings. There's a scan idle timeout setting, and the default value of scan idle timeout setting is 72 hours. This setting value should always be greater than the maximum value of Agent Connect polling interval setting values. There's also a max scan duration settings, which by default is set to 7 days, in which case the agents will stop the scan after that specified duration. And then the not reporting scan status, the scan detail page and scan statistics report shows scan status for agent as not reporting if the agent does not report its scan status for the time duration equal to scan idle timeout setting value. Some facts about endpoint discover scanning. Scans only show complete when all agents connected to that server have completed, or if they're being filtered out, they will send back a not participating status. There's also that scan idle timeout used to stop scan after a specified time. The agents will scan the local drives and attached drives, not removable drives, and the agent does not scan network shares or CD-ROMs. Unlike network discover targets, the agent scans, the endpoint discover scans cannot be paused or scheduled. You can also target your endpoint scan through filters, so you can include certain subnets or certain domains, for example, and that's done through filters in the endpoint discover target configuration. When you define an endpoint discover target, you have to give it a name, as you can see here, and you do have to select which endpoint servers will handle the scan. And by handle the scan, I mean these servers that you select over on the bottom right that are outlined in red here will be the servers that hand out the scan information to the agents and will receive incident data from the agents. Under the filters tab, we have include and exclude filters, and you can see here in the top right in the example you can include environment variables, and so here you can see that we're scanning everything in the My Documents, for example. Also, we do pre-populate the exclude filters field as well. To specify a domain or subnet through the filters, you use the greater than symbol. And if you look in the bottom screenshot where you've got the greater than symbol and then L-Sim Finance, that means that we're including anyone in the domain of L-Sim Finance. And you would use the greater than symbol to specify a subnet as well. Under the Advanced tab, there's the Scan Idle Timeout setting, and again, any scans will be stopped if no agents report for that specified time period. And then down below that is the max scan duration, in which case the scan will stop after that specified duration. There's also an automated response rule for Endpoint Discover Quarantine. This is very similar to Network Protect Quarantine, in which case if we're running a scan, we find a sensitive file that's exposed, we can actually relocate that file to whatever UNC path that you specify in this quarantine path field here at the top. You can also select anonymous access or use saved credentials, assuming that you've got saved credentials that can be saved at the endpoint, which has to be enabled. If you select anonymous access, it's going to mimic the machine account. You can also leave a file marker in its place or a ransom note, which replaces the file that we remove or relocate, I should say. And in the marker text field, you can customize what is in that file marker or that ransom note by using those variables on the lower right. For setting up endpoint quarantine, you would first set up your quarantine location, and this would be the path where you want to move the files to. You can optionally configure credentials. You configure your response rule. You associate it with the policy. You configure the endpoint discover target. You run that discover scan. You then can review the incident snapshots. So again, here is the configuration for the endpoint discover quarantine response rule. So in the quarantine path, again, you specify the path where you want to move the file to, specify anonymous access or use saved credentials, in which case you'll choose those saved credentials from a drop-down, and then the checkbox down below where you can leave the file marker in place of the sensitive file that was relocated, and then in the marker text, again, you can customize what's in that marker file with those variables. Under System Settings Credentials is where you go to create and save credentials that can be used with Endpoint Discover Quarantine or Endpoint Flex Response or Discover Target credentials that are used to read the repositories and so forth. But you do have to have privileges in your role for credential management. But here in the credential name, you give it a friendly name. And then the access username would be the actual credential username. And then, of course, you specify password. And then down at the bottom, to use the credentials with Endpoint Discover Quarantine or Endpoint Flex Response, you have to choose that bottom radio button for servers and endpoint agents. These are some facts about the Endpoint Discover function for the Mac agent. So it supports both Endpoint Discover full and differential scans. You can specify file path, type, date, and size filters, and just like the Windows agents, there are pre-populated exclude filters. Supports described content matching detection, endpoint server response rules, agent response rules, support of all the agent health features, scan support for both Windows and Mac file types. The scan on idle option works with Mac agents as well. There are also some Enforce based agent management tools as well as Mac agent tools. So to create an endpoint discover target, you would select file system under endpoint, and this is where you go from your discover targets page. You click new target and then select file system under endpoint. Just like any other discover target type, you have to give the target a name at the top, and you do need to specify which policy groups you want to apply to the discover scan. Under available servers, you do need to select at least one server to pass the scan configuration information to the agents and to receive the incident data from the agents once they complete the scan as well. Under the filters tab, we've got include and exclude filters there at the top, so you can include or exclude certain file types, for example. We can ignore files that are smaller or larger than a specific size. We also have the option to run a full scan or only scan files added or modified since the last full scan. And then last at the bottom we have date filters, where we can only scan files added or modified after or before a certain date, or only scan files last accessed after or before a certain date. Once you select your endpoint discover target, then you can start the scan or stop the scan. Pause is grayed out because there is no pause option for endpoint discover targets. When a scan is running, whether it's running or has completed, you will see, the progress of the scan, the runtime, the item scan, byte scanned, any errors, as well as incidents. Here are some advanced settings. The top two are agent side advanced settings. The bottom two are server advanced settings. But these are settings that, if you've got a large number of agents and you're trying to get incident data back, but some are off the corporate network, for example, then the scan may not show complete and you may not get your incident data. So these are some advanced settings that you may choose to modify so that you can get incident data back to the endpoint server and therefore back to the Enforce server before too long. So these are things typically that you would not have to configure, but they are some settings that you can change if you've got a smaller number of agents and the scans aren't shown complete and you're trying to get your incident data back sooner. So this shows the scan details for a particular scan, and if you look in the top left, it shows the target type is endpoint file system, so that's the type of discover target it is. The target name is EMCA endpoint scan. You can see the status is that it's stopped. The scan type is full. You can see the start time and the end time. And then over to the right, you can see how many items have been processed, the run time, items scanned, bytes scanned, items filtered, bytes filtered, items unprocessable, total detected incident count shows not applicable, again because this is an endpoint discover target. The current incident count is 3. That is a hyperlink too, by the way, which if you click on that number 3, it will take you to an incident list report of the 3 incidents found during this particular discover scan. You can see there's 1 agent that never reported and 1 agent that completed. Here we see an incident snapshot for an endpoint discover incident, and you can see that the file that was found during this particular scan is sockets.c, and it shows the path. You can see the file owner is Joe. You see the file created and last modified and last accessed timestamps. And then in the bottom left of the screen, in the grayed out part, you can also see file permissions. And then of course, like any other incident type, you would see the match highlighting over in the middle, and then the custom attributes in the upper right, which is going to be, in this case, the file owner, the file owner's manager, business unit, and so on. So that completes the lesson on endpoint discover. In this lesson, we learned about endpoint discover. We also learned how to create and run an endpoint discover target and view its incidents and reports.
Hello, and in this demo we're going to be taking a look at adding and running endpoint target scans, and then we'll also be looking at the results and the scan details. So to begin, let's go up to Manage, Discover Scanning, and Discover Targets. And we're going to go ahead and create a new endpoint discover target. So let's go over to New Target, down to Endpoint, and then File System. Let's go ahead and give it a name. In this case, we're going to call it Acme Endpoint Scan. And then we need to choose a policy group just like we did before with the Discover scans. So in this case, we're going to choose Customer Data Group, and we'll choose our available monitor detection server. If we look at the filters, we can, of course, just as we could before with the regular Discover scans, we can include and exclude filters. So we can include specific folders or files or exclude them. We can also choose to ignore files greater than or smaller than a certain size, and then also based on dates, whether that's the last time they were accessed or the last time that they were added or modified. So at the top here, we're going to just go ahead and leave the exclude filters as is. It includes mostly Windows folders and things like that, and then also some media file types. And if we look at the include, what we're going to do is just add in the My Files. So what that's going to do is allow us to search any drive with the My Files folder in it, and then also any of the recursive folders within that folder. On the Advanced tab, we can choose the Scan Idle Timeout and Max Duration, and those are basically just settings allowing us to control what happens if the scan takes a very long time. We're going to leave those at default and click Save. And now you can see our endpoint scan is located here and ready to be run. So over on the endpoint, we have a folder on Joe's desktop called My Files, and it has confidential data that he's put into that. And using this scan, it's going to go through and scan his machine and look for any files that it finds with confidential data inside of the My Files folder. So let's go ahead and run this scan. So we'll just check the box, click Start Scan. And as usual, we see the starting scan status here. So if we click on that, we can see the scan that is running here. And this scan is going to go through and scan all of the agents that are connected to Monitor 1 and scan for that My Files folder. Okay, so now that our scan has completed, you can see that it did scan 9 different files. Let's go ahead and take a look at the system here. And you can see that both agents have completed. And you can see that we scanned 9 items and that 1 incident was created off the scan. So if we click on that, we can take a look at the scan itself. And here you can see the endpoint client was the client that the file was found on, and then it was in C, Joe users, desktop, My Files, and then that customers for processing West file. If we click on that file, we can look inside here and we can see all of the information that we would normally see, including the file location on Joe's client, and then also the file access information regarding that file.
Welcome to Lesson 16 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on Enterprise Enablement. In this lesson, we'll talk about preparing for risk reduction, and the DLP maturity model. So in terms of preparing for risk reduction, Symantec recommends that you develop a few initial policies, that you establish your incident response processes, you develop risk reports and a reporting strategy, and that you design employee communication strategy as well. This slide here is on policy lifecycle, and the way to read this slide is that we start at the top where we identify a threat. So for example, if you've got customer credit card numbers that you need to protect, that's an example of a threat that's been identified. The way this slide here works is that it goes in a clockwise motion and it never ends. So once you identify the first threat, you design the policy around that threat, you build the policy, you test and tune that policy, and then deploy. And then once you've deployed, you either suspend or update the policy as necessary. And then of course we start back at the top. We identify the next threat, we design the policy, build it, test and tune, deploy, suspend or update, identify the next threat, and so on. So it's recommended that you design and document your policies, and in that definition you would define what data types to protect and what the loss consequences are. You would define your detection criteria and severity settings, any exceptions like trusted partner exceptions, your critical responses for each product, as well as your general responses for each product. You should also consider the fan-in versus fan-out response strategies, and we talked about this in a previous lesson, but most of our customers start out with a fan-out, and that's where you got a core first response team that get all incidents, and they fan those out to the appropriate escalation team members. And then many of our customers migrate towards more of a fan-in approach, or even a hybrid over time. And the fan-in is where you've got first responders from different parts of the business, and they fan those into the escalation team. You should also define your roles, incident access, workflow, and reports, and you should schedule regular meetings with the incident response team. You should also establish risk reduction goals. So a lot of people like to say, I'd like to see the number of incidents reduced by X percentage over X amount of time, as an example. Establish your reporting structure to measure the risk reduction, and leverage the solution pack reporting recommendations. You should also get executive commitment. This is very important. What Symantec has seen in many cases is where one vice president is driving DLP and another vice president gets blocked from copying something to a USB drive, for example, and then of course the project remains on hold. So executive commitment if you've got buy-in from the top, then it makes the process that much easier. You should also consult with stakeholders, and remember, stakeholders when it comes to DLP can be in many different parts of the business, so different data owners or process owners, things like that. You should also develop consistent messaging, develop employee awareness, and then of course you can measure the effectiveness of the training through the Symantec reporting. So this slide here is a risk reduction overview. And if you look at this slide, the way to read this slide is that there are 4 stages, if you will, of deploying DLP. So the baseline stage is the first stage, and you can see that there's an arrow on the left that points up. And so during the baseline phase, this is where you'll get the most number of incidents. And then there's an arrow on the bottom that goes from left to right, and that's risk reduction over time. So during the baseline phase, we recommend that you enable lookups, and that's custom attribute lookups that we're talking about. So employee information, manager information, and business unit information. We also recommend that you prepare or implement exact data matching, index document matching, and if necessary, vector machine learning. And what this does is it reduces the false positives. So if you just start out with described content matching and you're just looking for keywords, for example, then you may run into a lot of false positives. So by implementing exact data matching, for example, that's going to minimize, greatly minimize or reduce the false positives. During this stage, you'll start to identify broken business processes. During the remediation stage, this is where you start to refine your policies. This is where you start to communicate with the employees and the business units, and you start to fix some of those broken business processes. During the notification stage, this is where we see the biggest drop in the number of incidents, and this is where you further refine the policies. It's where you start to generate auto notifications to senders, for example, and you can continue to use the business unit risk scorecard report. Again, this is where we typically see the biggest drop in incidents, because once you start sending email notifications to users, letting them know that their email violated policy and will be under review, then one would like to think at least that people start to think about what it is exactly that they're doing. And then during the prevention or protection stage, this is where you further refine policies, but this is also where you start to implement block rules or quarantine. So again, during the baseline, we recommend that you enable lookups, you prepare or implement exact data matching, index document matching, and vector machine learning. You start to identify broken business processes. Remediation stage, you start to refine policies, you start to communicate through the organization, you start to fix some of those broken business processes, and of course you can run the business unit risk scorecard reports. During the notification stage, again, this is where we see the biggest drop in incidents, but this is where you further refine policies, but also generate auto notifications to senders when they do violate policy. And then during the prevention stage, this is where you further refine policies and start to actually implement blocking or quarantine rules. So again, here we see the 4 stages typically that our customers go through when it comes to risk reduction. In the Symantec DLP maturity model, here we see that this is based on 5 levels, and this is what professional services works with our customers on. And the idea is to get the most benefit of the product and to make the most out of the investment, the best return on investment. So it's based on 5 levels, being level 1 being the first one, and this is ad hoc, and this is where you maybe have one network monitor, for example, all the way up to level 5, where you've got network monitor, network prevent email, prevent web, discover and protect, and so on. So, and what our professional services would do is they would do the implementation. They would come back after 90 days to do a health check, and they would give recommendations for the customer to achieve the next level in the maturity model. And then they'd come back after 180 days and do another health check, and again give recommendations in terms of achieving the next level up in the maturity model. So the idea here is to increase automation, lower the total cost of ownership, and provide greater risk reduction. So it's based on 6 elements, and here you see those 6 elements, but enterprise coverage being the first. And like I said, if you've got only one network monitor, for example, then that's level 1 in terms of enterprise coverage. If you've got network monitor, network prevent email, prevent web, mobile prevent, discover and protect, as well as endpoint discover and endpoint prevent, then that's up in the levels in terms of enterprise coverage. Employee communications being another element that this is based on. So if the users at the company just know of DLP and they don't know necessarily if it's a TV technology or actual data loss prevention, then that's level 1 in terms of employee communication. If people know about the data loss prevention initiative, and not only do they know about it, but as they identify threats, they bring it to the committee's attention, then that's an example of level 5 in terms of employee communication. Also, how well the policies are written, what remediation steps that you have in place, what metrics that you can report on, as well as security governance. So those are the 6 elements that this maturity model is based on. That concludes the lesson on enterprise enablement. Welcome to Lesson 17 of the Symantec Data Loss Prevention 14.0 Administration course. This lesson is on system administration. In this lesson, we'll look at server administration. We'll take a look at language support. We'll talk about the incident deleter process. We'll get into credential management. We'll cover some basic troubleshooting. We'll look at some diagnostic tools that are available. We'll walk through a troubleshooting scenario, and last we'll talk about getting support. So under the System Workspace menu, there are several submenu items. So System Servers Overview, which is where you'll see Enforce and all your registered detection servers, and then System Servers Logs, which is where you can gather and reconfigure log levels. System Reports is where you can actually go into system events and save a filtered event report as a system report, and you can always go back and rerun that. Under Settings, there's General Settings, so lots of things are configured here. This is where you apply the license. It's where you define your mail server settings. It's where you enable Active Directory authentication and some other things. And then under Settings, the Credentials is where you go to create and save credentials that can be used in other areas of the product. So under System Servers Overview, this is what you'll see. And in the grayed out part of this screen, you can see Enforce, and you would also see any of your registered detection servers. You can also see the status of each of your servers, the version of software, the server type, and then what's zoomed in here all the way to the right is message wait time, and that's how long it took to process the last message, so that should either be not applicable or very low. And then there's also an incident queue both on Enforce and on your detection servers. If you do see incidents in the queue, it is recommended that you give some time. That number should reduce on its own. Down below that, you'll see recent errors and warnings, and you can see the different icons. The red circle with the X through it is an error, and the yellow triangle with an exclamation point is the icon for a warning level event. So all the way on the left, you'll see the icon for the event type. You'll see when the event occurred, on what server. You'll see the 4-digit event code, and then the actual event. The events are hyperlinks. The events that you see in blue are hyperlinks, so if you click on that, in some cases it gives you very, very specific detailed information. You can also click on one of the detection servers and go into the advanced settings or the server details for a server. And here you can see the name of the server, the IP address, the port, the version of software, and if advanced process control is enabled, you'll see the different services broken out individually. And there you can start, stop, or recycle services. And then down below that you see resource usage, so how much CPU is being used, physical memory, and disk usage. If you click on server settings, this gets you to the advanced server settings for your servers, and it's generally recommended that you work with support when modifying these settings. Some of these are very particular. For example, that box monitor.channels field there at the top is case sensitive, and so if you put anything with the wrong case, the actual server will not start. But lots of things are configured here, different thresholds and memory settings and timeout settings and so on. System events will show you errors, warnings, and informational level events, and you can see the icons for each. So again, on the left side you'll see the icon for the severity of the event, whether it's informational, warning, or severe. the time the event occurred, on what server the event occurred, the 4-digit event code, and then the actual event, again, which is also a hyperlink. Alerts allow you to define conditions so that someone can get an email should something occur. So for example, if the detection server hard drive space is over 80% full, send an email to the server admin. Or if the Oracle table space is over 90% full, for example, send an email to the Oracle DBA. Some of these thresholds are configured in advanced settings. Some of them are configured in properties files. For example, in the manager.properties is where you can set the different levels for table space becoming an error versus a warning. So when you go to add an alert, you have to give the alert a name, such as Oracle table space almost full or something to that effect. Description's optional. You can set conditions based on the event type being info, severe, or warning. You could base a condition being on the server being any of several different servers, for example, or you can base the condition on the 4-digit event code. And you can always bring up the online help and view a list of those 4-digit event codes that are available. Once you define the condition, then you can specify one or more comma-separated email addresses down in the recipients field. And basically those recipients will get an email should that threshold occur, should that event occur. We can also send severe system events to a syslog server. We talked in another lesson about sending incident data to a syslog server, in which case you configure the syslog host within the response rule. To send severe system events to a syslog, you configure the syslog host within the manager.properties file, as you can see here. System reports just allow you to save different event reports. So if you go to system events, for example, and you were to filter on warning events, for example, you could save that as a warning events system report. You can always go back here and rerun that filtered event report. On the general settings page, this is where lots of things are configured. So at the top is where you define your mail distribution preferences. Symantec recommends that you send reports as links, which means that the recipient will have to have credentials to log into the Enforce console to view those reports. Down below that is where you enable correlations, and then down below that in this screen you can see is where you define your mail server settings, and those have to be defined properly for email notifications and reports to get sent successfully. You also see the license information on the general settings page as well. And so for each product you can see how many nodes you're licensed for, the status, and the expiration date. When it comes time to renew the license, you should get an SLF file, Symantec license file from Symantec, in which case you'll browse to that .slf file, and then once you click save you should see the new expiration date. So we can also enable communications for 12.0 and earlier agents. So from 12.0 to 12.5 and of course going forward to 14, we changed the communications architecture for the endpoint agents to endpoint server. Previously in 12.0 and earlier, we used AES encryption to secure the communications, and the agents also maintain persistent connections. In 12.5 and of course going forward, we use SSL certificate-based authentication. So once you do upgrade your servers, we can still continue to communicate with older agents at least one revision back. So this just enables the server to manage those older agents, which again used a different communications channel. Also down below on this screen you can see that you can also show an agent as not reporting after a specified time period. We can also require a strong password and provide a password rotation period. This is if you're not doing Active Directory authentication. If you are using Active Directory authentication, then all users except the built-in administrator get passed off to Active Directory for authentication. There is a config file called password-enforcement.properties where you can see what the requirements are for a strong password. And then this other checkbox for credential management allows saved credentials on the endpoint agents, in which case if you're trying to use credentials at the endpoint for endpoint flex response or endpoint discover quarantine, then you do have to check this box. This slide here shows advanced process control enabled on the left, And you can see the different services broken out individually, where you can start and stop individual services. With advanced process control not enabled, over to the right, you can see all the services are grouped together, and you can stop, start, or recycle all the services but not individual services. When you check the box to perform Active Directory authentication, you'll see these additional fields appear. So in the top, you specify your default Active Directory domain. Below that, the default Active Directory key distribution center. Down below that, the krb5.conf file, which contains the Kerberos configuration information. And then in the bottom field, you specify your Active Directory domain list. You can also choose a system default language. So simplified Chinese, Japanese, French, and English are the 4 languages that are supported. And then down below that, you can also change the endpoint communications key store password. Supportability telemetry is a feature that, unless you opt out of it, it gathers non-confidential data about your environment and transmits it to Symantec. And you can schedule it to transmit automatically on a schedule, or you can manually transmit the telemetry data. But basically, it creates a framework in the product so that we can collect more metrics in future releases as to how people are using the product. It is all non-confidential data that is gathered. So if you go to System Servers Logs, this is our log collection utility and log configuration utility, and you can see the 2 tabs there. But under the collection tab, there's the telemetry info checkbox to the right of enforce, and that's a way that you can manually gather the telemetry data. And you can also view the telemetry data by going to System Settings, Supportability Telemetry, click View Info, and basically you can view that telemetry data. The Enforce unique ID that you see here is automatically generated per Enforce instance, and that is one of the metrics that is collected and sent to Symantec. Another metric is whether or not it's a test or a production environment. You can see in this screenshot it actually is a production environment. And then here in this screen you can see that they have disabled the participation of supportability telemetry, but if you do choose to enable it, you can also choose when the scheduled transmission occurs. For language support, the ones that are in red with an asterisk are supported for full UI localization, in which case we actually change the interface to these languages. The ones without the asterisk are available as what we call additional locales. So the language pack utility is how you basically can change your language settings. So if you add a language pack, we actually localize the Enforce UI, but only simplified Chinese, French, Japanese, and English are supported. If you add an additional locale, the Enforce UI remains in English, but it changes the date and time formats as well as the sorting of lists. The utility, which is in the bin directory on Enforce, is called languagePackUtility.exe. If you specify languagePackUtility.exe command with the -a, you can add a language pack. -r removes a language pack, or -c changes the additional locale settings. So in this screen, in the top red outline, you can see that the command is issued to add the languagePackUtility.exe space -a space /temp/Japanese bundle.zip, in which case this is the command to add the Japanese language pack. After you issue the command, you'll see the different components extract, and the system will then stop and restart Vontu Manager and Vontu Incident Persister services. Once you add the language pack, then from the general settings page, you can choose that language as the system default language. And here you can see there's a radio button for Japanese available. And then of course this is what it looks like to the Japanese user. So you've got the workspace buttons at the top are in Japanese, the sub-menu items are in Japanese, the date and status filters are in Japanese, as well as the severity filters, as you can see. So under System Incident Data, Incident Deletion, this takes you to a screen where you can view, and here's the screen here so you can see, but You can basically see how many incidents are in the queue to be deleted. Incidents still have to be marked for deletion before they go into the queue, but you can see in that top field how many incidents are in the queue to be deleted. You can click Start Deletion to start a deletion job. You could stop a currently running deletion job. You can also monitor the deletion job progress. You can schedule deletion jobs. You can also view at the bottom the deletion jobs history, and you can see the job ID, how many instances were deleted, how many attachments or files were deleted, when the job started, when the job ended, the duration, if it were stopped manually, and then the status. So under System Settings, Credentials is where you can go to create and save credentials that can be used in other areas of the product. So in the credential name field, it just needs to be a friendly name, something descriptive of maybe the type of privileged account it is. And then in the access username, you would specify actual username and then of course actual password. And these credentials can then be used by selecting them from a drop-down when, for example, defining a discover target. You can use the saved credentials to connect to a discover target to read that repository to look for sensitive data. IDM index creation can also use saved credentials as well as flex response remediation. So to use the saved credentials, you can see here from a discover target under the scanned content tab, you can choose the saved credentials from a drop-down that would then be used to read the repository to look for sensitive data at rest. And then here is a configuration for a role, and within the role configuration is the credential management checkbox. And this privilege is required to create and save credentials. It is not required to use saved credentials. So here are some basic troubleshooting. You want to try and focus on the conditions of the problem, isolate it if you can, look to see if it's common between systems or users. If it worked in the past, what changes have been made? Is it specific to a user or to a system? Can you replicate it? And then of course logs, and there are a lot of logs in this product. This is what happens with a production network monitor incident. The first step that occurs on the left is the network monitor does packet capture. That data is then placed into the drop_pcap folder, where the file reader then consumes the data and runs it through detection. If there is an incident, it gets written briefly to the incidents folder on the network monitor server, where the incident writer process will then move it over to the enforce server through the monitor controller process. Monitor controller is the process on enforce, or the service on enforce, that handles all communications with all detection servers. There, the monitor controller process writes it to an incidents folder on the enforce server. The incident persister then writes the incident to the Oracle database. There, the notifier process then tells enforce that there is a new incident. We can simulate this process of live traffic by using the drop folder. So you can put real sensitive data into a .eml file and copy and paste it into the drop folder, and if your policies are written properly, you should get an incident. This is a great way to test your policies with real sensitive data without actually sending real sensitive data out. If you can't find an incident that you expect to see, there are some things that you can try. You can stop file reader and look in the drop pcap folder. You can check to make sure you have protocols turned on. You can use a tool like Wireshark to verify that there is traffic of interest on the wire. And if you've got antivirus on the systems, we do recommend that you exclude all folders with drop in the name and also exclude the incidents folder. You can also go to make sure all your services are running, and here you can see packet capture is running, so it should be capturing data. You can also look in the incident queue. There are several things that can cause incidents to queue up, and remember there is a queue on the detection servers and enforce, but generally it is recommended that if you do see incidents in the queue that you do give it some time, because that number should reduce on its own. If it does not, then some other process may be hung up. It's also possible the incidents being filtered out. So we have IP filters, we have layer 7 filters, we have discover target, include, exclude, size filters, date filters, and then in the agent configuration we also have monitor and ignore filters. You can also go to make sure that you do have policies loaded. Now, when you suspend all policies, that is a warning, so you'll see it on the system overview page. But when you activate a policy, that's informational, so you can go to system events to make sure that you do have policies that are loaded. You could also create a test incident by putting the sensitive data into an EML file and copying and pasting that EML file into the drop folder, which should generate an incident if your policies are written correctly. And it's also possible that it's over the max detection per policy. So you've got this setting here, incident detection, max incidents per policy. By default, that's set to 10,000. Up towards the top of the screen, you can see the incident detection incident limit reset time. By default, that's set to 1 day. So by default, we do not capture more than 10,000 incidents per policy per day. It's also possible the role is prevented access. So remember, in the role configuration under the incident access tab, if there are multiple conditions, there is a Boolean AND applied. And it operates the way it reads. Only show incidents where policy group is any of these two and any other conditions that you may set. For email notification issues, you can go to the general settings page and make sure that you've allowed the sending of reports. So by default on a clean install, do not allow sending of reports and alerts is what's enabled. So you have to make sure that you have enabled that. And then down below where the SMTP settings are, your mail server settings have to be specified correctly, and the system email does have to be a valid email account that can send email from that particular email server. For troubleshooting agents, natively there are some predefined troubleshooting tasks that you can perform from Enforce. There is no third-party troubleshooting available. For manual troubleshooting, there is a database viewer tool as well as a log viewer tool. There's also a gather.bat file which gathers information from the endpoint, including logs, what processes are running, and other system information. It puts the data into a zip file in this agent support info directory that you can then send to support. And then for diagnostic tools, in the config folder, there are lots of config and properties files here. Some of them will be specific to detection servers, some of them will be specific to Enforce. New in 14, we have this new menu item under System Database. There's table spaces summary and table details. So this gives you some new visibility into your database allocation in terms of table spaces and data files. You can see the space allocation of all tables in the DLP schema, and it does not require any Oracle expertise or special scripts. So under System Database Table Spaces Summary, here you can see a list of the table spaces along with the size, what percentage is used, how much data has been used, if it's extendable, and then of course the status and the number of files in each table space. This slide here shows a legend for the different icons that you may see. So the green circle with a checkbox indicates that the usage is below 80% or the data files are auto extendable. If you see a yellow triangle with an exclamation, that means that the usage is somewhere between 80 to 90%. And then if you see the octagon, the red octagon with the X through it, that means that the usage is above 90%. Down in the manager.properties file is where you can configure these settings here, and you can see that for table space threshold for warning is 80%, for table space for severe event is 90%. You can adjust those in the manager.properties file. You can also click on the table space name to see the data file details, and here you can see the different .dbf files. You can see the size of each file, if it's auto extendable or not, and what it's extendable to, and you also see the path to the files as well over to the right. You can also click on show table details and go to the table details page. There's also this get full report that you can click to generate a diagnostics report for troubleshooting. And you can also click on Update Full Report to refresh the report as needed. And then down below it shows where the output goes to. So /administrator /downloads /export gather stats output.html. Under System Database Table Details, this shows the space allocation for tables and other objects in the Protect schema. So you can see the 4 tabs. Under the incident tables, you can see the different tables. It shows what table space the table's in, the size, the percentage full, and then the blue bar over the right is an indication of percent full and percent claimed. There are also the Other Tables tab that you can see here, the indices, and then of course the lob segments, which has additional information. You can also click on Update Table Data, and this will trigger data collection for this page. It does take a little bit to populate, so just be aware of that. And on a fresh install or upgrade, this page will have no data. And then of course you can also click on Show Table Spaces Summary to get back to the table space summary page. Under System Servers Logs, this is our log collection and configuration tool. You can see the paths to where the logs are for Windows and Linux. So for Windows, Symantec DLP /protect /logs, or for Linux /var/log/Symantec DLP. When you go to that menu item, there are 2 tabs, Collection and Configuration. With the Collection tab, you can specify a date range, and then for the Enforce server, you can gather operational logs and or debug and trace logs and or configuration files and or telemetry info. And then you can also choose from a drop-down, which you don't actually see on this slide, but if you had more than one detection server, you could choose a detection server from the drop-down, and you can also collect for the detection server operational logs, debug and trace logs, configuration files, and if it's an endpoint server, you can also gather agent logs. Once you select what you want to click or what you want to collect, and you click on the Collect Logs button there to the left of the date range, then you'll see, once the collection completes, you'll see a timestamp down below along with a blue download link that you can view the logs with. So again, once you select by checkbox what all you want to collect for Enforce and detection servers, you click Collect Logs. Once it completes, you'll see that blue download link that you can use to view or save the log collection. And then here on the left, you can see that we gathered everything for Enforce. So we've got the logs directory, and you can see all the .log files there. We also gathered the Tomcat logs, which is the subdirectory of the logs folder. And we also have the config folder. But over to the right, notice for the detection server, we only gathered the configuration files. And so you see everything that's in the config folder on that detection server, all those config and properties files. You can also click on the configuration tab, and you can choose one of the pre-configured diagnostic settings to push out. So you can choose from a drop down and then click Configure Logs. So these were developed by support, and you can see that for Enforce you can push out reporting API SOAP logging or custom attribute lookup logging. And then down below that we've got classification logging, which is for the classification server, which integrates with our Enterprise Vault product. The ICAP prevent message processing logging is for web prevent. Email prevent logging is for email prevent. Packet capture debug logging is for network monitor. Discover trace logging is for network discover, and detection trace logging is for detection. And that'll actually gather a large amount of information. So generally, once you've done with your troubleshooting, you'll want to restore to the defaults. If you do push out one of those predefined diagnostic settings, the original file gets a .bak extension put on it, and it gets put into the /config/automated backup directory. And then there's also a way to do a manual configuration change as well. So let's say you're working with support and you've tried the predefined diagnostic settings, but maybe they're still not getting the information that they need. So maybe they send you a config file. So in which case you would browse, let me back up here, you would browse to that config file, click on Configure Logs, and it's going to push out that configuration change. Now here we see a file modification, and in this screenshot you can see that we're setting the training level to finest for this file here. And what it does is what's called a smart merge. It does not completely overwrite the original file, but whatever configuration change has been modified, it does get pushed out through what we call a smart merge. So it may not be in the exact same location. For endpoint logs in databases, EDPA_ext0.log contains the most useful information for agent troubleshooting. It is obfuscated, so you have to use the log viewer tool to deobfuscate. CG.ead is the agent configuration database, and this is what's used for tuning or changing debug levels. You have to use the database viewer tool to configure that. And KS.ead is essentially the key store database. And while it's not read or edited, it is critical for the database viewer tool and the log viewer tool to work. They both must be run from the same directory as ks.ead. So there's actually not this Vontu agent installer.zip that gets pushed out still, but rather with the software you will see these tools. So they do have to be run from where the agent is installed, and they have to be run from the same directory as ks.ead. But here you can see the syntax for both the database viewer tool and the log viewer tool. Alright, in this troubleshooting scenario, if you're unable to get to the Enforce UI login screen, these are some things that you can go through to try and troubleshoot. So the first thing is to check the database services. You can then test access to the database, check the database status, look in the alert_protect log, retest access to the database, and then retest access to the Enforce UI. So here's an example of not getting to the Enforce UI login screen. And if you go look in services, the Oracle TNS listener has to be running, and you can see that it is in this slide. Oracle Service Protect is the actual database, and it has to be running as well, and you can see that it's actually not running. Generally speaking, every time I've had a problem getting to the login, it's always been a service running. Vontu Manager also has to be running, which is not shown in this screen. So there is a utility called TNS Ping, and TNS Ping just verifies the Oracle TNS listener connectivity. And so you can see up above that the command was issued, TNS Ping, to the Protect database, and down below, outlined in red, you can see that TNS Ping did return an OK in 20 milliseconds. So we know that the TNS listener is up and running, and we saw it running in services. There's a command line configuration utility called SQL Plus, and at the top of this screen you can see the command SQL Plus to the Protect database, and where you see Protect at Protect, that has to do with the credentials to log in through SQL Plus. But this is a command line configuration utility, and if you ever go through an install, you'll use SQL Plus to do certain things. But here you can see that SQL Plus was unable to connect to Oracle after 3 attempts. If you look in the Alert Protect log and you see Instant Shutdown Complete, that indicates that the database has been shut down. Once you start the database services, you should see Alter Database Open in the Alert Protect log. And now when we run SQL Plus, we do connect successfully, and you can see the SQL prompt there in the command window at the top. And once you're able to connect with SQL Plus successfully, you should be able to get to the Enforce UI login screen. And of course, if you're unable to figure out what the issue is, you should contact support. Here you can see a toll-free number for contacting support. You can also see a web link, which does require credentials to log in, but the support team are excellent. And so if you're trying to figure some issue out, don't hesitate to contact them. They're aware of the different issues that people have day in, day out. If you don't have access to Knowledge Base, you should also get access to that. Knowledge Base has a lot of really good articles around different things for DLP. And you can see that you can choose the different products and then to narrow your search, but there are just a ton of really good information in Knowledge Base. So if you don't have access to that, you should definitely get it. So that's the end of the system administration lesson. In this lesson, we learned how to describe and apply the various tasks and tools associated with server administration. including event and traffic reporting and alerts, as well as understand how different languages are supported by the product, how to delete incidents efficiently, and how to describe credential management. We also learned how to recognize and apply the various troubleshooting techniques and basic diagnostic tools, recognize common steps in resolving a typical troubleshooting issue, and understand how to obtain technical support. And down below you can see the different reference materials used.